And I had to do all this through COVID as well, with very little assistance. So I'm very much hoping that the board today will take this into consideration and please take a vote to reconcile this issue and resolve it so we can all move on with our lives. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Okay, so no further public comments, we'll close that, and then I think we could recess for closed session for now, and I believe that's, we're gonna now move to call to order the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency. Could we call the roll once again, Madam Clerk, for the record?
Yes, good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisor Lopez joining us shortly.
And we'll call for added or additions or corrections from closed session by County Council.
There are none today, Chair.
Okay, we will then just jump to closed session items 1A through B. Do we have any public comments on these closed session items? See nobody in chambers, nobody online. We will close public comments and we will recess. We will be back at 10:30 for the regular Board of Supervisors meeting. Thank you.
Okay. Welcome, everybody. I'm Sheriff Tina Nieto, and I want to thank you for coming here today to talk about the recent events here in Monterey County and upcoming plan and rain events we expect over the next few days. Folks, we are not done yet. We are dealing with rain and wind events that I can only describe as a super soaker saturation event. Hashtag SUSOSAT. Since the beginning of the year, we have been dealing with these rain and wind events, and I would like to thank the community for their patience as conditions change, sometimes very rapidly. We have issued evacuation warnings and orders throughout our county during this past month and last month based on information provided by our government partners and community partners for the community safety. We got lucky last month when the flooding occurred only in sparsely populated areas of our county. And because of this, we can all start to experience what I call storm warning fatigue. Please do not ignore our warnings and orders. When we issue these warnings and orders, no matter what the chances are, when it happens to you, it happens 100% to you. Last night and today, public safety and county resources had to conduct over 90 rescues. So please prepare to leave when you are under a warning, and please evacuate if you're given an evacuation order. If you see a close sign, turn around, don't drown. If you want more information on how to prepare for storm and for winter storm safety, go to the Monterey County website. We have a lot of information up there, folks. And I'm gonna just give you an example. In Pajaro, so folks have asked, how many people do we have assigned to this event in the water rescues? Because we're still conducting them now as we're speaking today. So for the Monterey County Sheriffs, we have 5 members from our dive team right now out doing rescues. We have high water vehicles from our National Guard. Currently, we're using 3 of them. We have 1 on standby because, again, this is the entire county that's involved in this event. Search and rescue for the sheriffs, we have 9 members, and we will be bringing on personnel at night, too, to cover the night areas. Monterey County Sheriffs has performed over 6 drone flights to check our rivers and waterways. CAL FIRE has done 4 drone flights. We have extra patrol out in both South and North County to help with the road closures and also to help do public safety checks for areas that we have closed. We have help right now from the Salinas SWAT team. We've got Swiftwater Rescue out of an OES team, and they'll be here overnight. We also have C team people who are assigned to this event. We've been lucky so far. We've had no injuries and no deaths in our county. Although in some of our cities, we did have a fireman who was hurt when a tree fell on him, and so our prayers are out to him and to his city. Again, we've had 90 rescues since this event started just overnight. We've done 15 to 20 rescues by boat. We even rescued a man floating down one of the areas in a tube with his pet on top of him. We've done several rescues with our high water vehicles. And in South County, we performed 1 air rescue for a subject who was stranded in the middle of the river near Jolin Road, northbound Highway 101 on ramp H70. Look, the Pajaro River has breached. We all know that. The city of Pajaro, or the community of Pajaro, is flooded. Please do not go into those areas. I have other speakers behind me, and I'll be happy to answer more specific questions about rescues and what's going on with the county, but I want to give some time to our other speakers. Following me is Captain Ian Truxler from the California Highway Patrol.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Captain Ian Troxel of the California Highway Patrol, Monterey Area Command. First and foremost, our hearts are out to the community of Pajaro for this disaster that they've faced. Since the community of Pajaro flooded overnight, first responders have been working together to keep you and your community safe as possible. In Monterey County, we will need your help throughout the next few days. As the sheriff just said, this is going to continue, and we need your assistance to be prepared for that. You will see many road closure signs. Please adhere to these signs, as it is a safety issue for you and your families. Please abide by the signs that are posted and do not drive through road closures. We've already conducted many rescues from vehicles stuck in flooded waters. I want to thank the Pajaro community for their support and patience through this difficult time. The California Highway Patrol is dedicated to assisting our public safety partners. The Monterey area is committed to working alongside all of our allied agencies. If you have any questions or you need further information, please go onto our Facebook page, Monterey California Highway Patrol, our Twitter account, Monterey California Highway Patrol, and our Instagram page. You can find information there on current road closures, and situational awareness to prepare for these storms. If you have any questions, please contact our office here in Monterey. I just want to thank the Sheriff's Department and all of our allied agencies as we move forward through this disaster.
Thank you, Captain. I'll now be followed by Lou Bauman from Water Resources Agency.
Good afternoon, everybody. And let me reiterate what the commander and the sheriff have indicated. First and foremost, our hearts go out to all the families and the businesses and the individuals impacted by flooding from San Ardo all the way to Pajaro. This has been a significant event for our county, and you can be assured that the county will put all its resources in to ensure the well-being of these individuals. What I'd like to do this afternoon is give a brief update on the Pajaro levee failure, as well as some projected flows from the Salinas River that we expect in the coming week. As everybody is now well aware, the levee at Pajaro breached. It breached last evening around midnight, following a heroic effort by our staff to fight that flood event. Unfortunately, they were overwhelmed by the flows coming down that watershed, and the river breached a portion near River Mile 10 on the eastern portion of the riverbed, and it's approximately a 120-foot breach. It continues to flow. It will flow uncontrolled until we are able to secure that with interim protective measures. The state of California Department of Water Resources is currently en route with their contractor to formulate a mitigation plan that will require not only access but appropriate materials and construction technologies to close that breach. Until then, there will be continued flows in the appropriate emergency response. Moving to the Salinas River watershed, keeping in mind that the Salinas River watershed is over 4,000 square miles. It's larger than the county itself. It's a very broad and complex watershed, and as we'll hear from the Weather Service, their role is to model the rainfall conditions, the stream flow conditions, the groundwater conditions, and project as scientifically as they can the projected stream flows. And as we saw in January, we had very high stream flows at the upper reaches of the watershed, and fortunately they were significantly reduced by the time they reached the Spreckles metering station in Salinas. This year, due to as you can imagine, the infiltration, the wet soils, we expect less infiltration of waters, and we expect them to move faster into the community. The current hydrograph, and again, a hydrograph is a plot of the water flow as a result of time, and as it moves down the river, it moves, if you will, in a hump, and what we are focused on is the peak of that hump, which represents the maximum flow rate that will be coming down the river. So in your mind's eye, you can imagine the hump moving from San Ardo down through the South City communities and coming into Salinas and ultimately to the river. So our current forecast has peak flows at the Spreckles station coming on Tuesday, very high levels at what they call stage 28. Again, I want to reiterate, this is a model. It's based on a variety of assumptions, and the Weather Service will be updating this probably 8 to 10 times before Tuesday. So these are very preliminary numbers, and we hope that those projected flows are less than currently projected. Let me just briefly, we've received a lot of questions of when will it hit, when will we get evacuation notices, evacuation orders. Again, it's very dynamic, and we're working with the EOC and the Sheriff's Office and our other teams. Let me just give you some preliminary data based on the current information we have from the National Weather Service in terms of the peaks. So from Paso Robles all the way down to the King City pedestrian bridge, the peak has arrived. So our next concern is when will the peak flows reach Soledad? It's currently forecasted on March 12th at 11 a.m. Chular on the 13th at 10 a.m. and Spreckles on the 14th at 4 a.m. Again, these are forecasted. We'll be watching these very closely, and based on that information, the Sheriff's Office will issue warnings and ultimately evacuation orders as necessary. The most important thing is for individuals and businesses to take this information seriously, to look at these projected times, make contingency plans for your business, for your family, and take the appropriate steps. We will be coming forward with that, but again, we wanted to give you an idea of the time frame and what to expect. So look for further information, and we will be available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. So currently evacuation orders are in the areas of Arroyo Seco. That was effective immediately March 10th. The Paro community, that was effective immediately March 10th. San Ardo, that went into effect today. We have evacuation warnings in these locations, areas of Carmel Valley, areas of North Salinas, areas of Bolsa Knolls, Carmel River Lagoon area, Big Sur River, and all areas of the Salinas River. And again, please go to the Monterey County website for the latest maps to see where the evacuation warnings and evacuation orders are. With that, I'd like to introduce David King from the National Weather Service.
Thank you, Sheriff. David King, National Weather Service, Bay Area. Just a quick recap of our current hazards. We have a flood warning in place for the area of the Pajaro River due to the ongoing impacts for their flooding. We also have a flood warning for the Salinas River in the southern part of that county because we are still experiencing that river at flood stage. And obviously you just heard from Lou Bauman that we are closely monitoring the Salinas River at Spreckles, and we are expecting it to enter flood stage just after midnight on Monday, reaching its peak later on in the week. In terms of a current forecast, this weekend is a very brief respite. Mild temperatures will prevail with lightly scattered showers here and there over the weekend. However, the weather will turn expected Monday night. We are forecasting another atmospheric river to impact the Bay Area and Monterey itself. With the confidence has already grown so that we've issued a flood watch for this atmospheric river as well as a high wind watch for this atmospheric river. Those watches begin on Monday at 10 p.m. and go all the way through Wednesday at 4 a.m. We are in close proximity with our county partners, so they have the latest and greatest information as these dynamic forecasts do change. However, given the close proximity of this atmospheric river to the last one that we just received a few days ago, the ground is incredibly saturated, as are the trees. It will not take much to knock down trees and cause power outages. Flooding is expected. If you come across flooded roadways, please remember, turn around, don't drown. And most importantly, we do urge the public to listen to your county officials with their information that they come out with, as well as their warning. And for any updated information to our forecast, you can receive it at weather.gov/Bay Area, and you can follow us on social media at NWS Bay Area. I'll turn it over to Sonia De La Rosa, the County Administrative Officer.
Good afternoon, and thank you for joining us this afternoon and taking time out of your day to listen to some of the updates that we have for you. Our focus since yesterday has been the preservation of life and safety for all individuals that are in flood zones. And we have been awake with you, to all of you that are experiencing the impacts of these floods. We are watching them closely with you and also helping with the sheltering throughout this county. Currently, we are setting up a couple more shelters that are closer to your homes and closer to your communities. And we have quite a few disaster service workers out in the community that are helping support folks on site. We, again, focused on extraordinary efforts, saving lives and property of those in the Pajaro and San Ardo area. Most importantly, life and the preservation also of animals for those individuals that are having to be relocated. Our water resources staff has been flood fighting, as was explained by Lou Bauman, and this has been going on pretty much since January, and even before that. We knew that there were a couple areas that needed to be fixed. There was reinforcement that was already applied, and even with that, the water was so much stronger coming through, and we continue to watch that as we see these different peaks come throughout the entire valley. Emergency staff is also working 24 hours. Many of the folks that are here manning the operations center and also throughout the community have been awake for over 24 hours supporting our community. We've added particular shifts in different areas to make sure that individuals are also able to rest at different times. Our emergency staff and the responders are going to remain alert as we anticipate this atmospheric river that's coming. And to the community, please continue to be aware. Please be aware of the dangers of going around certain barricades. I mean, it may look like the road is safe to travel, but the reality is that the under the road has been undermined, and we're looking at areas where you could fall as much as 40 feet. And that is something that truly could be avoided. Do not go around the barricades. Do not move the barricades. And if there is blockage of any kind, please heed that and do not go into those areas. Again, we are continuing to monitor as we prep for the next storm. Be safe out there. Be aware. If it's not passable, do not attempt to do that. Otherwise, we'll be out there with you again, trying to save those that you have with you and yourselves. And in many instances, your car is not safe either. It could be moved by water as well. We have reached out to resources, both of our state and federal partners. Our legislators are working with us to make sure that our resources requests are being addressed quickly. We have individuals from the coalition working with our homeless population as well to ensure that they're safe, and also many individuals that have come in and asked us for shelter assistance. Our board members are out in the community. Joining us here today is Supervisor Askew. Our 4 supervisors not present today, each of them are out in their communities addressing different issues. Again, some power outages, some roads impacted, but also a lot of flooding throughout our community. For those shelters that we have set up, we have partnerships both with our nonprofit providers, but also many, many county workers that are out in the community and filling in as emergency disaster workers. We know that lives have been impacted. Many of the people that we work with live alongside you and had to be evacuated as well. So we are very much aware, and our hearts are with all of you as we move through this and then look towards recovery. But as we do that, again, please be mindful of the emergency that are out there, and also please stop at traffic lights. Many folks are seeing it and not stopping just unconsciously. Please have that awareness. And for areas that were impacted by power outages, we will be pushing out information through our social media to remind people to look at your food because some of it may no longer be okay to eat. In San Ardo and Pajaro, the water is not drinkable. So we are already working to try to get water out into those areas. So again, just be mindful of some of those things. And as you walk back into your home and things are still wet, again, just keep in mind some of those safety, and we'll try to push more information. So visit our websites. We're translated into different languages of both Spanish and then Mixteco audio so that folks are able to hear it. And then with our community partners, we'll be able to get even more information out there. So following me is Daniel Gonzalez, who will provide a statement also in Spanish for our community.
So, yeah, I have one more thing to add. Thank you, CAO. And this is from the SPCA. And so the SPCA is available for rescue and shelter evacuated animals. They also provide free pet food and supplies to anyone who needs assistance during this disaster. And they are basically responding right now to rescued pets in the Pajaro area and the San Ardo area. If you find a rescued pet or come across a rescued pet, you can bring that rescued pet to the Pajaro Bridge at Porter and San Juan. They have personnel with sheriff's personnel to take that pet, or you can take that animal to the Pajaro Valley Country Club golf course. For more information, you can call 831-373-2631 during the day, or 831-646-5534 during the evening for emergency assistance, or you can visit the spcamc.org website for information on what to do with the pet or how to prepare for disaster. With that, I'll be followed by Daniel Gonzalez for the Spanish interpretation.
Good afternoon, Hello. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Daniel Gonzalez. as Sheriff Nieto and our CAO, Sonia, indicated, I work for the Department of Emergency Management. I am an emergency services planner, and I'm going to be providing the summary in Spanish of the press conference. I'm going to translate what Sheriff Nieto indicated earlier. Ahora voy a hablar en español, voy a hacer la traducción, un resumen de la traducción de lo que se ha comentado en esta conferencia de prensa. Voy a iniciar con lo indicado por la Sheriff Nieto cuando empezó la conferencia. Primero que nada, una bienvenida a todas las personas que están aquí y gracias por acompañarnos. Estamos aquí para hablar sobre los eventos recientes que han sucedido en el condado de Monterrey y los planes que tenemos para las lluvias que se esperan sobre los próximos días. Aún no terminamos, esto todavía no termina. Estamos tratando de trabajar con lluvia y viento y con eventos que solo se pueden describir como eventos de saturación de agua extremos. Desde el principio del año hemos estado tratando con estas condiciones de lluvia y viento, estas tormentas, y nos gustaría que la comunidad tenga paciencia porque estas condiciones cambian rápidamente. Hemos tenido y emitido órdenes de evacuación a lo largo de nuestro condado en estos últimos meses. Y basado en la información que tenemos, hemos emitido las órdenes, la información que hemos recibido de todas las agencias del orden público que están proporcionando información. En el mes pasado tuvimos suerte, no hubo inundaciones. Esto hizo que muchas de las personas no estén acatando las órdenes esta vez. Como sabemos, en Pájaro la situación está empeorando, entonces estamos pidiendo a la comunidad que hagan caso a las órdenes de evacuación cuando se emiten. Porque cuando nos suceden las cosas, a nosotros mismos nos impacta al 100%. Entre la noche de ayer y el día de hoy, hemos estado trabajando para llevar a cabo más de 90 rescates, así que por favor, prepárense para salir cuando haya una orden o una advertencia de evacuación. Si ve señalamientos en las carreteras de inundación, dése la vuelta, no se ahogue. Para más información, por favor, visite nuestros sitios de internet de la página del Condado de Monterrey y la página del Departamento de Manejo de Emergencias. Para hablar solo un poquito sobre los recursos que se han utilizado, tenemos ahorita un equipo de buzos que está haciendo rescates. Tenemos 5 miembros que han llevado a cabo 9 rescates y también aparte tenemos un equipo de búsqueda y rescate de 9 miembros que estará trabajando noche y día en el condado. Nuestro dron ha hecho 6 vuelos y el dron del Cal Fire ha hecho 4 vuelos para recibir información adecuada sobre las condiciones del dique en Pájaro que está sucediendo en este momento. Ahora voy a hablar un poquito sobre lo que indicó el señor de Recursos Hídricos del condado. Primero que nada, nos gustaría dar las condolencias a todas las familias del condado que están sufriendo por estos problemas, sobre todo en San Nardo y el pueblo de Pájaro. Como ya todos sabemos, el dique de Pájaro se rompió ayer por la noche a las 12 de la medianoche y teníamos personal trabajando en el área, pero llegó al punto de que era muy peligroso para ellos seguir trabajando y tuvimos que sacarlos de ahí. El dique se rompió con una extensión de 100 pies de apertura, la cual continúa fluyendo hacia la población de Pájaro. Hemos estado tratando de controlar el flujo de la inundación, pero no hemos podido resolverlo. El río de Salinas también es otro problema que vamos a estar teniendo en los próximos días. El río de Salinas tiene aproximadamente 400 millas cuadradas y los ingenieros están tratando de proyectar y pronosticar el flujo de agua que va a existir en estos días, sobre todo por el problema de los suelos saturados que estamos teniendo por las tormentas que pasamos en estos meses. Esto hará que el agua fluya más rápido y se espera que el pico del nivel del agua llegue a 27.8 pies de altura al llegar al nivel en la población de Spreckles. Estaremos proporcionando más información para la población en cuanto la tengamos más vigente. Como ya todos sabemos, la situación actual en el dique de Pájaro fue que el dique, como ya lo indiqué, se rompió la noche del viernes 10 de marzo, 10 millas antes de la comunidad de Pájaro. Perdón, cerca de la milla 10 de la comunidad del Pájaro. Actualmente la brecha tiene aproximadamente 100 pies y los ingenieros estatales y locales están trabajando para solucionar el problema. Hemos estado haciendo notificaciones puerta a puerta que se llevaron a cabo aproximadamente el día de ayer a las 3 de la tarde para contactar a los residentes y darles información sobre las advertencias de evacuación y las órdenes de evacuación y pedirles que salieran en ese momento. Desafortunadamente, como sabemos, se dio la ruptura del dique y tuvimos que hacer las evacuaciones de manera forzada con la comunidad. Algunos residentes fueron evacuados en la noche, pero incluso no abandonaron el área. El día de hoy hemos estado teniendo varios refugios abiertos donde hemos estado recibiendo a la población. Aproximadamente hemos recibido en los diferentes refugios, tenemos... Do we have the numbers of the shelter population? I thought we did. Oh, here. There it is. En los diferentes refugios tenemos que en la iglesia Compás tenemos 27 personas que están siendo asistidas. En los terrenos de la Feria de Santa Cruz tenemos 39 personas que están recibiendo servicios y en Sherwood Hall 35 personas que están recibiendo servicios. Ok, en total tenemos 5 refugios abiertos en el área. Tenemos refugios abiertos en Seaside, en Salinas, en Greenfield, en Castroville y también tenemos centros de asistencia de evacuación temporal en las diferentes bibliotecas de Prunedale, Carmel Valley y King City. Entonces, estamos tratando de proporcionar la mayor asistencia que se pueda a la comunidad para que tengan un espacio donde asistir de forma segura con sus familias y puedan obtener un alimento, oportunidad de bañarse, tener donde estar durante este periodo de tiempo. Actualmente también tenemos varias órdenes de evacuación que siguen vigentes hasta este momento. Tenemos órdenes de evacuación para las áreas de Arroyo Seco, que están vigentes desde el 10 de marzo. Para la comunidad de Pájaro, como ya lo sabemos por las evacuaciones que están sucediendo, sigue vigente. Y también en Sanardo están órdenes de evacuación vigentes. Actualmente tenemos órdenes de advertencias de evacuación en el área del río de Salinas, que estamos esperando en los próximos días suba. Entonces, las poblaciones que viven o que están a un lado del río de Salinas van a estar recibiendo advertencias de inundación. Sorry, no ven. A la comunidad nos gustaría dar el siguiente mensaje. Por favor, sigan siendo conscientes de la peligrosa situación climática en la que nos encontramos. Estas tormentas no han terminado. Manténganse alerta, infórmense y sigan los mensajes de seguridad que se les van a dar. Por favor, regístrese en alertmontereycounty.org, el sistema de alerta del Condado de Monterrey, para recibir mensajes y notificaciones sobre las emergencias que estamos teniendo. Como ya lo mencioné, hay albergues en Watsonville, en los terrenos de la Feria de Santa Cruz. También hay albergues en el Condado de Monterrey, en Salinas, Seaside, Castroville y Greenfield. Los centros de evacuación temporales son muy importantes en la ciudad de King City, Carmel Valley y Prunedale. Les agradecemos todo su apoyo y resiliencia durante estos momentos difíciles y seguiremos trabajando juntos para salir adelante. Muchas gracias. Me falta un mensaje sobre el SPCA. Nos gustaría dar un mensaje. Si tienen animales o ganado y necesitan evacuarlos o movilizarlos, contacten a las oficinas del SPCA que les pueden ayudar a albergar a sus animales y a rescatarlos durante estas condiciones difíciles. Por favor, llame al 831-373-2631 durante las horas de oficina o después de horario de oficina, llame al 831-646-5534 para que les puedan proporcionar asistencia y movilizar a sus animales. Actualmente hay 7 perros, un gato, 11 gallinas que fueron evacuadas durante este periodo. Se está proporcionando alimento gratuito para los animales y especialmente para los animales que viven en el área de Pájaro. Por favor, si necesitan este servicio, contacten a los oficiales del SPCA. Muchas gracias.
Why didn't I have that? I'd like to introduce now Lenore Mendoza from the Community Action Board to provide information in Mixteco.
It's okay. It's like this.
Okay.
Den segundo, ñaki hiko ña Leonor Mendoza ra yukichon cuenta ña Consejo de Acción Comunitario ña Condado ña Santa Cruz kira. Ra ña tashi echa información ña cuenta ña kubi ña mi pájaro yo acá no coinindo ña ka bichavi ya. Takuña si mi información ya yo ra ña coni kachina ya ña Condado ña Monterey ya ña takusha mi kuya yo ra kisha kumi sahbi kun si era ra kanan siete mitas chivara. Ra takuña konikisha inundar baña yoho kishika chisastara ñaka takubiti shantie kun sahvira y yo tinu kachina casa evacuar nara sabana yivira konitanina raña koni kunda inindo ya ato ta shantia ka kundora y yo takuña señalamiento kachina con letrero kachiña kiaña ña nuña tiani cara ki vindo inimi ika kavando kundo chinukara ña tatoba konu bañura ika ñaka kuti takuña dron basto ña shako bakami ña cuenta ña pájaro miña río ña pájaro raña tieta shiki loca información sha ña cuenta ña pájaro takumi ichara ña pájaro ra koba sabañu ran square miña mikoni ra koba ushi milla shika iyo nuña nuni nishona mitskui Rataku cuenta mina ingeniero ña estatal ra local ra nasto ni na shakoba kami karaña ka ni shana kachtu una shajibi tayuyena ni shana sakashana raña ra kana shina ña tanina raña tashitina ña aviso ña emergencia antavana taku cuenta ña sheriff na kaku kishana ña rescate tabana mina jibira koba 60 bina ña rescate shi y yo Ra tuka kuti carro tu so kunchava ña cuenta ña tabana ña jibi minu hutskui. Saba mina jibi na kisha evacuar na con niraña iyo tuna ni tani baraña kabiti kakuna chintiena na kanana. Tuka kuti cuenta ña vas tu MST kachna sora tuka kutaba na jibi ña shanan tiakana ña refugio shiniñu una. Ra to shiniñu undo takuncia ña cuenta ña asistencia ña emergencia ra ña vaca na kundo nantu kundo takuña albergue ña kundo ña chintiena anto ra ña yo ya kuña cuenta ña sanardo takumi ña ichara ña salina ra ña cuenta ña sanardo ra ña satiani ya ña comunidad kan tia ña iyo ña orden ña evacuación ña anami ña ñu kachtuna shina Sati takuña orden ña evacuación kaya koni kachaku ña shiniñu tanindora ña iyo ya ña cuenta ña arroyo seco ra ushimarzo kisha ña iyo te ña cuenta ña pájaro ra ushimarzo kisha te akaba ña iyo te ña sanardo ra bici ña tashina ña orden ka te ña iyo takuña advertencia kachina kara ña kaya koni kachitun una shinto ña co evacuación takuña área ña Carmel Rasati bici ña ushimarzo kishaka ara ña cuenta ña norte ña Salinas ra y marzo yaka. Ña ello caen katukia ña río ña Big Sur ra ña ushimarzo te acaba. Tia taku tia kachtundo shindoncia ña taku nuillo ña refugio ña kukundo.
No quiero que te caigas.
Okay. Ña ello y ña cuenta ña refugio a toshini ñundo kundo ña cuenta ña Watsonville ña ello ya 26 East Lake ña Watsonville. Ña yo tinkatukia ña Iglesia de la Brújula, 10-325 Main Street, Las Salinas, Yacam. Ña yo inkatukia takuña cuenta ña temporal, tamilla chitia kuku undora ña biblioteca ña naka Prundel. Ña yo ti biblioteca ña Carmel Valley, atos niñundo kundo. Sati biblioteca ña King City, 406 Broadway Street, ya. Ña yo ti Sherwood Hall, 940 North Main Street, ña Salinas. Raña kakachtundu, ña yo información tashindunda andora, rakunciando mindora tashiniñun chando kundo ña cuenta ña refugio ña emergencia ra kundo ña chiñakaya bachaca chinciena andora fácil chaca chinciena ando ika teshabindo.
With that, we'll take any questions from the press.
How long do you think it's going to take to stop the breach? What's the estimate?
At this time, we do not have a precise estimate on what it will take to stop the breach. As I indicated earlier, we have the State of California Department of Water Resources flood control experts on site. They will deploy their contractor. One of the challenges is to determine the appropriate mitigation, whether that be super sacks or riprap or rock. They'll also have to determine available access to the site. And furthermore, they have a very short time frame before the next storm comes forward and additional flows come down the river. So until then, it is an uncontrolled flow.
The last time this happened, I was told in the 90s. How long did it take then? Do you know?
That was in 95, and I don't immediately have that information.
Question. What is the reason the levee broke? Was there some type of flood wall that failed, or what caused the levee break?
Quite simply, the magnitude of the flows. The levee did experience boils and overtopping locations as we experienced in January, both on the Santa Cruz side and the Monterey side. This time, the exact mode of failure is yet to be fully determined, but it certainly was difficult in the wee hours of the evening to determine precisely the mode of failure.
And another question too. I know we don't have an estimated time for when the levee will be repaired, but the water that's on the streets, what's the plan to remove that water, pump that water out, so people can at least go back to their homes? Or is that even possible?
Again, it's a tremendous volume of water. It continues to accumulate as we speak. There is drainage on the western side of the community. There are a number of culverts that would provide an outlet for the water. And I understand the water also flows down the railroad tracks towards the upper reaches of the Elkhorn Slough. But it will take some time, particularly with repeated rain events, for the area to dry.
How worried are you about this next storm? It sounds like you're concerned that this would push the boundaries even more.
Sir, we are concerned for all storms in all of our major watersheds. This is a particularly challenging situation where we can have repetitive flooding of the community. So again, we're putting our highest level of attention, and we do have the full force of the state of California behind us.
And one more question. I think we've talked about this throughout the whole press conference, but what is being done right now to repair the walls, or at least put a Band-Aid, sandbags, anything that you can do right now to help reinforce the levee?
That's precisely what we're evaluating at this juncture. Small sandbags are simply not significant mitigation for a breach of this magnitude. So again, we have the experts on site. They are evaluating mitigation and construction alternatives, and we are hopeful that we can begin deploying that in the next several days.
Are there any further questions from the press?
Sheriff, how many people are out of their
We have approximately 1,700 people that are displaced from the Paro area. We don't have an exact count down in San Ardo area, about 150? 50 or less in the San Ardo area where we've experienced the flooding.
And if the water keeps flowing, are more people going to be put out? Do we know that?
Again, I can't predict Mother Nature. There's a lot of watersheds that we're dealing with these supersaturation events. Because again, for the public, it may be sunny here, but look around you. You see clouds. If it's raining in our foothills, because of the saturation of the soil, all this water is not going into our soil during normal times. The water is moving down our waterways into our rivers. And we're not talking about just one river. We're dealing with like 4 rivers in Monterey County.
Is the Nixle alert system been working effectively in communicating with the public?
We're actually double checking the Nixle system because there were some concerns that perhaps some alerts were not getting out. So we do ask that folks sign on to the Nixle if they haven't yet, or if they did and for some reason it's not coming through. Our understanding is that it could be something to do with some of the broadband type issues, antenna issues. So we're still tracking that down. But for now, anybody can still sign on and receive those Nixle alerts. It does allow you to receive it by different zip codes. So please do that. And again, it could just be an issue of a data problem in terms of the antennas. Yeah.
I have a question. We've kind of addressed this and we've been through it in January, but when will FEMA get here? The Red Cross, are they coming? I know you guys are working with that. Do you have an estimated time on when they will get here?
Red Cross and FEMA have been here actually. Red Cross is actually at one of our shelters assisting. We're still ramping up quite a bit because we are opening quite a bit of shelters. Even as we speak, not all shelters are currently available. When we're talking numbers of people, 1,700 from just the community of Pájaro is huge, and we have a lot of folks that did go to the Santa Cruz side. So we do have, we're working with our partners to the north, I guess it would be north of us in Santa Cruz to provide some of that assistance. The fairgrounds in Santa Cruz is available, and here in our communities, we're actually trying to open them closer to where the folks are from. And so we're working to staff it. A lot of the folks that you see as emergency disaster workers are our own county employees. We're redeploying people that typically, you know, again, this is a Saturday, Sunday. They're all, as many as we can, we're redeploying and assigning to different locations, including here to the operations center to make sure that we're able to provide timely information. The next piece is really just going to be to make sure that we have the resources at the shelters, the food, the clothing. A lot of people left their homes just with what they were carrying. So there's some assessment being done by our care and shelter group. And again, still staffing up quite a bit with our resources that are incoming from the state, from the Department of Social Services, and also Office of Emergency Services. Yeah. Any other questions? Thank you.
That ends this press conference. We'll be available for individual questions if you guys could stand by. Thank you.
$7,200 people, and our hearts are aching right now. Our wine community is multi-generational, cares about our land, our employees, our community, and it's very painful for all of our folks in wine to watch how many individuals and families are really devastated. Fortunately, most vineyards are elevated, and wineries also, and because of the season we're in, where a lot of the vines are still dormant or just starting to bloom, they're not being impacted. That's not to say there weren't vineyards in really having a hard time. There's about 2 or 3 that have had significant damage. But in general, right now, because of the time of year, rain is very positive for the health of our wine grapes and soil. So it actually bodes well as long as we don't continue having wine for this year's crop. That doesn't mean that we don't have tragedies. And we also need to remember that if this was to happen in 2 months, it would be tragic not only to Monterey County, if it happens in any other wine community in the state, in a couple of months, we could lose our crop. So what we really need is a lot of regulatory fast tracking, and I imagine we'll talk about that in a little bit in more detail. And then we really want to make sure that the employees and the individuals and families that have been displaced get whatever support they need, get it very quickly. And that those that haven't been able to work because of these storms, that have had lost incomes, very, very quickly get whatever kind of relief they can. In terms of business relief, there are lots of vineyards and wineries that have had problems. They've lost culverts, they've lost pumps. So whatever support we can get with that would be helpful. We also have a lot of business income loss. People are not coming to Monterey County because of these storms. And so then we're losing sales. It's also really difficult for us to ship wine club shipments out right now. We can't even get FedEx trucks to come down to some of our wineries currently. And then for those vineyards that were impacted, even though it's a few, they don't have flood insurance. You can't get flood insurance for a vineyard. So the reality is, if they don't have the money to repair, to make the repairs, clean up the vineyards, and then replant, they won't be in business. So we really need some relief funds for these businesses to provide whatever income loss that they've had, and then definitely for the vineyards that have been impacted.
Thank you very much, Kim. We appreciate that. And let's move to Norm Groot. Norm Groot is the Executive Director of the Monterey County Farm Bureau, and Norm has his finger on the pulse of the impacts that these storms and the previous storms have had on our industry. Welcome, Norm, and thank you for being with us today.
Thank you, Nick, and thank you all for being here today. Appreciate it. I'm going to try and be as quick as I can here. Crop fields in the Salinas Valley and the Pajaro Valley are experiencing significant flooding and inundation at this point. Salinas Valley flooding appears to be greater along the Salinas River than what we experienced in January, and with more impacts to fields and rural roadways. In January's storm events, we had over 15,000 acres that were impacted by flooding and inundation, with over $330 million worth of farm losses. We expect that current storms are impacting more acres, particularly west of the city's Salinas area. There will be more crop losses as areas that have not experienced flooding now are now experiencing it for the first time. The Nacimiento Reservoir has been releasing water into the Salinas River since late last week in anticipation of the inflow expected from these storms. With capacity now at 87% and more rain expected in the next few days, releases from the reservoir will need to continue. This contributes to the amount of water in the Salinas River already at capacity flow levels. The channel was not adequately maintained in recent decades, and capacity flow rates have been severely reduced due to sandbar buildup and excessive vegetation, particularly non-native vegetation that has overgrown in many reaches of the river channel. Levees have deteriorated due to permitting restrictions, and this highlights the need for a comprehensive channel maintenance program that state and federal agencies have been reluctant to issue permits for in the past decades. The Pajaro Valley has many acres of crop fields that are currently underwater due to the levee break over the weekend, and waters may not recede until that levee break can be reconstructed. This poses a serious threat to crop production for the entire spring season and possibly longer. As we've detailed in January, for crop fields to get back into production, a testing protocol is necessary to determine if pathogens are present in the fields. This could be a 60-day process after waters recede from the fields and damage assessments can be fully made. Food safety is our highest priority, and growers will follow the protocols established by the Leafy Greens marketing agreement. With fields being so saturated and inaccessible, planting schedules that are set for March will probably be delayed. Determining when planting schedules can begin will depend on how quickly the fields that are not impacted by flooding or inundation can be accessed and worked for planting. We're also aware that many farm workers may not have opportunities to work for their farming operations during these big storms and the flood events. Determining these impacts will require surveying farm employers about their flood damages and delayed work schedules. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Norm. We appreciate your input and agriculture's perspective from both you and Kim. I want to shift gears now and go to the Monterey County Water Resources Agency. Shauna Murray, one of our engineers, is on with us today. And Shauna, can you give us a situational update with regard to the Pajaro River, the levee mitigation efforts going on, and then the Salinas River and the things that you are watching and concerned about?
Yes, thank you. And I really appreciate the community's patience during this dynamic time. The flooding has been very widespread, with many communities being impacted. To start with Pajaro, and just in general overview, we're going to see systems continue to, stay high and be wet. And so we're going to have to continue our vigilance on watching the rivers and preparing. When these systems come in and the system's already very wet, the flows really do not decrease for quite some time. So on Pajaro, we have a primary breach up at River Mile 10, and then we now have a secondary breach at the outlet of By the Ocean at River Mile 1. And let me explain how this kind of benefits the primary breach. So when the river waters now can flow into the farm fields, they cross through Pajaro under Highway 1 and they go all the way to the ocean. There was a lot of pressure on the outside of the levee for that water. There was nowhere for it to go. So it has breached by the ocean, and now that's actually a relief valve for the community. So we're starting to see elevations of the impacted areas, the water starting to recede. And so this is actually a good news thing for a secondary breach like this. We have a kind of a threefold project at the primary breach. And the first thing was to get site access. This is a very remote site and it was very wet. So we had to build roads and build staging areas to start bringing in rock. And so that was completed yesterday by midday. The breach has begun being stabilized. You can see in this photo, the first boulder to come into the river was placed yesterday in the afternoon. This will continue. It's to stabilize the breach.
No, I didn't. I'm sorry.
We want to make sure that the breach doesn't get any larger. So our first primary objective is to stabilize the area. And you can see we're using a mixture of rock, of smaller rock, to access the area safely by putting rock on top of the levee road and then putting the large boulders in the stream bed. Our third objective will be to raise the height of the temporary repair. And that's when we're going to see the river back in its channels. And so until that's done, the river is still going to flow outside of the breach. And so when these next storms come in later in the week, which look like very similar height to these last storms, we will have water coming over the breach area. Again, we want to stabilize it so it doesn't get larger, and we're trying to plug it. I don't have a timeline yet as to when that will be completed. As far as this, and this is one more way of, reinforcing the area, this picture of, we had to move the flood wall out of the way. That's off to the right, the river's off to the right. And this is just reinforcing so we don't cause damage to the existing levee. We are working 24/7, the state's operating the contractors, and they are working 24/7 until this problem is resolved. We're watching.
Oh, I'm sorry, Shauna, go ahead. My bad.
I was ready to switch to the Salinas River unless we want to.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay. On the Salinas River, we are watching those peaks come through Spreckles, late last night and early this morning. We'll have another round of peaks coming out of the Arroyo Seco, which will hit the lower Salinas in the next few days, and then the upper Salinas and the San Lorenzo Creek, those watersheds come through afterwards. So again, the rivers are going to stay high. It looks like the Spreckles forecast may exceed the current flows in the next forecast. So again, this is a wet system and the river will continue to stay high. The Water Resource Agency continues to do flood control releases out of Nacimiento Reservoir. we're still holding back these really large flows on Nacimiento Reservoir, but we're letting some of the water out for safe operations and to continue to have the capacity to take on the next storm events. I believe that's the end of my update. Thank you.
Thank you, Shauna. Shauna, can you comment on the Salinas River where it intersects Highway 1 in Marina and what we're looking for over there with regard to potential for flooding onto the roadway?
So at this time, the roadway is still clear and open. I was out there about an hour ago and there looked like some capacity. The peak is coming through this afternoon, so we haven't seen it maybe quite yet. But we're almost out of the woods on the Highway 1, so we'll need to continue to monitor that situation over these next few hours.
Thank you, Shauna. And we're fortunate to have with us this afternoon Under Sheriff Keith Boyd. Under Sheriff Keith Boyd is representing Sheriff Tina Nieto. Sheriff, can you give us an update, situational update on public safety measures and the efforts of the Sheriff's Department along with our other first responders here in the County of Monterey? You're on mute.
Yep, there we go. Good afternoon, Keith Boyd, Under Sheriff, Monterey County Sheriff's Office. Currently, the Sheriff's Office is working in unison with his partners in the Emergency Operations Center, Department of Emergency Management, Water Resource Board, and our fire partners and other public sector partners to evaluate this ongoing incident as the water comes, as it rains, as it flows downriver. Our focus has been to plan resources and deploy resources based on the greatest potential needs to the community, prioritizing life and then property as we move forward. We've done, let me grab one data point, sorry, came through a moment ago. Sorry. Okay, well, it's not there, but we have a number of, we have our dive team deployed. We have another number of swift water rescue units from regional partners. Due to Sheriff's Office resources, we have also made requests for additional law enforcement resources from mutual aid partners throughout the region, utilizing the California law enforcement mutual aid system. Currently, we have a large number of our staff deployed in and around the Pajaro area, manning roadblocks and security perimeters to provide for that community while it's inundated with water. One of our big concerns is to ensure that those that are still may be there, that if they call for support, we're in a position to provide rescue services, but also we want to keep people out due to the high risk of dangers that are presented in that water area. We are also deploying resources up and down the Salinas Valley in preparation for water flows and issues. Overnight, we had some topping of roadway and river in the Salinas area, as well as some flows in and around the Spreckles area. So we're monitoring and deploying as needed. It's a constantly evolving situation, but currently our position is stable, but we are requesting additional resources in preparation for the incoming weather overnight to ensure that we can provide adequately for the community in a timely manner.
Thank you, Under Sheriff Boyd. We really appreciate you being here, and we appreciate everything the Sheriff Department is doing. We also have with us this afternoon, and I'm hoping he can hear me, is Juan Hidalgo, who is our new Agricultural Commissioner. Juan, would you like to make a couple of remarks with regard to what the county's Agricultural Commissioner's Office is doing in conjunction with the ag industry to ensure continuity? Agricultural Commissioner's Office is doing in conjunction with the ag industry to ensure.
Okay, sorry about that. Hopefully you can hear me okay. Thanks for having me. I'm Juan Hidalgo. I'm the Monterey County Ag Commissioner. Certainly one of the roles that we're doing is working with our industry and our growers to be able to do some damage assessment. This is going to be a long process, and as mentioned earlier by some of the ag industry representatives, some of the damages that we're seeing now are quite alarming. We are seeing much bigger damages to our agricultural area than we did during the January storms. Certainly, one area of assessment that we're working on is the Pajaro area. This was an area that was not quite as impacted in January as it was right now. So we're trying to reach out to those growers and try to do some assessments, but this is going to take some time. It does make it challenging when growers are unable to get into their fields, and hopefully that will happen with time as some of the flooding begins to recede and some of the roads become open for them to be able to access their fields and be able to really get a really good sense of the impacts to their agricultural areas and also impacts to infrastructure, which are going to be significant, especially in the Pajaro area. But as it was mentioned earlier, you know, the impacts down the Salinas Valley are definitely going to be much bigger than what we initially saw in January, just based on seeing some of the images from flooding that we're seeing and seeing some of the evacuation orders. So we're going to continue to work with our growers over the next several weeks to be able to assess, you know, get a good picture of what the direct impacts and potentially future impacts are going to be to our agricultural industry. This is something that is definitely going to set some of our growers back, especially as it was mentioned earlier. You know, we do have some food safety requirements, and so that's additional time that our growers are going to need to be able to do what they can to get the field ready and hopefully get a crop in the ground. I think we're going to have some more impacts to commodities that had already been planted. I think in the area of Pajaro, there's a lot of strawberry and raspberry production, and those were commodities that were planted in the fall for production in the spring. And so we're going to be working with our growers to get a true picture of what that's going to look like for them, because I think this is definitely going to have an impact on you know, any production yields. Plants can be quite hardy and they can recover, but if they stay underwater for too many days, it's definitely going to have some very significant impacts to those growers.
Thank you very much, Juan. We appreciate you being here, and we appreciate what the Ag Commissioner's Office is doing in conjunction with our industry partners in the Farm Bureau and the Monterey Vintners and Growers Association. Under Sheriff Boyd, you found your fact sheet there, and go right ahead.
I did, and I just want to give some data points. So currently, the Sheriff's Office, we have our rescue dive team on 24-hour staffing. We've split that team into two 12-hour shifts. We also have our search and rescue team from the Sheriff's Office on 24-hour staffing detail. We have received on request from the National Guard 4 high water rescue vehicles that we are utilizing in addition with our SAR and dive unit high water vehicles. We have received mutual aid from, as I indicated, from our law enforcement partners. We've had staffing from the Belmont Police Department, Atherton Police Department, San Mateo County Sheriff's Office, San Jose Police Department, and Santa Clara Police Department. They are providing assistance on 12-hour shifts between now through this upcoming Sunday. We had to have 3 additional swiftwater rescue teams that are being provided by CAL FIRE on a call basis as needed. And we're working with the SPCA to address animal issues for those who may have left the evacuation areas but left animals due to their timely departure. We are doing close patrols of all our road closures and maintaining those road closures. In the Pajaro area, we have evacuated close to 2,000 people evacuated in the Pajaro, but we are still getting requests for services as the incident moves on. We have 1 school, 2 mobile home parks, and close to 800 homes in the Pajaro area impacted by floodwaters. That community is on a do not drink order, and there is no access to potable water. And as of this morning, the water was, as I was informed, was up a bit from yesterday. It's flowing currently through the ag fields and cresting over Highway 1. And we have concerns, though, if the water continues to ride, it will make our high water vehicles accessibility challenging, but we have boat units available to deploy if that predicament occurs. In the Arroyo Seco area, we have approximately 350 residents who are evacuated. We still have 20 to 40 residents who are trapped behind a road failure on Arroyo Seco Road. In the Salinas River area, We have approximately 1,600 addresses under evacuation order currently. And with respect to rescues and such, we have provided approximately 150 to 170, and this number is ongoing, rescues of individuals stranded within evacuation areas from water issues. And we've conducted over 20 since yesterday. We rescued a woman and a baby who were rescued while trying to drive their car out of the Pajaro area through water, and their car was pushed into a ditch. We highly encourage people, if you see water, don't drive through it. Turn around, avoid the hazards of driving through water. It only takes a little bit to cause severe risk. We had a couple rescued on Railroad Avenue that was trapped in their house, surrounded by over 5 feet of water. During a rescue in a house, numerous people were rescued that were standing on the roofs of their cars and trapped in the water because the water was moving so high and fast. SAR has escorted maintenance into numerous produce cooling buildings so they could turn off the ammonia systems. Ammonia and other issues that might be released that potentially could have caused hazmat issues. Most resources, as indicated, are at this point, are rescues at this point, are people trying to drive through the water to leave, or people in their houses that were not wanting to be there anymore and did not heed the initial order to leave prior to the water inundating the area. We have made an arrest of one individual in the Pajaro area who was attempting to break into the Pajaro Coin and Laundry. And that was discovered by our staff while they were on patrol in the Pajaro area for that exact purpose. And we have had reports of subjects attempting to break into vehicles in the Pajaro area.
Stuck in a press conference that's going to go for an hour. Bennett needs.
That is what I have to offer. There was a question in there about any deaths or injuries, any missing people reported. At this time, the sheriff's office has no reports of deaths, and we don't have any reports of any subjects missing from the storm. We did have a plane crash yesterday outside Castroville, small plane crash, non-commercial. The pilot successfully parachuted from the plane prior to its impact from the ground. He sustained minor injuries, was transported to a local hospital. And that is my report out at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Under Sheriff Board. We really appreciate that. I'm going to go to the Q&A portion now of our press conference. Scott, I'm going to get right to you in just 1 second. Let me just buzz through a few that are in the chat. Victor asked if this was going to go on Facebook or YouTube. We are recording this, and we will post it to our Facebook and YouTube page, and we will send a link out to you once it gets uploaded. Also, there was a question in the chat earlier for Shauna. Shauna, could you shed some clarification light on how big that breach was? 300, 400 feet? And what was the approximate size of that breach?
Yeah, so it's pretty hard to estimate. So I know the number has jumped around a little bit. It started at about a little over 100 feet, and it has gotten bigger in more of the 300-foot range at this time is the best estimate.
Great, thank you very much. I'm going to go to the hands right now that are raised, and I'm going to go ahead with Scott, and then we'll go to Sarah. Scott, go ahead and ask your question.
Thanks. This is a question on the agricultural piece, both for Juan and Norm. Juan, you talked about strawberries and raspberries, but can you talk a little bit more about what's vulnerable next in terms of crops? And I know it's early, but what might this mean to yields and things like that? And then for Norm on the labor piece of it, if you what are the implications of not having March, and is there concern that when things get back up and running, there will still be the labor force there that the growers need? What's done about that, and is there a historical precedent for that? Thank you.
Thank you for your question, Scott. I think for the agricultural piece and what it means for our commodities here, I think when it comes to strawberries and raspberry production, assuming that our growers are able to salvage their plants, which there's a possibility depending on how quickly the waters are able to recede, we might be looking at reduced yields for the rest of the season. From experience in previous flooding that we have seen in the past, we're looking at anywhere from 30 to 50% yield losses. And then as far as other commodities, there's a lot of leafy vegetables in this area as well. And so, the impacts are gonna have to, they're gonna be in regards to food safety and the amount of time that growers are gonna have to wait before they can plant either lettuce or broccoli or other leafy vegetables.
So they'll want us to defend and indemnify them.
Somebody's mic's live.
Who owns the prison? So is that the state-owned thing? Who's the agreement? Agricultural district. Perfect.
All right, it is past 10:30. Everyone, we're going to reconvene the Monterey County Board of Supervisors meeting, and we'll ask our clerk to call the roll, please.
Yes, good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present and in person.
And now we'll ask for our announcement about Spanish interpretation services by our interpreter, Diego Celis. Gracias.
Muy buenos días a todos. Mi nombre es Diego Celis y seré su intérprete de español-inglés e inglés-español para el día de hoy. Si usted está planeando hacer un comentario y necesita servicio de interpretación, por favor, hablar lenta y suficientemente fuerte para que yo lo escuche. Favor de hacer una pausa al final de sus oraciones para asegurarse de que tengo la oportunidad de interpretarle. Muchas gracias.
Okay, thank you, Diego. Now we'll go to our Pledge of Allegiance. I want to ask, I don't know if I asked last time, but I'll ask her again. Supervisor Adams, could you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Supervisor Adams. We will now go to any additions or corrections by our clerk.
There are none.
Thank you. Today, we only have one ceremonial resolution proclaiming March 2023 as American Red Cross Month. It couldn't be in a more appropriate time to recognize their heroism. Do we have a motion and a second?
So moved.
Moved by Lopez, seconded by Askew. Do we have any comments for the public on this resolution? See none. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those against? Motion carries 5-0. Today, I'm going to go up to the front and present this to Cindy Marzon. Is she here or is she online? Okay. Maybe we'll get back to her if she joined us. I'll ask my staff to check in with them because this was requested, I think on behalf of the organization. All right, we'll read that later. Table that presentation to, we could get in contact with them. But thank you, everyone. That motion carries. We'll go to consent calendar. This is item number 3, but the consent calendar includes items number 16 through 30. Do we have a motion and a second? Or do we have any items to be pulled or commented on? Anybody? Yes, Supervisor Adams.
And we are on the Board of Supervisors agenda, not the Water Management.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Then I will pull item 25.2.
25.2. Any others? Okay, let's go to that item. 25.2. This is about a contract with AECOM Technical Services. Is that it? 25.2?
Yes, it is.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah,
Supervisor
thank
Adams.
you. So the issue that I have here is that when you read the report of 25.2, is that this is going to be decimating the entire cannabis assignment account. The first question that I wanted to ask is how much do we have in the cannabis account now? I don't know if Ezekiel or Dwayne are on this call or on with us today.
Our budget team, if question on the cannabis assignment account, what's the balance? And whether this would deplete that?
Yes, because the language, it's unclear whether or not this is a loan or if it's a complete emptying out of the fund, because the language indicates that all of the additional costs of the pandemic, or not the pandemic, excuse me, all of the additional costs that we are facing now for the cleanup of the FEMA recovery efforts will come from the cannabis account. And the comment, so I was going to ask whether or not this is a loan or if it's a decimation of the entire account. And the information as I read it by the number, by the letter, is that it could be reimbursed, but it's not that it will be reimbursed. So I just wanted to be clear to everyone, including us, that we're saying goodbye to the only opportunity that we ever have to pull out funding to have specific issues addressed in our own regions. And I know I've gone through this 100 times.
But I think we could provide that direction, Supervisor Adams. I think as we've had in other occasions when the cannabis assignment account is used, that if it is reimbursed, that we could provide that direction that the account be replenished with that FEMA reimbursement.
If we can do that, that would be terrific. I am conscious as well, though, that it's coming from FEMA. And we know that that can be a 5-year waiting period, and sometimes never, as it is from the Paul, Colorado mess that we still have in my district. So I just wanted everyone to be conscious of that, that when we vote on this, that we are actually, if we don't change things.
Staff are. Mr. Vega is on Supervisor Adams. To answer your
So
question.
Ezekiel, the question that I have first off is, what is the total in the cannabis assignment account now?
Yes, the balance as of today is $3.5 million in that account. I think the issue's on our end because we're getting the transcript at the bottom of the screen. The balance today is $3.5 million in the account.
His mic is not working, but he did put in the chat that says, yes, the balance is 3.5 million.
No, I don't think it's the chat. I think it's the transcript. You know how it picks up your voice. So we can't hear him in chambers, but he's speaking into
I
his
know
mic.
it's more than 3.5 million. I'm sure of that. Sure of that.
Typing in the chat.
Yes, and actually, I could hear everything. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, I'm not sure what the problem was, but $3.5 million is the balance in the cannabis account. So the utilization of these funds for this contract will not deplete that balance.
Mr. Vega, Supervisor Adams asked if we could, if we do a motion on this, that it include that this cannabis assignment account be reimbursed with any FEMA reimbursement on this particular contract.
Correct. You can make that a stipulation as you approve the item, and that will be the case. And that was the intention all along, I believe. The report was written by Tracy Mopino and his team, but yes, that's the intention.
Okay.
Yes, I just wanted to be clear that the language says it could be reimbursed by FEMA. It does not say it must be reimbursed, or some words that is a little bit more specific that we know that it will be reimbursed. I also think that, quite frankly, we ought not to deplete it all the way down. I think that we should take some of the funding from the cannabis account, yes, but I think we should also take some of it from strategic reserve. So we leave a minimum of $1 million in that account.
Is that I'd be happy to. I think the FEMA rules require that you cannot say it shall or must be reimbursed from FEMA.
I'd be happy to make a motion or to support a motion to ensure that language in the direction speaks to if and when FEMA reimbursement is received, that it be returned to the cannabis account and support the full funding coming from cannabis currently, if there's support for that on this item.
So you're saying that you still do support all of it coming out of cannabis rather than some of it coming from strategic reserve and leaving $1 million in cannabis?
I do. I think that if we in our budget process want to have additional flexibility for funding, that we should ask for additional contingency funds to be set aside. But for something like this, I think that as long as we have cash available, we should be using that cash and not taking from strategic reserve. So my request would be that we.
So can I do it in one motion? Is that okay for the whole consent?
Oh, sure.
So can I move consent with the stipulation that on 25.2, when we are hopefully reimbursed by FEMA as part of this application, that money that is pulled from cannabis be returned to the cannabis fund if FEMA chooses to reimburse us in that process? Does that make sense?
Supervisor, Ask you made a motion first, unless she wants to withdraw that or make that her motion.
I didn't have a second, so I'll take the motion that Supervisor Lopez made for the entire package to move forward. And
so that will be your motion and seconded by Lopez. Thank you for that clarification. All right. And we'll make sure the language is in conformity with their FEMA reimbursement rules, right? Okay. All right. Any other comments on this? Let's go to the public. Any comments from the public on item number 3, consent agenda items 16 through 30? Nobody in chambers? Nobody online? Okay. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those against? Motion carries unanimously.
No, I'm opposed to it. Yes, I'm so sorry, because as long as I know that bank account goes down to 0, I think we're saying goodbye. So I vote no.
Okay. The motion is 4-1. Thank you, Supervisor Adams, for clarifying that. Okay, now we'll go to general public comments. These are for items not on today's agenda. So if any members of the public would like to speak on items listed on the agenda, this is the time to do so. We'll give you 2 minutes to speak, and we'll start with those in chambers. Yes, please. Thank you for joining us today.
Can you hear me okay? Okay, thank you.
And there's a timer that will kind of make a sound when it's time is up.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Alyssa Rendon. I am the Community Relations Manager for the Monterey County Convention and Visitors Bureau. Thank you, Chair Lejo and Board of Supervisors, for your moment of comment here today. Firstly, I'd like a comment of gratitude for the county and emergency services teams for everything that's been going on during these devastating storms. Really appreciate it. The MCCVB works with the MCHA as well as the hospitality industry to make sure that we work closely with the county during these times of crisis. So closely, in fact, that I just came from the EOC today to make this public comment, and I'll be heading back over there shortly after. It's important that we act as a conduit of information for the hospitality industry, as well as are on the front line of information. So we have the most relevant resource for visitors as well as residents. And on that note, the community support that's been given through the hotel, there's about 35 hotels that have already participated in the hotel evacuation rate program, again, since January as well. And that's just continuing to grow. So I really appreciate that support. Appreciate the county support and during these times of crisis, as well as times of recovery. And just a brief update on what the CVB's been doing. We've started an artichoke campaign. In case you didn't know, artichokes are kind of a big deal here, and that message extends across the county. So we've created an artichoke trail that we're promoting nationally. And briefly, I wanted to mention our collaboration with the county on sustainable tourism. Sustainable tourism is a really important subject for the future of our tourism economy, and the CVB is really stepping up. Our CEO and President Rob O'Keefe has recently been named the chair of the Sustainability Committee for the Cal Travel Association, and Monterey continues to be a model for that subject. So thank you so much for your time, and back to the EOC.
Thank you for your work there and getting good information out, and appreciate your comments today. Anyone else in chambers? See, now we'll go to those online.
There is one phone number ending in 902.
Thank you. And I think they have to press *6 to speak.
Yeah, she's done.
Thank you.
Good morning. This is Nina Beatty. I told the board about 2 months ago, of very credible reports that PG&E operated a breeder reactor at Moss Landing from approximately 1969 until mid to late 1970s, and that by 1980 they had closed it. Vistra Energy is doing demolition work as part of their build out of the lithium-ion battery storage facility there. I have filed complaints with the state, and they directed me to file a complaint with the County Health Environmental Health Bureau. I have not received any response to them, though I filed it in February. I asked for an update on what the process is. I haven't even received confirmation that they received my complaint. This is a critical situation because it exposes workers and the public to possible hazards during this demolition work. And I asked for a halt to that work until the situation is assessed. For background, PG&E operated Humboldt Bay Nuclear Power Plant, which was described in 1970 in Science Magazine as the dirtiest power plant in the U.S. And whistleblowers that have been interviewed in the last few years have disclosed horrendous conditions at the plant, but furthermore that there was a nuclear accident in 1970 that PG&E and the Atomic Energy Commission covered up. To date, there's been no action to do anything about that, as well as their dry cask storage in Humboldt Bay is in a very perilous position because of the recent storms and the earthquake there, and nothing's been done. Also, PG&E has had many safety violations at Diablo Canyon, including 29 in 2014 alone at Diablo Canyon, including inoperable emergency diesel generators, which is the type of thing that initiated the Fukushima disaster. So I'd like the board to take aggressive action to find out what was happening at the power facility in Moss Landing, and to halt the demolition work now, because it poses a clear threat to public safety and to worker safety of those working on the plant. And I ask for you to take action on this.
Thank you very much, Ms. Beatty. Anyone else online?
No.
See no other comments. We're going to close public comments, and we're going to move, we're going to recess the Board of Supervisors meeting. We're going to go to the smaller agency agendas. We're going to start with calling to order the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency. Madam Clerk, if you call the roll for the record.
Yes, good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present and in person.
Any additions or corrections?
There are none.
Let's go to any public comments not on today's agenda, on this particular water resources agenda.
I don't see any.
Seeing none, we'll go to consent calendar. These are items 2, 3, and 4.1. Do you have a motion to approve?
Move approval.
Moved by Lopez. There's a second. A second by Church. Thank you very much. Any public comments on the consent calendar for the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency? See none. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those against? Motion carries unanimously, 5-0. Okay, there was an added item. Did we cover that? All the items on consent for this agenda? Okay. Okay, let's go to a readout from closed session by our county council.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, members of the board. I'm pleased to announce that the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency today in closed session appointed Era Ashdarian as the new general manager for the Water Resources Agency effective April 24th. Thank you.
Great, and we look forward to getting an introduction from him next week, and at next week's meeting. Thank you. We'll adjourn the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency. Now we'll reconvene the Board of Supervisors meeting. Madam Clerk, you want to call the roll, I guess?
Yes, good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present and in person.
Okay, let's go to our scheduled items. We're going to go to item number 5. This is to receive a report on the 2022 Human Resources Department surveys. And we have a presentation by our HR Director, Irma Ramirez-Bao, and Catherine Crusade, Management Analyst. And it's always interesting getting this survey because we get to hear what our employees are feeling. So,
Yes.
and this has been a good added way for employees to give us feedback on things that they're seeing or suggestions they want for how our county could better serve them. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and board members and CAO Sonia De La Rosa and Les Gerard. So it is a pleasure to be here this morning to share with you the survey results that we have. We last year in 2022, the Human Resources Department conducted 3 separate surveys: the intent to stay, the new hire and onboarding, and also a survey for former employees who retired and resigned. Today you have Catherine Crusade, who's our employee engagement manager, who's going to give you an overview of these surveys. Do want to share with you that we had presented this information to the Board HR Committee, and it was upon their recommendation that we bring forward to the full board to hear what are the things that we are hearing back from our employees. So with that said, Catherine, I'm going to pass it over to you.
Thank you, Irma. Good morning, Chair Alejo and members of the board. Question for all of you. Do county employees want to stay or do they prefer to leave? That question prompted the HR department to conduct an intent to stay survey in 2022. And this was part of a larger countywide survey where we collaborated with the Employee Wellness Program team. And in addition, the Human Resources Department also conducted 2 other surveys, and they were the new hire and onboarding survey, as well as the former employees who retired and resigned survey. And I just want to share with you, with these 3 surveys, they were conducted between March and May of 2022. With the new hire and onboarding survey, these were new hire candidates or employees that joined the county between January 2021 and March of 2022. With those that voluntarily separated or retired, they left the county between January 2020 and December 2021, over a 2-year period. As you can see on this slide, the intent to stay participation rate, we had a 58%, which is on par. During COVID, our 2020 survey, we had about a 61%, which was the highest participation rate that we've ever achieved thus far. The 35% participation rate for the new hire survey was lower than what we had anticipated, and the 45% for the former employee survey is on par with average. When you conduct surveys with former employees, again, that 45% is on par. So if we can please forward to the next slide, Arturo. And Arturo, I'll give shout out to my colleague Arturo, who's helping with the PowerPoint. So for today's presentation, I'm really honing in on motivators. What's motivating those survey respondents to stay with the county? What motivated the new hire survey respondents to join the county? And what motivated employees to leave? So here we have 2 out of the several survey questions that we asked for intent to stay. And I was really pleased that the number 1, these are top 5 answers, and I was really pleased that the number 1 answer that was motivating employees to stay was that they enjoy the work that they do. And that indicates that they find meaning in their work and they find purpose in their work. And that's one of the top reasons why people join employers as well. That's what job seekers are looking for. It also indicates that our employees are engaged. No surprise that post-retirement benefits were at the top, and in the right-hand column, when we asked, what would motivate you to continue working here, compensation and benefits, those are trends that we find in all of our annual surveys, and that most organizations, when they conduct employee engagement surveys, that compensation and benefits, they tend to be at the top. We also have the fact that coworkers and team members motivated county employees to stay. So that indicates that sense of connection, that sense of belonging and collaboration, and that's employee engagement. And then we're also going to find that with the 3 surveys, remote work and the opportunity for career growth and promotional opportunities, that they are 2 of the major themes that run across the 3 surveys. And then in the right column, number 5, we see more balanced workplace. Work-life balance is a trend that we see amongst all our annual surveys. It's always a theme that occurs. So if we can please forward to new hire and onboarding survey, Arturo. So the 2 questions with this, the 2 motivator questions are: what motivated you to join the County of Monterey workforce? And what can the County of Monterey do to recruit and retain talented employees? So again, we're seeing in both categories, top 5 answers, that compensation and the health benefits are there. Also, number 2 on the left side, one of the motivators to join the county, the opportunity to work for an organization that serves the community. Now that tells us that employees have that values alignment between what they value and what the county values. And that is also something that drives engagement, and it's something that job seekers are looking for and brings meaning to their work. My current position is a good fit for my skills. Another item that drives engagement, when people are engaged at work, that plays to their strengths and they can use skills that they're really interested in using, that usually means that productivity is up and that they're engaged. And something that really put a smile on my face, number 5 in that left column, I heard good things about working for the County of Monterey. Now that's an indication that our employees are going out in the community and they're our brand ambassadors. They're saying good things to family and friends and motivating them to join the county family. And on the right column, another motivator that would be a recommendation that the county could improve upon to recruit and retain. Number 5, the opportunity for a flexible work schedule. That's another thing that job seekers are really looking for, that remote work and the flexibility. So let's go on to our former employees who retired and resigned survey. Top motivation to leave was they did not feel valued and low morale. Now this is actually on par with a survey, that research study that was conducted by Quantum Workplace, where they surveyed over 1 million employees in over 9,000 organizations. And the top 5 reasons that employees are leaving or indicated that they would leave are: 1, feeling undervalued or underappreciated, feeling that they're not being paid enough, feeling that they have a poor relationship with their manager, they have no or limited access to career opportunities and career growth, and also that they work in an undesirable environment. So here we're on par with that study with regard to employees leaving because they felt undervalued. The second most frequent answer or response to this question was other, please specify. And this is where respondents had an opportunity to type in comments. And if you look on the left column below number 5, we have there the top comment themes. So they included people leaving for COVID-related reasons, manager, supervisor leadership. They felt stressed and burned out. They were working long hours. They felt they had a heavy workload. Work-life balance wasn't there, personal life changes, relocation, county culture. They didn't feel that they had the professional growth opportunities. Remote work, one survey participant noted that they would have stayed had they been given the opportunity for part-time remote work. So again, there's that flexibility factor. And some people left because of team member behavior and also child or elder care issues. So what's interesting is, although we had 154 respondents that left, 64% or 99 out of the 154 said they would continue, they would consider returning to the county. However, there's a catch. They would want to see changes to the very things that triggered them to leave. And this was an open-ended question, and we have some of those comment themes in the right-hand column. Some of the same things that I've been saying: compensation, wanting the promotional opportunities, and some said that there would be nothing that would motivate them to return. So if we can fast forward, please, Arturo. And we can fast forward again. And here we have in blue the theme of the career development and promotional opportunities and enjoying the work. And that's highlighted in blue. We can see we have that theme in all three surveys. And then we have the theme of remote work. If we can fast forward, please, Arturo. Here we have in orange, again, showing that flexible work schedules and remote work were themes in these three surveys, all surveys. So it's very significant and beneficial that we are able to capture the employee voice with those that were currently here at the time, those that had they were new hires, and also those that left. And even more significant or equally significant is taking action on the survey feedback. So with that, if we can please take a look at the last slide. Thank you, Arturo. So at the top, we have our three survey themes: career development, promotional opportunities, remote work, and flexible alternative work schedule, and compensation and benefits. And then under these three categories, we have either current or upcoming initiatives that are either countywide or department specific that help us address the survey feedback. Now, for time's sake, I'm not going to review all of these, but I do want to touch on a few. So first, under career development, we have Better Up coaching. And I want to thank the board for approving the purchase of Better Up licenses. We're in our second year, and our Better Up account manager just recently presented to the department heads who've invested in these licenses. And I want to report out on just a few of the positive outcomes. So this information is based on coaching participant evaluation, anonymously sharing what they're getting out of these coaching sessions. And these participants were getting coaching between September 1st of last year and February of 2023. So first outcome, which really took me back, which 44% increase in relationship building. Now that's engagement, because that means that managers and supervisors, leaders at different levels that are involved with the coaching are able to better build those relationships with their direct reports. There was a 38% increase in strategic planning, a 21% increase in resiliency, and an 18% increase in the ability to manage stress. So that helps leaders that are participating in Better Up engage themselves, and in feeling more engaged, they're then able to engage and help retain their direct reports. I also want to, if we can go to the bottom of this category, we see upcoming offerings. Stay interview toolkit. You may have heard of stay conversations or stay interviews. They were first introduced in the 1960s, and they became really popular with the Great Resignation during the pandemic. And we have created, Human Resources has created a stay interview toolkit, and it's a self-serve, it's comprehensive, and it supports managers and supervisors in conducting one-on-one 30-minute conversations with their direct reports to really hone in on what are the employees' needs, what is going to keep them here, and what may trigger them to leave. And then by addressing their concerns, hopefully we can better engage and retain those employees. So we're ready to pilot that. So another thing I want to point out is we have the tuition assistance pilot program. This is a department-specific offering that's coming up with the health department, whereby they're looking to leverage federal grant monies to provide tuition reimbursement to employees who want to pursue a bachelor's degree in social work, which I understand is a difficult to fill position. And according to the IRS regulations, we can reimburse up to $5,250 per year. In the second column under remote work and flexible work schedule, I want to hone in on that last bullet, partial service retirement policy. Now, this is an upcoming program that would allow a permanent employee to transition to part-time work while beginning to draw from the retirement benefits. So we're able to retain them on a part-time schedule and allow for mentoring, allow for knowledge capture before that retiree walks out the door. And then finally, under compensation and benefits, we know our classification and compensation team continues to partner with labor units and departments to do our base wage studies. We have employee incentive programs for new hires in difficult to fill positions. We have an employee referral bonus. If an employee is to refer a candidate that's successfully hired in a difficult to fill position, that employee can earn a referral bonus. And again, that's at the department level. And as you can see, there are several other benefits that we have. Again, I don't have time to go into all of them. So with that, I just want to end with saying this. There's benefit in capturing the worker voice, especially in different periods of the employee life cycle, from hire to retire. And so the Human Resources Department is moving forward and requesting a budget augmentation so that we can invest in more robust survey software to make the process much more efficient. And in doing that, we can more quickly take action and implement initiatives that will help attract, engage, and retain top talent. I want to thank you very much. Does anyone have any questions?
Thank you very much for the presentation. So I think that's the end of the presentation. We'll go to questions or comments by any of our colleagues. We'll start Supervisor Lopez.
I just want to say thank you. I know that new hire survey was something I threw at you guys, and on your feet within a few weeks, you had it up and running. And I think this data is so valuable in terms of how we approach folks we want to draw in. So I just want to appreciate all that you've done to put us in a position where now we're armed with incredible data and information. So Catherine, Irma, thank you for your work on this. It's truly appreciated.
Thank you,
Thank
Supervisor
you.
Lopez.
Thank you. It's a team effort. Thank you very much.
We'll go to Supervisor Church next. Thanks.
Yes, Irma, just a couple of questions. Have we compared how this survey maybe relates to some comparable counties and then any information they might have, or would that be just internal that they would have, do you think?
We have not reached out to our comparable agencies regarding the data, but Catherine has got the pulse of looking at national surveys. Catherine, do you want to speak to that?
The national surveys would be, I have to say, if we go back in 2020, where we were part of the CPS HR Coping with COVID-19 survey, where we had the national data from that survey. But I think Supervisor Church, you bring up a great recommendation, and that's something that I can certainly do to check in with our comparable counties. I've done that around engagement initiatives, and we've shared information. I can certainly do that around surveys as well. What I do, I'm really big on research and data. So I look at the research studies to identify, what is the research showing us in terms of why people are staying, what job seekers are looking for, and what's gonna trigger people to leave.
And final question was, I was reading through here and saw a comment about a more balanced workplace. Just wondering, a little clarification on what exactly that means.
Work-life balance, where people are feeling, and I will share with you that work-life balance has been a theme since our 2018 survey, countywide survey, which was the first survey that we launched. People, and we see this in comments as well. So some of the comments will indicate that people are feeling they're working long hours. They're feeling that they have heavy workloads, and they want more of that work-life balance, especially during the pandemic era, where the idea of looking at the whole person approach with an employee and looking at the wellness side, and kudos to our employee wellness program and what they bring to the table for our employees. But that's the trend nowadays. Employers looking at the whole person and helping people have wellness through work-life balance. So did that answer your question?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
I appreciate that very much. I could use some of that balance myself.
All right, thank you. Go to this side. Supervisor Askew.
Thank you. I have the honor of sitting on the Human Resources Committee last year and this year, and just really am so impressed, continue to be impressed and appreciate the commitment that our HR team has to providing us and our managers in the county with the data that allows us to then make decisions. Some of the things that were listed on the screen and the results, salary, benefits, I think we're making good progress towards getting class and comp studies done, towards ensuring the commitment, delivering on our commitment to pay competitive wages with exceptional benefits to our workers here in the county. But there's so much more that makes a workplace somewhere that you want to go, that you want to work hard when you're there. And our mission is so compelling. The reason why we exist is to serve our neighbors. And for us as a community, as a county, to really make sure that we're embodying that and talking about it and celebrating it and lifting that shared reason for us all being here and doing this work, I think is really important. So just kudos to HR for continuing to ask employees what they need and want and how we can do better, and then finding the ways in which we can continue making those improvements, knowing that we can't fix everything, but we can put our best foot forward. I want every county worker to feel like their work is valued and that they know that they're contributing in a meaningful and significant way. And I want our community to know that Monterey County is a great place for your kid to come work, for you to build a career, and to really be of service. I wish those are things that I would have been exposed to when I was younger and had the opportunity to come into the county earlier. So thank you again for all the work and the feedback.
Thank you, Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. Thank you just so much, Irma, and Catherine as well, for the work that you're doing here. I think this really is leading edge as far as the not just within our county, but within the whole community, that people are paying a lot more attention to their employees. And I think because employees have a much different approach to work, it's important for us to stay present and to be absolutely up to speed on what it is that people want and what will make them feel the best about the work that they're doing. I don't think there's anyone that we have on our team anywhere that doesn't want Monterey County to be viewed as just, the best workplace ever, to be the desirable place for people to come to work. And I think that's really what we're aiming to achieve here. And Irma, I'll go back to a conversation you and I had that kind of was not touched on, but I think something that as we're looking toward revising our personnel policies, or however one wants to look at them, our HR manual, that we might want to consider adding to the mix of benefits that we offer. And one is that we should consider when an employee is working in another county for a county entity, that person would have the right to bring their longevity to us. So if you've been working in Santa Cruz County for 15 years and you need to leave that position and you're moving into Monterey County and you'd like to come to work over here, that you would be able to start with some of the benefits that accrue once you have earned the longevity here. I think that might be something we could consider. And then the same with our own employees. When someone leaves for whatever reason and then realizes, I want to come home, that we should have an opportunity to ensure that those people are able to come back in the position or with the longevity counted that they had. I think that that's really an important part of the things that we can offer. The one comment, of course, that that sticks out that says there's nothing the county could do to get me to come back, I think is, kind of sad. I feel sorry for that person very much, and know that most people really do value the opportunity to work in a place where the work is good, it's important, and that people are welcoming and really respect them. So those are my comments, and I just thank you so much. This was excellent. I'm very, very happy. Thank you, Catherine, for bringing your perspective to all of us. It's very uplifting and really important. So thanks.
Thank you.
And I'll just end with saying thank you, HR. Like I always give accolades because I think your team does a really professional job, and just to see the progress being done. But I think there's no better gauge to try in terms of trying to recruit and retain the best and talented people than hearing from them themselves and seeing how we could better serve them. I know it's just great that at least once a year, they know that if they have suggestions or things that we could improve on, they have a means to be able to give us that kind of information, and that they hear it here in front of all the supervisors, that we see the data and that it actually gets used in terms of how we better serve our employees and recruit employees. So I want to thank you for bringing this valuable tool and information forward. Let's go to the members of the public. Do any members of the public want to speak on this presentation on the 2022 Human Resources Department surveys? Nobody in chamber, so go to online, and we have one hand raised, and we'll provide 2 minutes, please.
A phone number ending in 249.
Just wanted to say thank you to HR and to the Board of Supervisors. I had an amazing opportunity last year to work for the county, and it was an amazing experience. I learned a lot, and I enjoyed working with the community. I just wanted to provide a little feedback as regards my experience with my position no longer existing. There wasn't much in the way of an exit packet or things to expect or communication that was given from HR to myself and my coworker when it came time to make that transition, having our position no longer there. And it was a little disheartening and kind of frustrating at times with the lack of response. One instance in particular, I requested pay stubs, and I had an email with one individual, but then I'd never heard back, and it was a month later they were mailed to me via the USPS. And when it came time to applying for positions within the county, I just felt like there wasn't much in the way of assisting that transition. A lot of times when we reach out, we just wouldn't receive an answer, and it'd be nice to have more of an effort or focused on transitioning or transferring employees between departments if their job no longer existed. And perhaps, I wasn't a valued employee, but it wasn't the best experience for me. And I hope that this feedback provides an opportunity for you to look into transitioning or transferring employees between departments when jobs no longer exist, and maybe looking at putting together a procedure for employees exiting the county and what they can expect and what their resources are for obtaining documents and getting them the information that they need.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Elsa Jimenez? Okay, Director Jimenez from the Health Department. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Alejo, members of the board, the public, my fellow colleagues. I want to thank the HR department for putting the survey forward. It helps to validate what we in appointing authority positions have been thinking are some of the opportunities for retaining our current employees as well as recruiting new individuals. I just want to put a plug in for the board to consider reinstating the educational reimbursement program that was paused many years ago due to budget challenges at that time. I do think that making tuition reimbursement and available to, I'll speak for myself, to specific hard to fill health department classifications would really draw in local youth from our community and others to pursue higher education at our local institutions of higher ed. And they'll have a job waiting for them. So I do hope that at a future point, we can have a more direct conversation on thoughts around reinstating the Board of Supervisors educational reimbursement program. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jimenez, Director Jimenez. Anyone else? See no other comments. This is just to receive the report, so we don't need a motion. Correct, County Council? Thank you very much. Thank you, HR team, for your excellent work.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, before we go to item number 6, I want to go back to our presentations, and I think we now have Patsy Gasca, Disaster Program Manager for the Santa Cruz Monterey County's Red Cross, and she on? Okay, before we let you say some words, Patsy, we want to, first of all, thank all the Red Cross, because during all these storms, your volunteers and your staff have done some really heroic work. And I think there's not a better time to take a moment to pause our meeting to recognize American Red Cross as an organization, and then the many volunteers and staff that have done so much throughout these storms and now at many of our shelters. So this resolution proclaims March 2023 as American Red Cross Month. And it says that during American Red Cross Month in March, we celebrate the humanitarian spirit of Monterey County and reaffirm our commitment to help ensure no one faces a crisis alone. Caring for one another is at the heart of our community and exemplified by the people of Monterey County, whose simple acts of kindness through the Red Cross provide help and hope in people's most difficult moments, and continuing the life-saving legacy of Clara Barton, who founded the organization more than 140 years ago to prevent and alleviate human suffering. The contributions to the local Red Cross crosses 190 volunteers in the county, give hope to the most vulnerable in their darkest hours. Last year, Monterey County volunteers helped 62 households affected by 45 home fires by addressing the urgent needs like food and lodging, as well as providing recovery support. In addition, they installed over 450 smoke alarms, collected over 1,700 blood donations, provided first aid and CPR training to over 2,500 residents, and helped the families of 235 students prepare for disasters through our pillowcase project, and assisted our 300 families of our armed forces. Their support, volunteerism, and generous donations are critical to our community's resilience. We hereby recognize this month of March 2023 in honor of all those who fulfill Clara Barton's noble words: "You must never think of anything except the need and how to meet it," and ask everyone to join in this commitment. Therefore, the Monterey County Board of Supervisors, on behalf of our county and all our residents, do hereby proclaim March 2023 as American Red Cross Month, and we encourage all our residents of Monterey County to reach out and support its humanitarian mission. With that, we want to pass it to you, Patsy, and we want to thank you for your many decades of distinguished service throughout the Monterey Bay. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Chair Alejo, and thank you, members of the board. It is a pleasure to come before you to receive this proclamation on behalf of our amazing volunteers that make up the American Red Cross, your American Red Cross. Yes, in the midst of all these storms and disasters, Monterey County sees and our surrounding counties, single family fires don't stop. While we're not we're not first responders, our volunteers are such amazing community members that, you know, they just ask where, when, and they're there. We are very fortunate to have the cadre of volunteers that we have that day in and day out support residents of Monterey County that have faced such horrific events. We tend to meet people on their worst day, and we have the most amazing volunteers that help bring them back, get them back on their feet, and get them on a path of recovery. We are there with our residents of Pájaro, who have been deeply affected by this event, the January event, and we'll be there seeing them in the recovery efforts as well. I spend quite a bit of time in Pájaro with our nonprofits there, and feel very fortunate to be very connected to the residents there. And, you know, without the Board of Supervisors support, you know, we really appreciate all the support that the Board of Supervisors gives us. But we're everywhere from, you know, our furthest all the way up 400 Liggett, San Ardos, King City, and all the way into here to Monterey County. So the distance is not an issue for us. We're there when the time is needed and the individual needs us, we're there. So I thank you very much. And I wish I would have been there in person to be there with you all. But emergencies here don't stop. So thank you very much. I really appreciate you giving us this time.
That's right. Thank you. And we'll make sure you get the resolution from the board. And we really want to thank you in particular, because I know your heart is with the community. You've always treated everyone, whether whether we're single family home fires or these large major natural disasters, you and your team have always treated people with respect and love and compassion, and that's very noticeable. So we want to, I know as chair of the board, I really want to commend you for the way you carry out your work here in our local communities. But we'll pass it to Supervisor Lopez and then my other colleagues.
Yeah, I have I'll say the unfortunate opportunity to know Patsy all too well, having been at many challenging moments and many challenging scenes with her. So Patsy, I want to thank thank you for all that you've done for our communities, whether it's flooding, we've seen fires, and just this last summer in King City, Red Cross and you showed up. And then really when we're talking about those impacts of the pandemic, the Red Cross was there as a backup for everybody. So I want to thank you and remind the public that the Red Cross is an organization, but it only functions because of its people. And we have so many great local folks like veteran champion Tony Verueta out of Soledad that is a big leader in that organization. And we just appreciate every single member who makes up that body, because when we call, they show up. They're there for community with sifters after a fire. They're there for families in the moment of crisis with bottles of water, cots, and a little bit of food. They've always shown up. And it is in these critical moments when we're still in the middle of disasters like today that we stop and say thank you. But every single day, it's the people who show up to the meetings to prepare, to position themselves, to be ready to respond when that moment arises, that I want to send out my gratitude to. So please, Patsy, on my behalf, on behalf of the board, thank every single member of your organization today and every day for what they do on behalf of our residents.
Thank you, Supervisor Lopez.
Thank you. Anyone else? Supervisor Church.
Yeah. Yes, and I follow up just a little bit on Supervisor Lopez's comments, because obviously you're out and your team is out here and Pajaro and helping now in this crisis. But the other thing I want to just point out is that when we held a town hall out there, you made yourself available to the community out there. So it's not just that you and the people you're working with come out during the disaster, but you're out there to preempt one, to be out in the community when needed, to give the right information and guidance, and that's much appreciated.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Supervisor Adams.
Thank you so much, Patsy. I really appreciate the work that you do. Having spent my entire career in the not-for-profit sector, I understand the hard work and the dedication that it takes to do the work that I know you're doing. The Red Cross has a tremendous national reputation and a really good local reputation as well, and those things matter. Someone said that, when we call, you show up. In my experience with the Red Cross, you don't have to call. You're there and you know when to show up, and you do such a beautiful job. In the times that I've had within my Carmel Valley area and down in Big Sur as well, within my district, Red Cross has been there so many times when, people just didn't know what to do. And there you were. So I just thank you. And I hope that you're able to keep up the good work for many, many years to come. The volunteers are spectacular and come from all walks of life. I think it's a calling, and many people answer it. And I really thank you for putting it out so well. Thanks.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Thanks, Supervisor Askew.
I could just echo the comments of all of my colleagues, and Patsy, to you, thank you for sitting in this leadership position at a time when things are really challenging. But to everyone who volunteers with the American Red Cross, I think I just want to acknowledge and appreciate the commitment that we have to caring for one another in our community. Thank you.
All right, Patsy, thank you very much. Got a lot of accolades from the full board, and thank you. We'll see you soon out there. I'm sure in the next few days.
Actually, see you tonight, Chair Alejo. I'll be at the town hall meeting.
All right, I'll see you there.
Thank you. Thank you
Okay.
all. Be safe.
Thank you.
Bye.
Keep up the heroic work.
Thank you.
Okay, everyone, we're going to go to item number 6 now. This is to adopt the resolution of necessity of finding and determining that it's in the public interest and necessity to require the Davis Road Bridge Replacement and Road Widening Project. I'm going to go to Enrique Saavedra, Chief of Public Works. Is he online? Otherwise, we could go to the next item and come back to him. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Saavedra. There you go.
Good morning, Supervisors. Enrique Saavedra, Monterey County Public Works. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Oh, great. Again, good morning, Supervisors. Chair Alejo, I'll present this item for you here. This item is to adopt, or more correctly stated, we adopt a resolution of necessity in support of the Davis Road Bridge project. And I'll try to be brief. I know you have a busy schedule this morning, so I have some slides to share with the board. If I can share my screen, it'd be great. Just take a moment here to make sure I click on the right slide here. So hopefully you all can see my screen now. And let's see here. I clicked the wrong screen here. Okay, I think you all see the screen now here. Again, this is to adopt or re-adopt a resolution necessity in support of the Davis Road Bridge project. And just to give you a brief overview of the slides I'm going to show you here, I'm going to give you a brief overview of the project, present staff's recommendation, ask you to consider conducting a public hearing for this item, as well as adopting the resolution necessity that we need for this project. So we brief here, the project proposes to widen Davis Road from approximately Blanco to Restoration. The key element of the project is to build a new bridge over the Salinas River on Davis. It is a 4-lane facility we want to construct here. So we're adding 2 additional lanes, 1 in each direction. We're also proposing to do some intersection improvements to Reservation, Hitchcock, and Foster. Currently, the project is in the right-of-way phase. We've identified 16 parcels of land that are affected by the project. We've secured easements on 5 of the parcels, and we're working on the others as we speak. And in this particular parcel we're talking about here is the Linscott parcel. It's this parcel depicted here in this map, kind of L shape. And just to give you an overview of the project limits, again, this is City of Salinas to the north. This is Davis, here's Blanco, and it goes all the way to Reservation. The bridge we're talking about goes over the Salinas River at this location. And this parcel here is kind of key for this project because we need to widen the roadway, and we're looking to get sort of sliver easements along the frontage of the parcel, along here, along Davis, on the western side of Davis, and a little bit on Hitchcock. The easements we're looking to get from this parcel amount to just under 3 acres for the road, and about 1.5 acres for some of the utilities that we're looking to relocate as well. And this parcel has a quite of a complicated ownership. This is about 12 entities on title, and like I mentioned, the board adopted this resolution necessity already before for this parcel. In fact, it was done about a year ago. Hiring and communicating with the property owners and their attorneys, we found out there's additional heirs or additional trustees that should be on title, and in talking with them and the county council, we found necessary to re-adopt this resolution necessity for the project, and hence that we're here before the board. This process or this step is part of the process to get the rights or permissions to widen the roadway across this parcel, and it's necessary to get the construction funding for the project. And so we're asking the board to adopt the resolution necessity for this parcel, and determine that the public interest necessity require the Davis Road Bridge Replacement and Road Widening project, with the project located and planned in a manner that will be the most compatible and the greatest public good and least private injury. And the property sought to be acquired is necessary for the project. And that's the end of my presentation. I'm able to answer any questions or comments from the board or for the public.
All right, thank you, Mr. Saavedra. Any questions on this project? This guy's come to us several times before. Let's go to Supervisor Askew.
Yeah, I just want to make the point, if there ever was the point that we needed this bridge, the fact that this was one of the roadways that was first to flood during the flooding of the Salinas River and last to reopen. And had we had this project in place, it would have, I think, provided us with some reassurances, an additional access point between Salinas and the Monterey Peninsula earlier this year, time and time again, as the Salinas River has risen in its floodway. So thank you for moving forward. I'm supportive of the staff recommendation, and I think that the need has never been clearer as it has been in the last few months.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Adams.
Thank you so much for your presentation, Enrique. The project has been on the books for a long time, and it seems like we appear to be, that we don't appear to be getting close to full funding for the project. And I'm wondering if this is a normal circumstance for projects like this, big projects, that that we're, this far short of the amount of funding we need to complete the project.
Supervisor, yes, just to answer your question, this is a complex project. It's been on our books here for a number of years. As we progress through the project development phases, we've been trying to secure funding for the phases as we go through them. We wrapped up the design phase. We're right in the middle of the right-of-way phase, like I mentioned, and we're actively looking for grants and other sources of funding to complete the construction funding. We've been fortunate enough that we secured some funding for the bridge element of the project through the Caltrans Federal Highways Administration program. However, we continue to look funding for the roadway piece. And in fact, we submitted a grant application just last month to the RAISE program. And we're hopeful that through grant like that, we can secure all the funding for the construction. Construction, unfortunately, isn't scheduled for a couple of years because we have to go through utility relocations, but we're hopeful and optimistic that we'll have the construction funding there when we need it.
So do you envision that it will be just a couple of years before we would anticipate having full funding and then can complete the construction part of the bridge?
That's my hope. That's correct.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Okay, seeing no other comments, let's go to the public. Any public comments on item number 6 regarding the Davis Road Bridge Replacement and Road Widening Project? See nobody in chambers, nobody online. Do you have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Moved by Adams, second by Lopez. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those against, motion carries 5-0. We're going to go to item number 7. This is to approve and adopt a Levine Act policy statement for the inclusion in the board policy manual given the recent changes in the government code. And for this, we're going to go to a 15-minute presentation by Kelly Donlin in our county counsel's office. Thank you, Kelly. And for preparing this is a new change in the law as of the beginning of this year.
Yes, good morning, Chair Alejo and supervisors. Maybe we can even do this faster than 15 minutes.
Right.
We're going to try.
Even better.
All right, let me just share screen. Give me one moment.
This will be our last item, then we will break for lunch and reconvene at 1:30.
All right, so good morning, supervisors. I'm here this morning for a presentation concerning recent changes to the Political Reform Act and a recommendation from the Office of the County Council to add a policy to the board policy manual about this change. So the end of last year, Governor Newsom signed SB 1439 into law, making numerous changes to Government Code Section 84308, which is commonly known as the Levine Act. Generally, the Levine Act provides that an elected officer is prohibited from taking part in a license, permit, or other entitlement for use proceeding if the officer has received a campaign contribution in excess of $250 within the preceding 12 months. Also, an elected officer is prohibited from accepting a contribution in excess of $250 while a proceeding is pending and for 12 months following the date a final decision is rendered in the proceeding. So next, I want to discuss some of the relevant definitions that make up the general gist of the Levine Act that I presented in the previous 2 slides. First, a license, permit, or other entitlement for use is defined as all business, professional, trade, and land use license and permits, and all other entitlements for use, including all entitlements for land use, all contracts with some exceptions that I'll cover, and all franchises. So the rule expressly does not apply to labor contracts, personal employment contracts, or contracts that are competitively bid. So for example, this will apply to any Board of Supervisor decision concerning an appeal of a planning commission decision that comes to you. It'll apply to all non-competitively bid contracts before you and all discretionary land use entitlements or permits that you make a decision on when you're the appropriate authority. The Levine Act is triggered when a proceeding is pending before an agency, and that definition is contained in a code of regulation. The exact definition is before you on the slide, but I'll summarize here. It generally means that a proceeding is pending when an application has been filed with the county. It is the type of proceeding where the officers of the agency make a decision and the decision of the officers is discretionary. So it doesn't apply to simply ministerial decisions. So the reason we're here on this item today is because of the recent changes to the Levine Act. The act previously only applied to elected officers sitting on local governing boards where they were appointed. So for example, any of you who were appointed to the LAFCO Commission, or any of you appointed to a special district or a JPA, it only would have applied to you in that appointed seat. However, effective the start of this year, SB 1439 amended the Levine Act so that it also applies to elected officers sitting in their own elected governing board. So it now applies to you sitting as a Board of Supervisor. And just for an example, likewise, it applies to city council people sitting in their role as a council person. So given this recent change in the law, the Office of the County Council recommends an addition of a Levine Act compliance guide in the board policy manual. This will ensure compliance with the act and generally put county staff and the public on notice about the act. So the following slide will cover the proposed board policy before you today. There's a few slides on this. The proposed policy would apply to all county officers and departments. And I don't want to read each slide verbatim, but I will summarize each one. So the first policy basically states, while an applicable proceeding is pending and for 12 months after a final decision, a county elected officer may not solicit or knowingly accept a campaign contribution more than $250. 2, if a county elected officer willfully or knowingly received a contribution of more than $250, they may not make a decision on or influence an applicable proceeding. 3, before participating in a decision in an applicable proceeding, a county official who received a contribution of over $250 in the preceding 12 months must disclose that fact on the record and recuse him or herself and leave the dais and the room where the meeting is being held. I also want to add, included in the policy statement is a statement that any questions on compliance with this act should be directed to the county council's office. This law is complex, it's involved, and in its application, it's very fact specific. So please do not hesitate to contact our office for direction. This slide covers the last two policy pieces of the policy that we're recommending. 4 is if the elected officer returns the entire contribution within 30 days from the time the officer knows or should have known about the contribution and relevant proceeding, the officer may participate in the decision. And then lastly, number 5, a party, agent, or participant seeking a license permit or other entitlement for use may not contribute more than $250 to a county officer while the matter is pending or within 12 months after there's been a final decision on the matter. The party to a pending matter must disclose on the record any qualifying contribution made within the preceding 12 months. Lastly, since the passage of SB 1439, many questions have been raised about whether the law is retroactive. In December of last year, the FPPC issued an opinion stating that the disqualification obligations in the Levine Act will not apply retroactively. This means county officers will not be prohibited from taking part in a proceeding where they received contributions of more than $250 before the start of this year. Likewise, applicable proceedings that concluded before January 1st of this year are not affected. So this concludes my presentation. This slide before you covers our recommendation. That is that you approve the proposed Levine Act policy and the board policy manual. And I would be happy to answer any questions on this.
We'll go to County Council, Les Gerard.
Thank you very much. I want to thank Ms. Donlin for putting this together. She's been on top of this since the legislation was adopted. I want to point out two things. Conveniently, this does not apply to the state legislature. You know, they apply things to you all, but not to themselves. The other thing is about the return of the contribution. The plain language of the statute says the contribution, and it doesn't say only that portion above $250. So why one might conclude that, well, if I just return the portion over 250, I'm safe. The best practice is return the entire thing and not just the portion over 250.
Thank you very much. And a point well taken regarding the double standard sometimes, not only on this, but on the Brown Act too, because the practice in Sacramento is that they should be talking to most legislators even before a vote gets taken on the Senate or Assembly floor. Supervisor Lopez.
Happy to make the motion, given that it's state law, but also wanted to point out one more funny piece. This was passed in 1982 at the $250. So if we were taking in today's inflation, it would be close to $800 in today's dollars, but that inflation is not included in the 1982 legislation. So it's just, again, numbers matter, but thank you for pointing out the interesting tidbit about folks that were exempted. Thank you, Les. But with that, I'll make the motion to.
Thank you. Motion by Lopez. Is
I'll
there a
second the motion.
By Church, and then we'll go to you for
few
comment.
more comments. So, okay. I think it's really clear what the line is here, but I know there's been a little confusion out there. So I want to just make sure it's one of the little public, but we're talking about $251 or more contribution.
Correct. More than 250.
Yeah, no, that's just wanted to make sure.
Or I guess 250.01 would
very
pop
good.
you over. So
Thank you very much for that
Yeah.
clarification. I just wanted to make sure I was out there. What also in terms of, this would apply to in-kind contributions, I assume? Or just monetary? And also what about gifts? Got any gratuities to a supervisor?
I'm gonna
Don,
off the cuff.
I'll take a stab at that. Yeah, I would apply it to in-kind value. I would assume that the FPPC will be enforcing it on that way. So if you receive an in-kind campaign contribution that is a fair market value of more than $250, I think that would be included within this prohibition. Your other question was
such as gifts or
so gifts are subject to a different rule, and there's a limit, an annual limit on the amount of gifts that you can receive without reporting, and then there's a maximum amount you can receive. So gifts would fall under that, but what you need to your campaign needs to look at is whether is the gift an in-kind campaign contribution or is it just a gift? And there may be a distinction in there somewhere.
Just one little follow-up on the in-kind. And I'm probably giving you a hard question here, but if the in-kind gift is a service, how does one return that?
You probably need to pay for it.
Okay.
And I guess I will add in the actual government code section and then the regulations interpreting it, that issue isn't directly, it's not spoken to at all. But I think Les's advice is good, that to err on the side of caution.
Yeah, I was looking at the FPPC page, and the gift limit for 2023 and 24 is $590. Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. Kind of sort of in the same line as Supervisor Church's questions. So if someone is given 2 tickets to go to an event and the tickets cost, say, $175 a piece, so therefore the value of the 2 tickets is $350, would that be no longer allowed? Or, I mean, sorry, not no longer allowed, but that would kick in, and therefore you would have to leave the room should something come forward that is dealing with the entity that provided the tickets.
Or return the tickets within 30 days,
Well,
30 days of receipt.
The threshold question is is it an in lieu campaign contribution? For example, if you're not campaigning for something and somebody gives you tickets to attend a sporting event or a concert, that falls under the classic gift and is subject to those limits. If you are in an active campaign for reelection and you're given tickets to a dinner where you might be speaking, that could be considered an in lieu campaign contribution because you're in an active campaign.
Okay.
So you need to be careful about how or for what purpose you're receiving the in-kind contribution.
Got it. Thank you. And so if it were two people, do you have to count the other person?
These are complicated questions. A gift of 2 tickets for you and a companion could be considered a gift to you in its entirety. So you need to be very careful about that.
Supervisor, ask you anything?
State law, so we intend to fully follow it. And I will just acknowledge that I think due to the complexities, there are going to be situations where someone inadvertently accepts something or isn't aware that, until you get your monthly report, for campaign donations, we get a monthly report. So at that point, decisions would have to be made. I think I look forward to additional clarification that I believe is coming down from the state as to answers to some of these questions. And I expect that there'll be some legal challenges as well. So thank you for helping us stay legal and compliant. And I will just, I guess, I do think that to the degree that we can limit the influence of power and influence of money on local government decisions, I think is a good thing. So I'm not opposed to the concepts that are being sort of proposed in the intent here, but the complexities of how we actually can implement it, I think are going to be a challenge for everyone. So.
County Council,
If I could just point out on the return, I believe it's knew or should have known about the contribution.
It's knowingly or willfully. It's knowingly.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, if you have a situation where you receive a campaign contribution from an organization, it may not be clear to you. So that wouldn't necessarily be what, if you find out about it, then you need to return it. And I believe there has been litigation filed on this already by one or more organizations.
And I guess the only other question, I think we've typically been talking about, contracts that the county has, and we think about land use decisions. We also have, the county has tremendous responsibility for social and health welfare programs. We have millions of dollars in contract with nonprofit organizations. We have nonprofit organizations who speak before us regularly. And I think in theory, reading how I'm reading this, maybe someone could argue that if someone on the board of a nonprofit and that nonprofit does business with the county, like that could potentially influence their ability to contribute to the community. The unintended consequence of that is I think there could be people who sit on boards who would step down from their board service in order to be able to continue contributing in the ways that they do locally. So there's a lot to be worked out with all this, but I think we have a motion in a second. I'll be supporting it today. Thank you.
And we'll continue to provide the board with updates, obviously, as this progresses. But I think this is a good first step to include the policy in our manual.
Agreed. Hopefully more cleanup legislation to not make it more difficult for public servants trying to do a job that Sacramento didn't impose on itself. Okay, thank you very much. A point has been made. There's been a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any against? Seeing none, motion carries 5-0. We will recess for lunch. We will be back for our 1:30 agenda. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Donlin, for a great presentation.
Thank you, supervisors.
Okay. Welcome, everybody. I'm Sheriff Tina Nieto, and I want to thank you for coming here today to talk about the recent events here in Monterey County and upcoming plan and rain events we expect over the next few days. Folks, we are not done yet. We are dealing with rain and wind events that I can only describe as a super soaker saturation event. Hashtag SUSOSAT. Since the beginning of the year, we have been dealing with these rain and wind events, and I would like to thank the community for their patience as conditions change, sometimes very rapidly. We have issued evacuation warnings and orders throughout our county during this past month and last month based on information provided by our government partners and community partners for the community safety. We got lucky last month when the flooding occurred only in sparsely populated areas of our county. And because of this, we can all start to experience what I call storm warning fatigue. Please do not ignore our warnings and orders. When we issue these warnings and orders, no matter what the chances are, when it happens to you, it happens 100% to you. Last night and today, Public Safety and County Resources had to conduct over 90 rescues. So please prepare to leave when you are under a warning, and please evacuate if you're given an evacuation order. If you see a close sign, turn around, don't drown. If you want more information on how to prepare for storm and for winter storm safety, go to the Monterey County website. We have a lot of information up there, folks. And I'm gonna just give you an example. In Pajaro, folks have asked, how many people do we have assigned to this event in the water rescues? Because we're still conducting them now as we're speaking today. So for the Monterey County Sheriffs, we have 5 members from our dive team right now out doing rescues. We have high water vehicles from our National Guard. Currently, we're using 3 of them. We have 1 on standby because, again, this is the entire county that's involved in this event. Search and rescue for the sheriffs, we have 9 members, and we will be bringing on personnel at night, too, to cover the night areas. Monterey County Sheriffs has performed over 6 drone flights to check our rivers and waterways. CAL FIRE has done 4 drone flights. We have extra patrol out in both South and North County to help with the road closures and also to help do public safety checks for areas that we have closed. We have help right now from the Salinas SWAT team. We've got Swift Water Rescue out of an OES team, and they'll be here overnight. We also have C-team people who are assigned to this event. We've been lucky so far. We've had no injuries and no deaths in our county. Although in some of our cities, we did have a fireman who was hurt when a tree fell on him, and so our prayers are out to him and to his city. Again, we've had 90 rescues since this event started just overnight. We've done 15 to 20 rescues by boat. We even rescued a man floating down one of the areas in a tube with his pet on top of him. We've done several rescues with our high water vehicles. And in South County, we performed 1 air rescue for a subject who was stranded in the middle of the river near Jolin Road, northbound Highway 101 on ramp H70. Look, the Pajaro River has breached. We all know that. The city of Pajaro, or the community of Pajaro, is flooded. Please do not go into those areas. I have other speakers behind me, and I'll be happy to answer more specific questions about rescues and what's going on with the county, but I want to give some time to our other speakers. Following me is Captain Ian Truxler from the California Highway Patrol.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Captain Ian Troxel of the California Highway Patrol, Monterey Area Command. First and foremost, our hearts are out to the community of Pajaro for this disaster that they've faced. Since the community of Pajaro flooded overnight, first responders have been working together to keep you and your community safe as possible. In Monterey County, we will need your help throughout the next few days. As the sheriff just said, this is going to continue, and we need your assistance to be prepared for that. You will see many, many road closure signs. Please adhere to these signs, as it is a safety issue for you and your families. Please abide by the signs that are posted and do not drive through road closures. We've already conducted many rescues from vehicles stuck in flooded waters. I want to thank the Pajaro community for their support and patience through this difficult time. The California Highway Patrol is dedicated to assisting our public safety partners. The Monterey area is committed to working alongside all of our allied agencies. If you have any questions or any further information, please go onto our Facebook page, Monterey California Highway Patrol, our Twitter account, Monterey California Highway Patrol, and our Instagram page. You can find information there on current road closures and situational awareness to prepare for these storms. If you have any questions, please contact our office here in Monterey. I just want to thank the Sheriff's Department and all of our allied agencies as we move forward through this disaster.
Thank you, Captain. I'll now be followed by Lou Bauman from Water Resources Agency.
Good afternoon, everybody. And let me reiterate what the commander and the sheriff have indicated. First and foremost, our hearts go out to all the families and the businesses and the individuals impacted by flooding from San Ardo all the way to Pajaro. This has been a significant event for our county, and you can be assured that the county will put all its resources in to ensure the well-being of these individuals. What I'd like to do this afternoon is give a brief update on the Pajaro levee failure, as well as some projected flows from the Salinas River that we expect in the coming week. As everybody is now well aware, the levee at Pajaro breached. It breached last evening around midnight, following a heroic effort by our staff to fight that flood event. Unfortunately, they were overwhelmed by the flows coming down that watershed, and the river breached a portion near River Mile 10 on the eastern portion of the riverbed, and it's approximately a 120-foot breach. It continues to flow. It will flow uncontrolled until we are able to secure that with interim protective measures. The state of California Department of Water Resources is currently en route with their contractor to formulate a mitigation plan that will require not only access, but appropriate materials and construction technologies to close that breach. Until then, there will be continued flows in the appropriate emergency response. Moving to the Salinas River watershed, keeping in mind that the Salinas River watershed is over 4,000 square miles. It's larger than the county itself. It's a very broad and complex watershed, and as we'll hear from the Weather Service, their role is to model the rainfall conditions, the stream flow conditions, the groundwater conditions, and project as scientifically as they can the projected stream flows. And as we saw in January, we had very high stream flows at the upper reaches of the watershed, and fortunately they were significantly reduced by the time they reached the Spreckles metering station in Salinas. This year, due to as you can imagine, the infiltration, the wet soils, we expect less infiltration of waters, and we expect them to move faster into the community. The current hydrograph, and again, a hydrograph is a plot of the water flow as a result of time, and as it moves down the river, it moves, if you will, in a hump, and what we are focused on is the peak of that hump, which represents the maximum flow rate that will be coming down the river. So in your mind's eye, you can imagine the hump moving from San Ardo down through the South City communities and coming into Salinas and ultimately to the river. So our current forecast has peak flows at the Spreckles station coming on Tuesday, very high levels at what they call stage 28. Again, I want to reiterate, this is a model. It's based on a variety of assumptions, and the Weather Service will be updating this probably 8 to 10 times before Tuesday. So these are very preliminary numbers, and we hope that those projected flows are less than currently projected. Let me just briefly, we've received a lot of questions of when will it hit, when will we get evacuation notices, evacuation orders. Again, it's very dynamic, and we're working with the EOC and the Sheriff's Office and our other teams. Let me just give you some preliminary data based on the current information we have from the National Weather Service in terms of the peaks. So from Paso Robles all the way down to the King City pedestrian bridge, the peak has arrived. So our next concern is when will the peak flows reach Soledad? It's currently forecasted on March 12th at 11 a.m., Chular on the 13th at 10 a.m., and Spreckles on the 14th at 4 a.m. Again, these are forecasted. We'll be watching these very closely. And based on that information, the Sheriff's Office will issue warnings and ultimately evacuation orders as necessary. The most important thing is for individuals and businesses to take this information seriously, to look at these projected times, make contingency plans for your business, for your family, and take the appropriate steps. We will be coming forward with that, but again, we wanted to give you an idea of the time frame and what to expect. So look for further information, and we will be available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. So currently evacuation orders are in the areas of Arroyo Seco. That was effective immediately March 10th. The Paro community, that was effective immediately March 10th. Santa Ardo, that went into effect today. We have evacuation warnings in these locations, areas of Carmel Valley, areas of North Salinas, areas of Bolsonols, Carmel River Lagoon area, Big Sur River, and all areas of the Salinas River. And again, please go to the Monterey County website for the latest maps to see where the evacuation warnings and the evacuation orders are. With that, I'd like to introduce David King from the National Weather Service.
Thank you, Sheriff. David King, National Weather Service, Bay Area. Just a quick recap of our current hazards. We have a flood warning in place for the area of the Pajaro River due to the ongoing impacts for their flooding. We also have a flood warning for the Salinas River in the southern part of that county because we are still experiencing that river at flood stage. And obviously you just heard from Lou Bauman that we are closely monitoring the Salinas River at Spreckles, and we are expecting it to enter flood stage just after midnight on Monday, reaching its peak later on in the week. In terms of a current forecast, this weekend is a very brief respite. Mild temperatures will prevail with lightly scattered showers here and there over the weekend. However, the weather will turn expected Monday night. We are forecasting another atmospheric river to impact the Bay Area and Monterey itself. With the confidence has already grown so that we've issued a flood watch for this atmospheric river as well as a high wind watch for this atmospheric river. Those watches begin on Monday at 10 p.m. and go all the way through Wednesday at 4 a.m. We are in close proximity with our county partners, so they have the latest and greatest information as these dynamic forecasts do change. However, given the close proximity of this atmospheric river to the last one that we just received a few days ago, the ground is incredibly saturated, as are the trees. It will not take much to knock down trees and cause power outages. Flooding is expected. If you come across flooded roadways, please remember, turn around, don't drown. And most importantly, we do urge the public to listen to your county officials with their information that they come out with, as well as their warning. And for any updated information to our forecast, you can receive it at weather.gov/Bay Area, and you can follow us on social media at NWS Bay Area. I'll turn it over to Sonia De La Rosa, the County Administrative Officer.
Good afternoon, and thank you for joining us this afternoon and taking time out of your day to listen to some of the updates that we have for you. Our focus since yesterday has been the preservation of life and safety for all individuals that are in flood zones. And we have been awake with you, to all of you that are experiencing the impacts of these floods. We are watching them closely with you and also helping with the sheltering throughout this county. Currently, we are setting up a couple more shelters that are closer to your homes and closer to your communities. And we have quite a few disaster service workers out in the community that are helping support folks on site. We, again, focused on extraordinary efforts, saving lives and property of those in the Pájaro and San Ardo area. Most importantly, life and the preservation also of animals for those individuals that are having to be relocated. Our water resources staff has been flood fighting, as was explained by Lou Bauman, and this has been going on pretty much since January, and even before that. We knew that there were a couple areas that needed to be fixed. There was reinforcement that was already applied, and even with that, the water was so much stronger coming through, and we continue to watch that as we see these different peaks come throughout the entire valley. Emergency staff is also working 24 hours. Many of the folks that are here manning the operations center and also throughout the community have been awake for over 24 hours supporting our community. We've added particular shifts in different areas to make sure that individuals are also able to rest at different times. Our emergency staff and the responders are going to remain alert as we anticipate this atmospheric river that's coming. And to the community, please continue to be aware. Please be aware of the dangers of going around certain barricades. I mean, it may look like the road is safe to travel, but the reality is that under the road has been undermined, and we're looking at areas where you could fall as much as 40 feet. And that is something that truly could be avoided. Do not go around the barricades. Do not move the barricades. And if there is blockage of any kind, please heed that and do not go into those areas. Again, we are continuing to monitor as we prep for the next storm. Be safe out there. Be aware. If it's not passable, do not attempt to do that. Otherwise, we'll be out there with you again, trying to save those that you have with you and yourselves. And in many instances, your car is not safe either. It could be moved by water as well. We have reached out to resources, both of our state and federal partners. Our legislators are working with us to make sure that our resources requests are being addressed quickly. We have individuals from the coalition working with our homeless population as well to ensure that they're safe, and also many individuals that have come in and asked us for shelter assistance. Our board members are out in the community. Joining us here today is Supervisor Askew. Our 4 supervisors not present today, each of them are out in their communities addressing different issues. Again, some power outages, some roads impacted, but also a lot of flooding throughout our community. For those shelters that we have set up, we have partnerships both with our nonprofit providers, but also many, many county workers that are out in the community and filling in as emergency disaster workers. We know that lives have been impacted. Many of the people that we work with live alongside you and had to be evacuated as well. So we are very much aware, and our hearts are with all of you as we move through this and then look towards recovery. But as we do that, again, please be mindful of the emergency that are out there, and also please stop at traffic lights. Many folks are seeing it and not stopping just unconsciously. Please have that awareness. And for areas that were impacted by power outages, we will be pushing out information through our social media to remind people to look at your food because some of it may no longer be okay to eat. In San Ardo and Pájaro, the water is not drinkable, so we are already working to try to get water out into those areas. So again, just be mindful of some of those things, and as you walk back into your home and things are still wet, again, just keep in mind some of those safety, and we'll try to push more information. So visit our websites. We're translated into different languages of both Spanish and then Mixteco audio so that folks are able to hear it. And then with our community partners, we'll be able to get even more information out there. So following me is Daniel Gonzalez, who will provide a statement also in Spanish for our community.
So, yeah, I have one more thing to add. Thank you, CAO. And this is from the SPCA. And so the SPCA is available for rescue and shelter evacuated animals. They also provide free pet food and supplies to anyone who needs assistance during this disaster. And they are basically responding right now to rescued pets in the Pájaro area and the San Ardo area. If you find a rescued pet or come across a rescued pet, you can bring that rescued pet to the Pájaro Bridge at Porter and San Juan. They have personnel with sheriff's personnel to take that pet, or you can take that animal to the Pájaro Valley Country Club golf course. For more information, you can call 831-373-2631 during the day or 831-646-5534 during the evening for emergency assistance, or you can visit the spcamc.org website for information on what to do with the pet or how to prepare for disaster. With that, I'll be followed by Daniel Gonzalez for the Spanish interpretation.
Good afternoon, Hello. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Daniel Gonzalez, Sheriff Nieto, and our CAO, Sonia, indicated. I work for the Department of Emergency Management. I am an emergency services planner, and I'm going to be providing the summary in Spanish of the press conference. I'm going to translate what Sheriff Nieto indicated earlier. Ahora voy a hablar en español, voy a hacer la traducción, un resumen de la traducción de lo que se ha comentado en esta conferencia de prensa. Voy a iniciar con lo indicado por la Sheriff Nieto cuando empezó la conferencia. Primero que nada, una bienvenida a todas las personas que están aquí y gracias por acompañarnos. Estamos aquí para hablar sobre los eventos recientes que han sucedido en el condado de Monterrey y los planes que tenemos para las lluvias que se esperan sobre los próximos días. Aún no terminamos, esto todavía no termina. Estamos tratando de trabajar con lluvia y viento y con eventos que solo se pueden describir como eventos de saturación de agua extremos. Desde el principio del año hemos estado tratando con estas condiciones de lluvia y viento, estas tormentas, y nos gustaría que la comunidad tenga paciencia porque estas condiciones cambian rápidamente. Hemos tenido y emitido órdenes de evacuación a lo largo de nuestro condado en estos últimos meses. Y basado en la información que tenemos, hemos emitido las órdenes, la información que hemos recibido de todas las agencias del orden público que están proporcionando información. En el mes pasado tuvimos suerte, no hubo inundaciones. Esto hizo que muchas de las personas no estén acatando las órdenes esta vez. Como sabemos, en Pájaro la situación está empeorando, entonces estamos pidiendo a la comunidad que hagan caso a las órdenes de evacuación cuando se emiten. Porque cuando nos suceden las cosas, a nosotros mismos nos impacta al 100%. Entre la noche de ayer y el día de hoy, hemos estado trabajando para llevar a cabo más de 90 rescates, así que por favor, prepárense para salir cuando haya una orden o una advertencia de evacuación. Si ve señalamientos en las carreteras de inundación, dése la vuelta, no se ahogue. Para más información, por favor, visite nuestros sitios de internet de la página del Condado de Monterrey y la página del Departamento de Manejo de Emergencias. Para hablar solo un poquito sobre los recursos que se han utilizado, tenemos ahorita un equipo de buzos que está haciendo rescates. Tenemos 5 miembros que han llevado a cabo 9 rescates y también aparte tenemos un equipo de búsqueda y rescate de 9 miembros que estará trabajando noche y día en el condado. Nuestro dron ha hecho 6 vuelos y el dron del Cal Fire ha hecho 4 vuelos para recibir información adecuada sobre las condiciones del dique en Pájaro que está sucediendo en este momento. Ahora voy a hablar un poquito sobre lo que indicó el señor de Recursos Hídricos del condado. Primero que nada, nos gustaría dar las condolencias a todas las familias del condado que están sufriendo por estos problemas, sobre todo en San Nardo y el pueblo de Pájaro. Como ya todos sabemos, el dique de Pájaro se rompió ayer por la noche a las 12 de la medianoche y teníamos personal trabajando en el área, pero llegó al punto de que era muy peligroso para ellos seguir trabajando y tuvimos que sacarlos de ahí. El dique se rompió con una extensión de 100 pies de apertura, la cual continúa fluyendo hacia la población de Pájaro. Hemos estado tratando de controlar el flujo de la inundación, pero no hemos podido resolverlo. El río de Salinas también es otro problema que vamos a estar teniendo en los próximos días. El río de Salinas tiene aproximadamente 400 millas cuadradas y los ingenieros están tratando de proyectar y pronosticar el flujo de agua que va a existir en estos días, sobre todo por el problema de los suelos saturados que estamos teniendo por las tormentas que pasamos en estos meses. Esto hará que el agua fluya más rápido y se espera que el pico del nivel del agua llegue a 27.8 pies de altura al llegar al nivel en la población de Spreckles. Estaremos proporcionando más información para la población en cuanto la tengamos más vigente. Como ya todos sabemos, la situación actual en el dique de Pájaro fue que el dique, como ya lo indiqué, se rompió la noche del viernes 10 de marzo, 10 millas antes de la comunidad de Pájaro. Perdón, cerca de la milla 10 de la comunidad del Pájaro. Actualmente la brecha tiene aproximadamente 100 pies y los ingenieros estatales y locales están trabajando para solucionar el problema. Hemos estado haciendo notificaciones puerta a puerta que se llevaron a cabo aproximadamente el día de ayer a las 3 de la tarde para contactar a los residentes y darles información sobre las advertencias de evacuación y las órdenes de evacuación y pedirles que salieran en ese momento. Desafortunadamente, como sabemos, se dio la ruptura del dique y tuvimos que hacer las evacuaciones de manera forzada con la comunidad. Algunos residentes fueron evacuados en la noche, pero incluso no abandonaron el área. El día de hoy hemos estado teniendo varios refugios abiertos donde hemos estado recibiendo a la población. Aproximadamente hemos recibido en los diferentes refugios, tenemos... Do we have the numbers of the shelter population? I thought we did. Oh, here. There it is. En los diferentes refugios tenemos que en la iglesia Compás tenemos 27 personas que están siendo asistidas. En los terrenos de la Feria de Santa Cruz tenemos 39 personas que están recibiendo servicios y en Sherwood Hall 35 personas que están recibiendo servicios. Ok, en total tenemos 5 refugios abiertos en el área. Tenemos refugios abiertos en Seaside, en Salinas, en Greenfield, en Castroville y también tenemos centros de asistencia de evacuación temporal en las diferentes bibliotecas de Prundale, Carmel Valley y King City. Entonces, estamos tratando de proporcionar la mayor asistencia que se pueda a la comunidad para que tengan un espacio donde asistir de forma segura con sus familias y puedan obtener un alimento, oportunidad de bañarse, tener donde estar durante este periodo de tiempo. Actualmente también tenemos varias órdenes de evacuación que siguen vigentes hasta este momento. Tenemos órdenes de evacuación para las áreas de Arroyo Seco, que están vigentes desde el 10 de marzo. Para la comunidad de Pájaro, como ya lo sabemos por las evacuaciones que están sucediendo, sigue vigente. Y también en Sanardo están órdenes de evacuación vigentes. Actualmente tenemos órdenes de advertencias de evacuación en el área del río de Salinas, que estamos esperando en los próximos días suba. Entonces, las poblaciones que viven o que están a un lado del río de Salinas van a estar recibiendo advertencias de inundación. Sorry, no ven. A la comunidad nos gustaría dar el siguiente mensaje. Por favor, sigan siendo conscientes de la peligrosa situación climática en la que nos encontramos. Estas tormentas no han terminado. Manténganse alerta, infórmense y sigan los mensajes de seguridad que se les van a dar. Por favor, regístrese en alertmonterreycounty.org, el sistema de alerta del Condado de Monterrey, para recibir mensajes y notificaciones sobre las emergencias que estamos teniendo. Como ya lo mencioné, hay albergues en Watsonville, en los terrenos de la Feria de Santa Cruz. También hay albergues en el condado de Monterey, en Salinas, Seaside, Castroville y Greenfield. Los centros de evacuación temporales son muy importantes en la ciudad de King City, Carmel Valley y Prunedale. Les agradecemos todo su apoyo y resiliencia durante estos momentos difíciles y seguiremos trabajando juntos para salir adelante. Muchas gracias. Me faltó un mensaje sobre el SPCA. Nos gustaría dar un mensaje. Si tienen animales o ganado y necesitan evacuarlos o movilizarlos, contacten a las oficinas del SPCA que les pueden ayudar a albergar a sus animales y a rescatarlos durante estas condiciones difíciles. Por favor, llame al 831-373-2631 durante las horas de oficina o después de horario de oficina, llame al 831-646-5534 para que les puedan proporcionar asistencia y movilizar a sus animales. Actualmente hay 7 perros, un gato, 11 gallinas que fueron evacuadas durante este periodo. Se está proporcionando alimento gratuito para los animales y especialmente para los animales que viven en el área de Pájaro. Por favor, si necesitan este servicio, contacten a los oficiales del SPCA. Muchas gracias.
Why didn't I have that? I'd like to introduce now Lenore Mendoza from the Community Action Board to provide information in Mixteco.
It's okay. It's like this. Okay. Den segundo, ña Quijico, ña Leonor Mendoza, la Yuquichon cuenta, ña Consejo, ña Acción Comunitario, ña Condado, ña Santa Cruz, quiera. Raña tashi, echa información, ña cuenta, ña Cumi, ña mi pájaro, yo, acá no coinindoch, ña bichavi, ya. Tacuña, si mi información, ya yo, raña cónica, china, ya, ña Condado, ña Monterrey, ya, ña. Takusha mi kuya yora kisha kumi sahbi kun siera la kanan sietimita chivara rata kunya konikisha inundar baña yoho kishika chisatara ñaka takubisti shantie kun sahvira iyo tinuka china casa evacuar nara sabana yivira konitanina raña koni kunda inindo ya ato tashantzaka kundora iyo takunya señalamiento kachina contra letrero kachiña kiaña ña nuña tianimi kara ki vindo inimi ikan kavando kundo chinukara ñata tobacco bañura ikan ñaka kuti takuña dron basto ña shako bakami ña cuenta ña pájaro miña río ña pájaro raña tieta shikiloka información sha'aña cuenta ña pájaro takumi ichara ña pájaro rakoba sabañura squera miña mikoni rakoba ushi milla shika iyo nuña nuni nishona mitskui rataku cuenta mina ingeniero ña estatal ra local ra nashto ni na shakoba kami karaña ka nishana kachto una shayibi tayuyena nishana sakashana raña ra kana shina ña tanina raña tashitina ña aviso ña emergencia antavana taku cuenta ña sheriff na kaku gishana ña rescate tabana mina yibira kobasha koba 60 bina ña rescate shi y yo ra tuka kuti carro tu so kunchava ña cuenta ña tabana ña yibi minu hutskui saba mina yibira na kisha evacuar na konira ña iyo tuna ni tani baraña kabiti kakuna chintiena na kanana tuka kuti cuenta ña vas tu MST kachna sora tuka kutaba na yibira ña shana ntiakana ña ntia refugio shini ñuna ra to shini ñundo takuntia ña cuenta ña asistencia ña emergencia ra ña bakayana kundo nantu kundo takuña albergue ña kundo ña chintiena to ra ña yo ya kuña cuenta ña sanardo takumi ña ichara ña salina ra ña cuenta ña sanardo ra ña satiani ya ña comunidad kan ña iyo ña orden ña evacuación ña ana miña ñu kachtuna shina satita kuña orden ña evacuación kaya koni kachaku ña shini ñu tanindora ña iyo ya ña cuenta ña arroyo seco ra ushi marzo kisha ña iyo te ña cuenta ña pájaro ra ushi marzo kisha te akaba ña iyo te ña sanardo ra bichi ña tashina ña orden ka ña iyo takuña Advertencia kachina karaña kayakoni kachitun una shintoña ko evacuación. Takuña área ña Carmel. Rasati bici ña Ushimarzo kishaka araña cuenta ña norte ña Salinas ra y marzo yaka. Ñeyo caen katukia ña río ña Big Sur raña Ushimarzo te acaba. Si ataku tike kachitundo shintoncia ña taku nuillo ña refugio ña kuku undo.
No quiero que te caigas.
Okay. Ña ello y ña cuenta ña refugio atoshini ñundo kundo ña cuenta ña Watsonville raña ello allá 26 East Lake ña ara ña Watsonville. Ña ello tinka tukia ña iglesia de la brújula 10-325 Main Street Rasalinas yaca. Ña ello inka tukia takuña cuenta ña temporal tamiña chitkia kuku undo ña biblioteca ña naka Prundel. Ña ello ti biblioteca ña Carmel Valley atoshini ñundo kundo. Sati biblioteca ña King City 406 Broadway Street ya. Ña ello ti Sherwood Hall 940 North Main Street ña Salinas. Raña kakachtundu ña yo información tashindunda andora rakunciando mindora tashini ñun chando kundo ña cuenta ña refugio ña emergencia ra kundo ña chiña kaya bachaca chinciana andora fácil chaca chinciana ando ika teshabindo.
With that, we'll take any questions from the press.
How long do you think it's going to take to stop the breach? What's the estimate? At this time, we do not have a precise estimate on what it will take to stop the breach. As I indicated earlier, we have the State of California Department of Water Resources flood control experts on site. They will deploy their contractor. One of the challenges is to determine the appropriate mitigation, whether that be super sacks or riprap or rock. They'll also have to determine available access to the site. And furthermore, they have a very short time frame before the next storm comes forward and additional flows come down the river. So until then, it is an uncontrolled flow. The last time this happened, I was told in the 90s. How long did it take then? Do you know?
That was in 95, and I don't immediately have that information. Quite simply, the magnitude of the flows. The levee did experience boils and overtopping locations as we experienced in January, both on the Santa Cruz side and the Monterey side. This time, the exact mode of failure is yet to be fully determined, but it certainly was difficult in the wee hours of the evening to determine precisely the mode of failure. Again, it's a tremendous volume of water. It continues to accumulate as we speak. There is drainage on the western side of the community. There are a number of culverts that would provide an outlet for the water. And I understand the water also flows down the railroad tracks towards the upper reaches of the Elkhorn Slough. But it will take some time, particularly with repeated rain events, for the area to dry.
How worried are you about this next storm? It sounds like you're concerned that this would push the boundaries even more.
Sir, we are concerned for all storms in all of our major watersheds. This is a particularly challenging situation where we can have repetitive flooding of the community. So again, we're putting our highest level of attention, and we do have the full force of the state of California behind us.
And one more question, I think we've talked about this throughout the whole press conference, but what is being done right now to repair the walls, or at least put a Band-Aid, sandbags, anything that you can do right now to help reinforce
That's precisely what we're evaluating at this juncture. Small sandbags are simply not significant mitigation for a breach of this magnitude. So again, we have the experts on site. They are evaluating mitigation and construction alternatives, and we are hopeful that we can begin deploying that in the next several days.
Are there any further questions from the press?
Sheriff, how many people are out of their homes?
We have approximately 1,700 people that are displaced from the Paro area. We don't have an exact count down in San Ardo area, about 100, 50? 50 or less in the San Ardo area where we've experienced the flooding.
And if the water keeps flowing, are more people going to be put out? Do we know that?
Again, I can't predict Mother Nature. There's a lot of watersheds that we're dealing with these super saturation events. Because again, for the public, it may be sunny here, but look around you, you see clouds. If it's raining in our foothills, because of the saturation of the soil, all this water is not going into our soil during normal times. The water is moving down our waterways into our rivers. And we're not talking about just one river. We're dealing with like 4 rivers in Monterey County.
Is the Nixle alert system been working effectively in communicating with the public?
We're actually double checking the Nixle system because there were some concerns that perhaps some alerts were not getting out. So we do ask that folks sign on to the Nixle if they haven't yet, or if they did and for some reason it's not coming through. Our understanding is that it could be something to do with some of the broadband type issues, antenna issues. So we're still tracking that down. But for now, anybody can still sign on and receive those Nixle alerts. It does allow you to receive it by different zip codes. So please do that. And again, it could just be an issue of a data problem in terms of the antennas. Yeah.
I have a question. We've kind of addressed this and we've been through it in January, but when will FEMA get here? The Red Cross, are they coming? I know you guys are working with that. Do you have an estimated time on when they will get here?
Red Cross and FEMA have been here actually. Red Cross is actually at one of our shelters assisting. We're still ramping up quite a bit because we are opening quite a bit of shelters. Even as we speak, not all shelters are currently available. When we're talking numbers of people, 1,700 from just the community of Pájaro is huge, and we have a lot of folks that did go to the Santa Cruz side. So we do have, we're working with our partners to the north, I guess it would be north of us in Santa Cruz to provide some of that assistance. The fairgrounds in Santa Cruz is available, and here in our communities, we're actually trying to open them closer to where the folks are from. And so we're working to staff it. A lot of the folks that you see as emergency disaster workers are our own county employees. We're redeploying people that typically, you know, again, this is a Saturday, Sunday. They're all, as many as we can, we're redeploying and assigning to different locations, including here to the operations center to make sure that we're able to provide timely information. The next piece is really just going to be to make sure that we have the resources at the shelters, the food, the clothing. A lot of people left their homes just with what they were carrying. So there's some assessment being done by our care and shelter group. And again, still staffing up quite a bit with our resources that are incoming from the state, from the Department of Social Services, and also Office of Emergency Services. Yeah. Any other questions? Thank you.
That ends this press conference. We'll be available for individual questions if you guys could stand by. Thank you.
$7,200 people, and our hearts are aching right now. Our wine community is multi-generational, cares about our land, our employees, our community, and it's very painful for all of our folks in wine to watch how many individuals and families are really devastated. Fortunately, most vineyards are elevated, and wineries also, and because of the season we're in, where a lot of the vines are still dormant or just starting to bloom, they're not being impacted. That's not to say there weren't vineyards really having a hard time. There's about 2 or 3 that have had significant damage. But in general, right now, because of the time of year, rain is very positive for the health of our wine grapes and soil. So it actually bodes well, as long as we don't continue having wine for this year's crop. That doesn't mean that we don't have tragedies. So, and we also need to remember that if this was to happen in 2 months, it would be tragic, not only to Monterey County. If it happens in any other wine community in the state, in a couple of months, we could lose our crop. So what we really need is a lot of regulatory fast tracking, and I imagine we'll talk about that in a little bit in more detail. And then we really want to make sure that the employees and the individuals and families that have been displaced get whatever support they need, get it very quickly. And that those that haven't been able to work because of these storms, that have had lost incomes, very, very quickly get whatever kind of relief they can. In terms of business relief, there are lots of vineyards and wineries that have had problems. They've lost culverts, they've lost pumps. So whatever support we can get with that would be helpful. We also have a lot of business income loss. People are not coming to Monterey County because of these storms. And so then we're losing sales. It's also really difficult for us to ship wine club shipments out right now. We can't even get FedEx trucks to come down to some of our wineries currently. And then for those vineyards that were impacted, even though it's a few, they don't have flood insurance. You can't get flood insurance for a vineyard. So the reality is, if they don't have the money to repair, make the repairs, clean up the vineyards, and then replant, they won't be in business. So we really need some relief funds for these businesses to provide whatever income loss that they've had, and then definitely for the vineyards that have been impacted.
Thank you very much, Kim. We appreciate that. And let's move to Norm Groot. Norm Groot is the Executive Director of the Monterey County Farm Bureau, and Norm has his finger on the pulse of the impacts that these storms and the previous storms have had on our industry. Welcome, Norm, and thank you for being with us today.
Thank you, Nick, and thank you all for being here today. Appreciate it. I'm going to try and be as quick as I can here. Crop fields in the Salinas Valley and the Pajaro Valley are experiencing significant flooding and inundation at this point. Salinas Valley flooding appears to be greater along the Salinas River than what we experienced in January, and with more impacts to fields and rural roadways. In January's storm events, we had over 15,000 acres that were impacted by flooding and inundation, with over $330 million worth of farm losses. We expect that current storms are impacting more acres, particularly west of the city's Salinas area. There will be more crop losses as areas that have not experienced flooding now are now experiencing it for the first time. The Nacimiento Reservoir has been releasing water into the Salinas River since late last week in anticipation of the inflow expected from these storms. With capacity now at 87% and more rain expected in the next few days, releases from the reservoir will need to continue. This contributes to the amount of water in the Salinas River already at capacity flow levels. The channel was not adequately maintained in recent decades, and capacity flow rates have been severely reduced due to sandbar buildup and excessive vegetation, particularly non-native vegetation that has overgrown in many reaches of the river channel. Levees have deteriorated due to permitting restrictions, and this highlights the need for a comprehensive channel maintenance program that state and federal agencies have been reluctant to issue permits for in the past decades. The Pajaro Valley has many acres of crop fields that are currently underwater due to the levee break over the weekend, and waters may not recede until that levee break can be reconstructed. This poses a serious threat to crop production for the entire spring season and possibly longer. As we've detailed in January, for crop fields to get back into production, a testing protocol is necessary to determine if pathogens are present in the fields. This could be a 60-day process after waters recede from the fields and damage assessments can be fully made. Food safety is our highest priority, and growers will follow the protocols established by the Leafy Greens marketing agreement. With fields being so saturated and inaccessible, planting schedules that are set for March will probably be delayed. Determining when planting schedules can begin will depend on how quickly the fields that are not impacted by flooding or inundation can be accessed and worked for planting. We're also aware that many farm workers may not have opportunities to work for their farming operations during these big storms and the flood events. Determining these impacts will require surveying farm employers about their flood damages and delayed work schedules. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Norm. We appreciate your input and agriculture's perspective from both you and Kim. I want to shift gears now and go to the Monterey County Water Resources Agency. Shauna Murray, one of our engineers, is on with us today. And Shauna, can you give us a situational update with regard to the Pajaro River, the levee mitigation efforts going on, and then the Salinas River and the things that you are watching and concerned about?
Yes, thank you. And I really appreciate the community's patience during this dynamic time. The flooding has been very widespread with many communities being impacted. To start with Pajaro and just in general overview, we're going to see systems continue to, stay high and be wet. And so we're going to have to continue our vigilance on watching the rivers and preparing. When these systems come in and the system's already very wet, the flows really do not decrease for quite some time. So on Pajaro, we have a primary breach up at River Mile 10. And then we now have a secondary breach at the outlet of By the Ocean at River Mile 1. And let me explain how this kind of benefits the primary breach. So when the river waters now can flow into the farm fields, they cross through Pajaro under Highway 1 and they go all the way to the ocean. There was a lot of pressure on the outside of the levee for that water. There was nowhere for it to go. So it has breached by the ocean. And now that's actually a relief valve for the community. So we're starting to see elevations of the impacted areas, the water starting to recede. And so this is actually a good news thing for a secondary breach like this. We have a kind of a threefold project at the primary breach. And the first thing was to get site access. This is a very remote site and it was very wet. So we had to build roads and build staging areas to start bringing in rock. And so that was completed yesterday by midday. The breach has begun being stabilized. You can see in this photo, the first boulder to come into the river was placed yesterday in the afternoon. This will continue. It's to stabilize the breach.
No, I didn't. I'm sorry.
We want to make sure that the breach doesn't get any larger. So our first primary objective is to stabilize the area. And you can see we're using a mixture of rock, of smaller rock to access the area safely by putting rock on top of the levee road and then putting the large boulders in the stream bed. Our third objective will be to raise the height of the temporary repair. And that's when we're going to see the river back in its channels. And so until that's done, the river is still going to flow outside of the breach. And so when these next storms come in later in the week, which look like very similar height to these last storms, we will have water coming over the breach area. Again, we want to stabilize it so it doesn't get larger. And we're trying to plug it. I don't have a timeline yet as to when that will be completed. As far as this, and this is one more way of, reinforcing the area, this picture of, we had to move the flood wall out of the way. That's off to the right, the river's off to the right. And this is just reinforcing so we don't cause damage to the existing levee. We are working 24/7, the state's operating the contractors, and they are working 24/7 until this problem is resolved. We're watching.
I'm sorry, Shauna, go ahead. My bad.
I was ready to switch to the Salinas River unless we want to.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. On the Salinas River, we are watching those peaks come through Spreckles, late last night and early this morning. We'll have another round of peaks coming out of the Arroyo Seco. which will hit the lower Salinas in the next few days, and then the upper Salinas and the San Lorenzo Creek, those watersheds come through afterwards. So again, the rivers are going to stay high. It looks like the Spreckles forecast may exceed the current flows in the next forecast. So again, this is a wet system, and the river will continue to stay high. The Water Resource Agency continues to do flood control releases out of Nacimiento Reservoir. We're still holding back these really large flows on Nacimiento Reservoir, but we're letting some of the water out for safe operations and to continue to have the capacity to take on the next storm events. I believe that's the end of my update. Thank you.
Thank you, Shauna. Shauna, can you comment on the Salinas River where it intersects Highway 1 in Marina, and what we're looking for over there with regard to potential for flooding onto the roadway?
So at this time, the roadway is still clear and open. I was out there about an hour ago and there looked like some capacity. The peak is coming through this afternoon, so we haven't seen it maybe quite yet. But we're almost out of the woods on the Highway 1. So we'll need to continue to monitor that situation over these next few hours.
Thank you, Shauna. And we're fortunate to have with us this afternoon Under Sheriff Keith Boyd. Under Sheriff Keith Boyd is representing Sheriff Tina Nieto. Sheriff, can you give us an update, situational update on public safety measures and the efforts of the Sheriff's Department along with our other first responders here in the County of Monterey? You're on mute.
Yep, there we go. Good afternoon, Keith Boyd, Under Sheriff, Monterey County Sheriff's Office. Currently, the Sheriff's Office is working in unison with his partners in the Emergency Operations Center, Department of Emergency Management, Water Resource Board, and our fire partners and other public sector partners to evaluate this ongoing incident as the water comes, as it rains, as it flows downriver. Our focus has been to plan resources and deploy resources based on the greatest potential needs to the community, prioritizing life and then property as we move forward. We've done, let me grab one data point, sorry, came through a moment ago. Sorry. Okay, well, it's not there, but we have a number of, we have our dive team deployed. We have another number of swift water rescue units from regional partners. Due to Sheriff's Office resources, we have also made requests for additional law enforcement resources from mutual aid partners throughout the region, utilizing the California law enforcement mutual aid system. Currently, we have a large number of our staff deployed in and around the Pajaro area, manning roadblocks and security perimeters to provide for that community while it's inundated with water. One of our big concerns is to ensure that those that are still may be there, that if they call for support, we're in a position to provide rescue services, but also we want to keep people out due to the high risk of dangers that are presented in that water area. We are also deploying resources up and down the Salinas Valley in preparation for water flows and issues. Overnight, we had some topping of roadway and river in the Salinas area, as well as some flows in and around the Spreckles area. So we're monitoring and deploying as needed. It's a constantly evolving situation, but currently our position is stable, but we are requesting additional resources in preparation for the incoming weather overnight to ensure that we can provide adequately for the community in a timely manner.
Thank you, Under Sheriff Boyd. We really appreciate you being here, and we appreciate everything the Sheriff Department is doing. We also have with us this afternoon, and I'm hoping he can hear me, is Juan Hidalgo, who is our new Agricultural Commissioner. Juan, would you like to make a couple of remarks with regard to what the county's Agricultural Commissioner's Office is doing in conjunction with the ag industry to ensure continuity? Agricultural Commissioner's Office is doing in conjunction with the ag industry to ensure.
Okay, sorry about that. Hopefully you can hear me okay.
Thanks for having me. I'm Juan Hidalgo. I'm the Monterey County Ag Commissioner. Certainly one of the roles that we're doing is working with our industry and our growers to be able to do some damage assessment. This is going to be a long process, and as mentioned earlier by some of the ag industry representatives, some of the damages that we're seeing now are quite alarming. We are seeing much bigger damages to our agricultural area than we did during the January storms. Certainly one area of assessment that we're working on is the Pajaro area. This was an area that was not quite as impacted in January as it was right now. So we're trying to reach out to those growers and try to do some assessments, but this is going to take some time. It does make it challenging when growers are unable to get into their fields, and hopefully that will happen with time as some of the flooding begins to recede and some of the roads become open for them to be able to access their fields and be able to really get a really good sense of the impacts to their agricultural areas and also impacts to infrastructure, which are going to be significant, especially in the Pajaro area. But as it was mentioned earlier, the impacts down the Salinas Valley are definitely going to be much bigger than what we initially saw in January, just based on seeing some of the images from flooding that we're seeing and seeing some of the evacuation orders. So we're going to continue to work with our growers over the next several weeks to be able to assess, get a good picture of what the direct impacts and potentially future impacts are going to be to our agricultural industry. This is something that is definitely going to set some of our growers back, especially as it was mentioned earlier. We do have some food safety requirements, and so that's additional time that our growers are going to need to be able to do what they can to get the field ready and hopefully get a crop in the ground. I think we're going to have some more impacts to commodities that had already been planted. I think in the area of Pajaro, there's a lot of strawberry and raspberry production, and those were commodities that were planted in the fall for production in the spring. And so we're going to be working with our growers to get a true picture of what that's going to look like for them, because I think this is definitely going to have an impact on any production yields. Plants can be quite hardy and they can recover, but if they stay underwater for too many days, it's definitely going to have some very significant impacts to those growers.
Thank you very much, Juan. We appreciate you being here, and we appreciate what the Ag Commissioner's Office is doing in conjunction with our industry partners in the Farm Bureau and the Monterey Vintners and Growers Association. Under Sheriff Boyd, you found your fact sheet there, and then go right ahead.
I did, and I just want to give some data points. So currently, the Sheriff's Office, we have our rescue dive team on 24-hour staffing. We've split that team into two 12-hour shifts. We also have our search and rescue team from the Sheriff's Office on 24-hour staffing detail. We have received on request from the National Guard 4 high water rescue vehicles that we are utilizing in addition with our SAR and dive unit high water vehicles. We have received mutual aid from, as I indicated, from our law enforcement partners. We've had staffing from the Belmont Police Department, Atherton Police Department, San Mateo County Sheriff's Office, San Jose Police Department, and Santa Clara Police Department. They are providing assistance on 12-hour shifts between now through this upcoming Sunday. We had to have 3 additional swiftwater rescue teams that are being provided by CAL FIRE on a call basis as needed. And we're working with the SPCA to address animal issues for those who may have left the evacuation areas but left animals due to their timely departure. We are doing close patrols of all our road closures and maintaining those road closures. In the Pajaro area, we have evacuated close to 2,000 people evacuated in the Pajaro, but we are still getting requests for services as the incident moves on. We have 1 school, 2 mobile home parks, and close to 800 homes in the Pajaro area impacted by floodwaters. That community is on a do not drink order, and there is no access to potable water. And as of this morning, the water was, as I was informed, was up a bit from yesterday. It's flowing currently through the ag fields and cresting over Highway 1. And we have concerns, though, if the water continues to ride, it will make our high water vehicles accessibility challenging. but we have boat units available to deploy if that predicament occurs. In the Arroyo Seco area, we have approximately 350 residents who are evacuated. We still have 20 to 40 residents who are trapped behind a road failure on the Arroyo Seco Road. In the Salinas River area, we have approximately 1,600 addresses under evacuation order currently. And with respect to rescues and such, we have provided approximately 150 to 170, and this number is ongoing, rescues of individuals stranded within evacuation areas from water issues. And we've conducted over 20 since yesterday. We rescued a woman and a baby who were rescued while trying to drive their car out of the Pajaro area through water, and their car was pushed into a ditch. We highly encourage people, if you see water, don't drive through it. Turn around, avoid the hazards of driving through water. It only takes a little bit to cause severe risk. We had a couple rescued on Railroad Avenue that was trapped in their house, surrounded by over 5 feet of water. During a rescue in a house, numerous people were rescued that were standing on the roofs of their cars and trapped in the water because the water was moving so high and fast. SAR has escorted maintenance into numerous produce cooling buildings so they could turn off the ammonia systems. Ammonia and other issues that might be released that potentially could have caused hazmat issues. Most resources, as indicated, are at this point are rescues at this point are people trying to drive through the water to leave, or people in their houses that were not wanting to be there anymore and did not heed the initial order to leave prior to the water inundating the area. We have made an arrest of one individual in the Pajaro area who was attempting to break into the Pajaro Coin and Laundry. And that was discovered by our staff while they were on patrol in the Pajaro area for that exact purpose. And we have had reports of subjects attempting to break into vehicles in the Pajaro area.
Stuck in a press conference that's going to go for an hour. Bennett needs.
That is what I have to offer. There was a question in there about any deaths or injuries, any missing people reported. At this time, the sheriff's office has no reports of deaths, and we don't have any reports of any subjects missing from the storm. We did have a plane crash yesterday outside Castroville, small plane crash, non-commercial. The pilot successfully parachuted from the plane prior to its impact from the ground. He sustained minor injuries, was transported to a local hospital. And that is my report out at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Under Sheriff Board. We really appreciate that. I'm going to go to the Q&A portion now of our press conference. Scott, I'm going to get right to you in just 1 second. Let me just buzz through a few that are in the chat. Victor asked if this was going to go on Facebook or YouTube. We are recording this, and we will post it to our Facebook and YouTube page, and we will send a link out to you once it gets uploaded. Also, there was a question in the chat earlier for Shauna. Shauna, could you shed some clarification light on how big that breach was, 300, 400 feet? And what was the approximate size of that breach?
Yeah, so it's pretty hard to estimate. So I know the number has jumped around a little bit. It started at about a little over 100 feet, and it has gotten bigger in more of the 300-foot range at this time is the best estimate.
Great, thank you very much. I'm going to go to the hands right now that are raised, and I'm going to go ahead with Scott, and then we'll go to Sarah. Scott, go ahead and ask your question.
Thanks. This is a question on the agricultural piece, both for Juan and Norm. Juan, you talked about strawberries and raspberries, but can you talk a little bit more about what's vulnerable next in terms of crops? And I know it's early, but what might this mean to yield?
it. If our team back there could make sure the volume on Zoom is up so people could hear loud and clear, please. And we'll test it. And somebody.
We're good now.
Confirm now? Good, loud and clear. Thank you. Thank you, audience on Zoom, for letting us know. Okay, so again, for those online, this is on item number 8, September Ranch Partners Project, Carmel Reserve LLC. Today we have Marlene Garcia, Housing Community Development Assistant Planner, starting us off here. And always feel free to, before lunch, test out the equipment, you know? There we go. All right.
Okay, good afternoon, members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Marlene Garcia. I'm with Housing and Community Development, and I'm here to present for September Ranch Subdivision PLN 110173. By recommendation from the Planning Commission, staff is seeking your approval for compliance with 2 conditions of approval for the approved September Ranch subdivision. Staff is addressing condition numbers 30 and 37, which require a general plan amendment and a rezone. Staff would like to add that this subdivision has 2 phases, and this is addressing phase 1. Phase 2 and the inclusionary housing lot, which is lot F, are not included or part of these conditions. The general plan amendment on the screen shows the areas in the beige dotted as open space that will be around residential properties. The lots in the beige at the northern part are low density, and the lots in yellow are the southern part are rural density. This would satisfy conditions for phase 1, and the vacant area would be for future phase of the subdivision. We are updating the zoning map to match the general plan designations to be consistent with the designation changes we showed on the previous slide. Staff is recommending that the board adopt a resolution to amend the general plan land use map and adopt the ordinance to amend the zoning map and find that those are consistent with the previous environmental review. Staff concludes presentation and is available for questions. Thank you.
Okay, end the presentation. All right, I'll take this to the board. Any questions, comments from the Board of Supervisors? Seeing none? Any comments from the public on this project? Seeing none?
There's one hand raised.
Okay, we'll go to the public on Zoom.
Angela D. Novella.
Angela, are you speaking on item number 8, September Ranch? The other item is later.
You took her hand up.
Yeah, she's here for the Farmworker program. Okay, so do we have a motion and second on this?
Move approval.
Moved by Lopez, seconded by Adams.
Yes, and I did want to make a quick comment.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
expected we would have some public comment, but I just wanted to say that the Carmel Valley Road Advisory Committee has been interacting with the developer on proposals for traffic management at the entrance of the development. And you'll probably hear about that at some point coming up, but the exchanges have been very cooperative and very positive.
Thank you. Seeing no other comments and no comments from the public, there's been a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those against, motion carries unanimously 5-0. Moving on to our next item, we're going to item number 9. This is on a project by the California Department of Transportation, Highway 156 roundabouts. Consider environmental effects of a project. I'll just jump to staff presentation. There's a long title here. Anna Cuenga, principal planner, will make comments on this. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Alejo, members of the Board of Supervisors, Anna Jeanette Kinga, Principal Planner with Housing and Community Development, presenting on the Highway 156 and Castroville Boulevard Interchange Project. The proposed project focuses on roadway safety improvements by replacing the at-grade Highway 156 and Castroville Boulevard intersection. Roundabouts 1 and 2 shown on the slide will be constructed and connected by a new bridge, resulting in a grade-separated interchange. The 156 access points at Monte del Lago and Simon Park, shown on the lower right-hand side of the slide, will be eliminated and replaced by a frontage road connecting to roundabout number 2. Castroville Boulevard will be realigned and connect roundabouts 2 and 3. This will allow separated vehicle lanes and construction of safe bicycle and pedestrian lanes at the existing Castroville Boulevard. On December 6, 2002, the Board of Supervisors adopted a resolution and ordinance to amend the North County Land Use Plan and Coastal Implementation Plan Part 2. This is otherwise known or referred to as the Local Coastal Program. This was done in order to allow safety improvements to Highway 156 in the Castroville Boulevard intersection, despite impacts to agricultural and biological resources. On February 10th, 2023, the California Coastal Commission certified the amendments, and the plans as amended are now in effect. As part of the December 6, 2002 action, the board also adopted a resolution of intent to approve the Highway 156 and Castroville Boulevard interchange combined development permit. In accordance with this resolution, staff is now returning to the board.
Donna, can we get you to mute, Donna?
Valerie muted her. Thank you.
Thank you. Staff is now returning to the board so that you may consider the environmental effects of the project as described in the National Environmental Policy Act and California Environmental Quality Act documents certified by Caltrans January 31st of 2013. Adopt a statement of overriding considerations, finding that there are public safety, access, and congestion relief benefits of the project that outweigh unavoidable impacts to the conversion of agricultural land. Approve the combined development permit to construct the Highway 156 and Castroville Boulevard interchange project on slopes in excess of 25% within 100 feet of environmentally known sensitive habitat areas and also involving tree removal. Finally, staff recommends the board adopt a mitigation and monitoring reporting plan. The North County Land Use Plan identifies the need to upgrade Highway 156 to provide reasonable level of service and traffic safety. As amended and certified, the Land Use Plan specifically acknowledges that safety improvements to 156 and Castroville Boulevard could be permitted despite impacts to coastal resources, provided the development meets certain tests that are summarized here on this slide. The project would need to be found consistent with all the other resource protection policies of the plan. Roadway improvements need to meet public access and provide a stable boundary between the roadway and adjacent coastal resources. Improvements shall be the least environmentally damaging development available, and any impacts to coastal resources are mitigated to the maximum extent feasible. As demonstrated in the findings and evidence contained in the draft resolution, the project has been found with the local coastal program. The county received public comment on this item specific to draft language contained in conditions of approval 7. The primary concern identified in the comment is with the last paragraph as shown here on the slide. This makes reference to accreditation by the Land Trust Accreditation Commission. This would preclude entities like the Ag Land Trust from qualifying as a recipient of the agricultural mitigation land. The purpose of staff's draft language was to ensure that the conveyance would not be subject to California Code Section 714.6, as that section allows a process to make covenants unenforceable, which could have the potential for the mitigation land to be developed. Staff considered the public's concerns, and after in-depth review of state law, staff proposes modification of the condition as shown here on the slide with the strikeout and underline. This language ensures that the conveyance meets the exclusions identified in section 714.6, that the conveyance is consistent with the local coastal program and would not result in language that would restrict qualified recipients of the mitigation land. Staff also recommends modifying finding 5 evidence D to add detail outlining how the covenant would qualify as an exclusion to section 714.6. The draft language is provided for your consideration on this slide, and it's shown in red text. Since it is rather lengthy, I'll pause for just a moment so you can review the draft language. So based on the findings and evidence provided in the board report, and with the presented modifications, staff recommends that the Board of Supervisors consider the environmental effects of the project as described in the final environmental impact report and environmental assessment with finding of no significant impact, together with the National Environmental Policy Act revalidation form and California Environmental Quality Act addendum certified by Caltrans January 31st, 2013. Staff also recommends the Board of Supervisors adopt a statement of overriding considerations, finding that there are no public safety access and congestion, that there are public safety access and congestion relief benefits of the project that outweigh the unavoidable impacts to the conversion of agricultural land. Approve the combined development permit to construct the Highway 156 Castroville Boulevard interchange on slopes in excess of 25%. Within 100 feet of environmentally sensitive habitat areas and involving tree removal. And finally, adopt a mitigation, monitoring, and reporting plan. This concludes staff's presentation, and I am available for questions if you have any.
Thank you very much. Let's go to, thank you for the presentation. We will go to questions and comments from the board. Don't see any. Supervisor Church?
Thank you.
Start us off. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. It's a little hard to catch all those changes and, written in lawyerese and understand it in quite that kind of a quick review there. So the changes that are being proposed on there that you're proposing would then allow something such as Agland, organization like the Agland Trust to be part of this, correct?
Through the chair, that would be correct. They would have to qualify under the state as a nonprofit organization with the purpose of
right, which I believe it's been a nonprofit since 1984, so that wouldn't be a problem. And I didn't catch it. The Land Trust Accreditation Commission, is it still included inside here anywhere?
Through the chair, on this slide, this is the condition, the proposed condition text, and right after, I think it's the 4th line, right after 815.3, it must be accredited, is stricken out.
No, I feel more comfortable with that. I don't know, familiar with it. I looked them up. They're a private organization based out of Saratoga Springs, New York, which I always feel we have a little better grasp of land trust organizations here that are local than someplace in New York. So I could accept that change. Thank you.
Supervisor Adams?
I too was concerned about the Ag Land Trust not being included in this, and that worried that the Ag Land Trust had been in existence before the Land Trust Accreditation Commission. So kind of hard to go backwards. So I was very pleased to see that that's taken out. So I'm comfortable with it now as well. And then I do have another question on a different subject, but it's the same question that I asked this morning. And that's, again, we don't have all of the funding lined up. And how long do you think it would take to get the rest of the funding for the entire project? And when we talk about doing it in incremental stages, if we aren't able to acquire all of the funding in order to begin, what would sort of the priority be as far as what parts would come first? And are they segmented into standalone projects essentially within the overall project?
Through the chair, Caltrans would be able to answer the funding question and the details regarding actual construction. However, the plans that were submitted to staff and analyzed by staff to ensure there was still traffic and vehicle access on the road did show that it was broken up in segments where they would do the least impactful first and then continue on until the project is completed.
So when you say least impactful, do you mean the least interruptive for the normal traffic flow? Or do you mean it's going to have the roundabout's going to come last because that's going to have the biggest impact on the success of the project?
That's correct. Through the chair, they would first begin with prepping the new roadways, the realignments, so that there's still pass through on 156 as well as access to Castroville Boulevard. Then the roundabouts would come next.
Okay.
And then finally the bike and ped, turning Castroville Boulevard to bike and ped lanes.
Thank you so much, Anna.
You're welcome.
Anyone else?
Thank you.
All right.
Want to acknowledge and thank staff for all of the work that you guys have really leaned in on this project to get it through all the barriers and the boulders that have been tossed in the way. It's a critical connector road for the entire peninsula, and the fact that we continue to have higher than average collisions at this location is concerning and in need of immediate attention. So for the health and safety of our residents, and then the access pieces, just want to say thank you. And then to the community members who've been paying such close attention to this project, who are reading through all of the detail, who are bringing additional issues to our attention so that we can ask staff to dig in. The fact that you were able to pull together some of these additional language changes overnight, really appreciate. I know that meant someone was working pretty late into the evening, but we see it and we appreciate it. And I'm pleased with the changes that have been put forward, and tend to fully support everything today. But just want to thank everyone who was so on top of their game to get us to where we're at sitting here today. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I'm good with supporting this today. I just hope that maybe one day we can name one of these roundabouts after Alfred Diaz Infante. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I just want to say this is a project that has many pieces, has been long in the planning. When I was in the legislature, we with Senator Kehoe, we authored legislation to allow these kind of projects, to allow nonprofits to be able to manage mitigation lands and to be able to get the state money for the maintenance of those projects, because that was causing a delay in many of these kind of highway projects all throughout the state. And if you would wait for the Department of Transportation to manage these, it was just putting an extra barrier in the process. And in fact, one of the first local nonprofits that acquired some of those mitigation lands to hold in trust as a conservation project was the Elkhorn Slough Foundation in Supervisor Church's district, and I was able to go to that first ribbon cutting project. So this was intended to help nonprofits such as that. It also helps us move projects along. And then Senator Bill Monning carried legislation specifically on also some of the environmental impacts for this particular project. And so now here we are. I'm glad we can move it to the next step. But there's some affordable housing projects that are waiting for this to happen. A lot of low-income families will benefit from this. Chief has been working on this for such a long time, and I'm glad that this could get the support of our supervisors here because it's very much needed. And the highway improvement there, I think, would help save lives and just help the flow of traffic as well in the long run. We'll take this to the members of the public. Anyone in chambers or online, this is the time to make comments on this, and we'll give you 2 minutes. I don't see nobody in chambers, so we'll go to those online. Nobody online, so we'll bring this back for a motion. You want to go for it?
I shall move to approve staff recommendations with the proposed changes that have been presented today.
Second by Lopez. Second by Askew. Okay. All right. Motion. There's been a first, second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much for your work and your presentation. Very much appreciated. Okay, that that ends item number 9. We're going to go to other board items. We're going to start first with our CAO officer comments. She's been very busy these days. Our new CAO came into his job dealing with a lot of storms and a lot of other crises, but she's doing a good job. So we'd like to hear about some of your work. Thank you.
So this probably marks about, I'm in the 70s of the number of days I have been with this county. And in this time, we've had 2 emergency events. And the one thing I'd like to highlight is just the number of people that are participating in response to those events that also have day jobs that they're trying to complete when they're not assigned to the Emergency Operations Center. We have representatives from both the state and federal government that are here assisting us. And it's multiple agencies that are helping us make decisions as we go forward. As of yesterday, we had about 450 individuals still in shelter within that are from the community of Pájaro. There's also many people that are living in their cars or living with relatives or family members or friends that are in the city of Watsonville or surrounding area within Monterey or Santa Cruz County. Some of those individuals have raised a lot of issues that are related to tenant rights. And just to give you a little bit of perspective, those that reside within the community of Pájaro are about 75% renters. And in many instances, there's a lot of overcrowding. So we are looking into identifying those places that were used as households and making sure that we're identifying all the households that were impacted. We are waiting to hear from the state for the second portion of the FEMA categories. Right now, we do have emergency and some infrastructure dollars that we could receive reimbursement for categories A and B. We're waiting on category C through G, which includes the individual assistance, and many of our folks are working to calculate approximately what the cost has been. We are estimating well over 100 million, and that's just preliminary dollars. We're expecting that that number is going to go up significantly. And then this accounts for infrastructure and agriculture, as well as residential and business structures. As of this morning, we know of 2 homes that were completely destroyed as part of the floods within the county. And then there's many more that have major damage or minimal damage, minor damage. And we are working to begin the reentry, but not repopulation of Pájaro. And going forward throughout the course of this week, we'll have a little bit more information because we want to make sure that we're providing resources to individuals that will be going home. This evening, we do have a town hall at the shelter to help people understand what they're going to be facing when they do go back home, the level of cleaning that's going to need to be done, but also there will be some residences that cannot be occupied overnight. And we want to make sure we share that information. And then, of course, we are focused on both the housing going into the future and also debris removal, because there's going to be quite a bit of debris. The entire town of Pájaro went underwater. There's some folks that because of the elevation of their home, the water did not intrude, but there's many that it did, including the church within the community of Pájaro and our library, and many businesses that tried to go in and turn off a couple things, because when we evacuated them, it was overnight from the 9th to the 10th. So we are working diligently to try to identify what needs people have. And we know that we have a ways to go, but just know that we're doing it simultaneously while we're still trying to conduct business and working with our press and news media to make sure that we are sending information out timely and informing people of the how-tos once they go back into their homes. So we've been very busy, and I am very appreciative of everybody that has stepped up, from our workers within the county, but also many volunteers, including the Red Cross that's helping us stand up the shelters within the different locations that they're at throughout the county. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, CAO Sonia De La Rosa. Appreciate your comments and those acknowledgements. There's no new referrals, so we'll skip over number 11. We'll go to number 12. Receive a report in response to the board referral to allow each supervisorial office greater opportunity to tailor its staffing to meet the needs for its district constituents. And we have back again Irma Ramirez-Bao and Kim Moore and Wendell Sells to make the presentation from our HR team. You guys are busy today.
Yes, just as busy as you all are.
So good afternoon, Chair Alejo and members of the board, County Administrative Officer Sonia De La Rosa, and County Council Les Gerard. So we're here today to come back. I would say, I hope, third time's a charm. So we came out originally in response to a board referral made by one of our board members here to look at the ability to have for each district office to have a greater flexibility in their staffing levels for their districts. We came on February 7th and provided an initial review, and we followed up on February 28th. And just to kind of recap, these are the dates here up on your screen. I'm moving on to the next screen. The direction we received on the 28th is for the Human Resources Department to work with the County Administrative Office and to work with County Council's office to draft an amendment to our PPPR that would allow greater flexibility for staffing for our Board of Supervisors district offices. We have amended the PPPR and we have attached that to the board report. And Wendell, I'm going to have you take lead on that portion of the amendment.
All right, good afternoon, board members, chair, and the public. So what you see on your screen is also a part of the report, staff's report, attachment A. We have the PPPR, our Personnel Policies and Practices Resolution amendments for section A38, Board of Supervisors staffing. So what we did is based off of the board's directive, we added in some language into the provision, which would clarify allowing the board to have the flexible staffing, which would be one allocated chief of staff and two full-time equivalent policy analysts allocated in the budget each fiscal year. In addition, we cleaned up some language to clarify some options that the board has to be able to underfill those positions. So for example, the board offices would be able to underfill one of those policy analysts as a executive assistant, as long as they remained within their budget appropriations for that fiscal year. At the bottom of the amendments, you'll also see some additional staffing options that the board may implement to include appointing temporary employees or securing administrative or clerical services to be paid by claim provided by hourly or monthly salary. So this is the amendments that we worked on with the County Administrative Office and also the Office of County Council. So I will pass it back up to Irma if there's any questions.
Yes, and so does the board have any questions on the proposed update to the PPPR?
Mr. Chair. I was reading the language. We'll start with Supervisor Church. Go ahead.
Well, I think the important thing on this to point out is that it's not leading to an increase in costs as long as you can work within the current budget. And that was, been my original intention all along here. I think it's gives even greater flexibility with some of the cleanup that you've done this time around. And I'm, of course, and great support of this, and for all three of you and your work and trying, putting this together right, in my view. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Clarification on that. So if we're doing two full-fledged analysts, it is an increase over what we have, right?
No, you're going to remain the status quo of the budget. So and again, it's salary placement, step placement, but you can have two policy analysts or you can have an underfill. The cost of an executive assistant and the policy analyst, the salary range of an executive assistant at the step 7 is relatively close to step 1 of a policy analyst. And there's as well as the management benefits.
But the language here says 1 full-time equivalent chief and 2 policy analysts, and that will be fully loaded in the budget year. So right now, the executive assistant is not at the level of a policy analyst. Are you saying that the first red line sentence is not accurate?
No, it is accurate. The way, and I'm going to defer to so this is accurate, but I'm going to defer to the budget office, because what happens is within your budget appropriations for your district office, you have X amount of dollars, whether you spend it on service and supplies and travel. So you have the ability to shift and spend the money, have as you see fit. So with this language and working with the budget office, as long as you work within all your travel and your expenses, you should be able to meet this. Now,
But it's not, I guess what I'm struggling with is status quo right now. If we're saying that they're allocated is not to policy analysts, a lower level paid position is that administrative assistant. So I'm just not understanding how we're saying this is status quo when in fact would be slightly higher.
I think we're not taking any action to increase the total budget for any offices. So we're providing flexibility without increasing the total budget. To answer your question, I had another question too.
Yeah, I mean, the language doesn't make sense to me with the full-time equivalent, right? Because that tells me we're loading them at step 7, these 3 positions, and saying then you can move those dollars around as you see fit to meet the rest. And I get that, but currently that's not our baseline currently. So we are upping it and then saying this is a new baseline. Is that not accurate?
I would say that is not accurate. What I've been told by the budget office is that you have your set budget dollars that you have. If you decide you want to have 2 policy analysts and where you put your step placement, you can move around your dollars and reduce your travel, reduce your services supplies to have the 2 policy analysts. So that is an administrative decision that you will have to make. Or you could choose to just say, I really want to spend my dollars in travel. I really want to spend my dollars in services supplies or rental space or whichever. But your dollar budget is X amount of dollars, and how you want to spend it, you will be able to determine how you want to spend it.
Can we hear from someone from budget? I'm just not understanding.
Let's go to Mr. Vega. Thank you. To answer Supervisor Lopez's question.
Yes, thank you for that, Supervisor Alejo, members of the public. So the proposal, as I understand it, and the board report is that the board offices will be given the ability to have up to 2 chief of staff positions. So those positions will be allocated. I'm sorry, two policy analysts. I'm sorry, I misspoke. I misspoke. I completely wrong on that. But
don't make it more complicated, please.
I tried to make it more complicated. It didn't work. So yeah. So on that, it'll be the 2 policy analysts, and the offices will have the ability to underfill one of those policy analyst positions with the existing position as you may have. So it will not necessarily mean a higher cost. And also wanted to make the clarification is that we don't necessarily as a county budget all those positions as step 7. So I think that was creating part of the confusion. So what we do is that we look at the maximum cost of one of the one of the district offices, and based on that higher cost, then we allocate the same level of funding to all the different districts to ensure that there is equitable funding for all the offices. So if this is implemented as recommended on the report today, what this will mean is that you will have the flexibility to hire up to 2 policy analysts in your budget, but that will be your choice, but that will be without any change to the overall budgeted amount. So you have, for example, $1 million overall in a budget, even though that's just a number that I'm just taking out of thin air, that's not exactly reflective of your budget, then that same dollar amount will remain for the fiscal year and also for the upcoming fiscal year. So it will be your choice as to how you allocate those dollars within that allocation.
So if I'm hearing this correct, we're saying that we have not had the practice of fully loading the positions, which was a back and forth last time that we never got a clear answer on. So we're saying that's not been the practice, but that will be the practice moving forward based on 2 policy analysts and a chief. That's what we're hearing, that we are shifting the policy to be fully loaded, 2 policy analysts and a chief, and then each supervisor will have direction over how they allocate that within their budget.
Yes.
So that is the policy shift in terms of where we're coming from now. If somebody wanted to hire 4 or 5 people, would that be allowed under this if they can manage it within the budget? Okay,
You need allocations.
right, within
And
within
you
their
could bring
office
in,
budget or
and
allocation.
you could bring in temporaries are not sitting on an allocation, so you could bring temporary help as long as you've maintained your budget. An allocation is fully loaded with the benefits.
Okay.
Supervisor Askew?
Yeah, I have a couple questions and just a clarification, because I think we are still getting some mixed signals in response to Supervisor Lopez's question. So one question I had on the thank you. I think you heard the direction that I felt like we were giving. So thank you for bringing that back. What I'm understanding is that we're providing the PP&R language change to allow for the flexibility without taking any action to increase financial resources allocated to each district.
That is
So
correct.
that's my understanding of what we're doing right here. And it seems very clear to me. The one question I did have in regards to the PP&R change, and if you scroll down a little bit where you go into the additional staffing options that the Board of Supervisors may implement are as follows. My question was, and we didn't give this direction last time, but would there be an option to add an option C that speaks to the ability for the supervisors to use our budget to support internships? So if I choose to underfill my second, so if we take this action and I were to, for instance, choose to underfill my admin position, which I'm actively hiring for anyone who's interested in applying, the position's open. And there's additional funding within my office budget that I could then choose to hire interns on a short-term basis, or would that just fall under the temporary?
It falls under the temporary.
Okay, so interns would be included under option A here.
Option A. the
Okay,
temporary.
so okay, perfect. That was my question. So I think that gets at some of the flexibility that you've been looking for as well, Supervisor Lopez, for how do you, although without the additional, maybe from a staffing perspective, it would give that flexibility within the PPR, but without adding the addition, you would be asking for additional money for the department to be able to pay for those. What I hear Supervisor Church saying is, I just want the flexibility to allocate positions without any additional resources being allocated, which I think is what we're moving forward with today. And I'm comfortable supporting it. And I think it's been a good conversation.
So I'm back to being confused only because if we're fully loading the policy, 2 policy analysts and the chief, overall, there is a budget impact.
And I think I'm not giving that direction for budget
Supervisor
impact.
Lopez, and then I'll
Yeah.
So I'm just confused on that piece. I do see a budget impact at that. If that is the new policy, right? Whether it's this year or next fiscal year, there will be a budget impact in terms of that additional money will be moved in to control of the office up front. What we heard was that hadn't been the practice. And so that means that we had not been putting that money aside for use by these offices, but from here on out, we will be, and we will be given flexibility with that money, but we are upping the total allocation for our unit. Is that not right?
When you say allocation, and so I just want to make sure I'm clear, allocation is a position. That's how I.
Yeah, and I'm not, okay, I'm not saying allocation, I'm saying line item. The line item for budget is at 8015, which is the overall Board of Supervisors unit will go up next year based on this policy decision.
It should not. This recommendation is cost neutral. That is the direction we got from the board. The budget office will work, as my understanding, will work independently with each of your offices to ensure that you don't go above your budget. In the PPPR language that we specified in here, and if you want to scroll up a little bit, we do say that that you have to maintain, it's in accordance with the appropriations of your fiscal year. So in June, when you approve the budget for the next fiscal year, you have your set budget and you cannot go above and beyond what that is. Now,
Okay, let's go to Supervisor Askew, then I'll come to our CEO and the county council, but I told Supervisor Askew I'd go back to her.
I don't know.
Wait, you're good? Okay, let's go to county council and then CEO De La Rosa.
Thank you. I would submit that as written, the policy is revenue or financially neutral. What will change is when you make your budget decision about how much money you're going to give each of your offices in the coming fiscal year. This does not automatically do that, okay? What it does is it provides you complete flexibility to manage your budget. If you can live with a chief of staff and one policy analyst and put away money to go to that conference in Fiji, you can do that. So, or you could, you manage your budget so you can have two policy analysts. But as written, this is financially neutral. How it impacts the fiscal year is based on your decision on how much money you give yourselves for the following fiscal year.
Well, I just want to be clear. Fiji is not what we're talking. We're talking about actually legislative conferences related to our work as supervisors. That's when we do travel. It's not leisure vacations. Sonia De Los Ríos. Thank you. Okay. I want to echo Supervisor Lopez's comments because even though it may be cost neutral as presented, the presentation we got last time said that if it was budgeted, perhaps not for this year, but for next year, if it's budgeted for the two policy analysts, your team made it very clear that they estimated it would be a cost of $20,000 additional per office. And now we're hearing that it's not. And I think Supervisor Lopez has a good point because it might not be true for this year because we were already allocated our budget, but next year, a planning office budget of two policy analysts and a chief of staff automatically results in that bump that you are recommending. That's the numbers you put out there. The second concern I had is what you also raised last time, which was what I foresee happening is that when an office, we've all functioned this way and there was never an issue in our offices. Not once in my 7 years did somebody say we need to rechange and relook at the flexibility in our office. It's been working fine. This came from Supervisor Church as a new supervisor. But what the concern you raise is that if you hire two people as policy analysts, because their pay steps are much greater than an executive assistant, it's only a matter of time that they can reach in futures will reach that budget ceiling. And what I foresee happening is one office is going to reach that. It's going to come over budget. And the following year, we're going to say, let's increase the budget because that one person made these changes in hiring two policy analysts and chief of staff. And therefore, staff said, well, we should all bump up office budgets. We've all managed our budgets very closely. Our chief of staffs, our staff, we've stayed under budgets. It hasn't been an issue for any of us so far. I want it to remain that way. But I don't think that the first order of business coming in here this year is raising our office budgets or approving a policy that will inevitably put pressures to increase our office budget because we hired staff that are at a higher level. The other concern I have is the underfill language. So when we're talking about underfilled, we're talking about lower paid staff. Do they have any benefits?
Yes. Yes.
And what would be their titles? Do interns get benefits?
Yes. Not interns, not interns.
You're
I'm
saying
sorry, I
yes,
didn't hear you. No,
Kim is saying
interns
no.
do not, not interns, not temporary help. So
Okay, but
underfills
temporary, there's a definition for that because that's usually
Yes.
like if an office transition or somebody left, you need somebody to fill it for a few months because then it crosses over to those union issues about having somebody who's considered temporary might be try to be kept on for a year or two. Excessive time, they're not really temporary. So there's rules and regulations around that. So give me an example. If you don't hire an executive assistant and it's not an intern, what would be beyond a temporary fill for a few months? What would be the other underfilled? And the reason I'm concerned about that is because then we're creating another potential class of employees that may be working a long time that don't have the benefit that the rest of our staff have in terms of benefits. And
So item B, you could secure to bring in clerical staff. And we have an array of clerical classifications that you can hire. And these are temporaries with no benefits. So the positions in your district office, there are 3 allocated positions specifically to be used in your office. And these are, again, the chief of staff, the policy analyst, and the executive assistant. But that doesn't preclude you being able to use any other classifications in the county structure and bringing them in to support you in a temporary basis and underfill positions.
so almost done. So I'm just concerned, for example, let's say an office chose two policy analysts and a chief of staff. And instead of hiring what would normally be a person, a position to do the critical, important work that an executive assistant does, which we all know that person is so important to be the main person answering phones, doing scheduling, a lot of those critical matters because of our busy schedules. Now we're opening an opportunity for, instead of an executive assistant with full benefits, we're going to hire somebody in a lesser category with a temporary or less of a title, less pay, and no benefits. That's my concern. And now we have people, we'll have our offices having executive assistants paying them the way they should be paid, with pay and benefits. And in another office, we're going to have a clerical that is doing the same work, but now getting paid much less and not having the full benefits of an executive assistant. That's what I'm concerned about, is opening a door to having double standards in office, people doing similar work, because we know the work is there, because all of us have experienced that in our offices, but now creating a position that is second class for doing the same work. That's what I'm concerned about.
I hear your concern. And what I would say, as the supervisor and your chief of staff who oversees the staff, my recommendation is that you work people in according to what their class spec is. If not, there are issues. People will complain to you. People will complain to the HR department. So when you're going to fill and decide what that need is of your department, you need to appropriately classify. Now, what typically happens with our department heads and our departments, they submit what we call the request to classify form. We review that and we determine what the appropriate classification is to say, yes, okay, this classification is so-and-so. So with the Board of Supervisors, you're absolutely right, Chair Alejo, you've got 3 allocations. The job descriptions are very specific of what those roles are. And we should not be working people out of class, because that will become a problem. And I do want to address the question that you had said when we had presented initially, that there would be an additional cost if the recommendation was to come forward with 2 policy analysts. That initial report was step 7 to step 7. And so what we are told is that that's not how the budget office budgets. It budgets according to the step placement. So I do want to get clarification again from Siquel, because the increase is if you budget at step 7, and I don't believe that is correct.
Well, I'll just finish my comments and I'll go to Supervisor Ann, because she hasn't spoken, then I'll go to Supervisor Lopez. But I said I can't support a policy that will put the pressures that inevitably lead to having to increase our office budgets by having more higher paid staff, when I think the formula was right. Second, I do not want to create a sub position to an executive assistant and later see that staff person doing the similar work as our dedicated executive assistants and not getting the full benefits that they deserve. That's a very hard job. They got to deal with a lot of issues because of front people in our office. Recently in my office, my staff had to deal with some stressful situations. So I just want to speak up for those future employees, that they shouldn't even see at their other colleagues and other supervisors' office say, I'm doing the same work as you, but I get no benefits and I get paid very much less, even though they might have the same level of experience. So I want to speak out against that now, because once we have a policy in place, it creates the reality for what occurs in our offices. And I think we should just be upfront, address them now, be honest about them. And if we approve it, if the board approves it, so be it. But this is one supervisor that will not support that. Thank you. We're going to go to Supervisor Adams. Thank you.
So here's a real world question for you. My administrative assistant, love you, Sandra. I know she's out there. She's amazing. She's retiring at the end of June, early July. So for next year, how much am I getting for her position? Am I getting a fully loaded policy analyst?
That's a question for budget.
See, that's where I'm not understanding how it's not more of a financial impact. It just makes no sense to me. So I feel like we're saying the policy doesn't do that, but in reality, it's setting up a budget where it has to happen, or else I'm out of whack with my colleagues.
I think to your question, Supervisor Lopez, if and again, I'm not the budget, but for
If
this
you
next fiscal year, oh, go ahead, Sigel.
Yeah, I don't want to put you in that spot to answer for budget, so I just had my raised, but I just want to make sure that my hand is in. So I'm gonna lower my hand now and I'm gonna speak. So I think that the concerns that Supervisor Lopez and Supervisor Alejo are bringing forward are legitimate concerns in the out years. The intent of the recommendation that is presented before you today was based on what we heard from the board, the majority of the board, at least 3 board members last time around, that they said that they wanted this flexibility without impacting the budget. So currently, if this language is approved as recommended, it will not have an impact on the budget. If those staffing levels remain at the same level for all the district offices, eventually, as you indicated, Supervisor Alejo and Lopez, if every single board office chose to hire 2 policy analysts, it will mean an increase on the overall cost for the offices. You will have to manage the reduction in other areas, or you will have the option to, at that point, to increase the budget. So it could potentially lead to that in the next couple of fiscal years. But right now, as it stands, over this fiscal year and also on what will be proposed for the recommended budget, we don't anticipate that it will lead to increased costs as long as each office manages to reduce expenditures in other areas within their budget.
Okay, Supervisor Askew, and then we'll go to the public.
Yeah, thank you. I'd just like to make a motion that we accept the staff report and give direction to proceed with sorry, I had it up a second ago. I think it was the amended language as presented on the screen, while not making any budget increase this year, and directing staff to develop the budget for next year without any increase. This would allow the flexibility that I hear my colleagues asking for, and would require prudence on the part of each supervisor to ensure that you're managing your step increases. If a supervisor so chooses to increase to fill 2 policy analysts and a chief of staff, they would then have the duty and responsibility to hold those step increases, to not approve ongoing step increases that would cause them to become out of exceed their budget. So I trust that we as 5 capable individuals can manage that responsibility until such time, if in the future this board chose to adopt a budget that increases the funding to the Board of Supervisors budget item. So this is a motion to accept the amended PPR language and not make any increase to the budget amount for the Board of Supervisors line item for this year or for next year.
Second that.
Moved by Askew, second by Church. And let's go to the members of the public. Any members of the public would like to comment on this referral on item number 12 on the agenda? Anybody online? Nobody in chambers? Okay. Let's take it for a vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those against?
No.
No. Motion carries 3-2. Thank you. We will move to item 13. This is to receive an analysis report in response to the board referral to consider an interim ordinance to enact a stay or moratorium on the issuance of administrative permits for transient use of residential properties for remuneration inland under the Monterey County Code until the new vacation rental regulations are adopted. We have some members of the audience with us today on this, and we're here to present is Craig Spencer, the HCD Chief of Planning. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Chair Alejo, and good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Craig Spencer with Housing and Community Development. I am here to present the preliminary analysis in response to the board referral to consider an interim ordinance staying the issuance of permits for the transient use of residential property for remuneration, or short-term rentals or vacation rentals, as they're also known, in reliance on the inland zoning ordinance until new regulations are adopted. Currently, the county has regulations that require administrative permits for short-term rentals in the inland areas. Those regulations were adopted in 1997, and circumstances surrounding short-term rentals have changed since that time. Regulations were not certified within the coastal zone, so the referral is limited to permitting under the current rules in place within the inland areas. According to our records, there's currently approximately 560 properties being advertised for short-term rentals within the county unincorporated areas. The county is in the process of updating our short-term rental ordinances that would apply both inland and coastal. And we are preparing a draft environmental impact report that we are targeting for public review and distribution in July of this year. With the changes in circumstances, Housing and Community Development has seen a surge of short-term rental applications. Review and processing of those applications has been somewhat complicated by some opposition, the ongoing environmental assessment, and concerns over how the future regulations might apply to the current decisions being made on short-term rentals. Of note on that, the Planning Commission has considered a couple of short-term rental items and has suggested applying a 3-year expiration condition to those permits. At the 3 years, there would be a reevaluation of those permits. So the referral is to consider an interim ordinance that would stop or stay the issuance of administrative permits under our inland regulations until new regulations are adopted. An interim ordinance would require certain findings to be made, and it would require 4/5 vote of the board to enact. The board is not required to make a 4/5 vote today, but we're here to get direction on that 4/5 vote. The interim ordinance, not the 4/5 vote. We anticipate if the board does direct us to prepare an interim ordinance, we could return in April of this year, April 25th, for the board to consider that. There are several moving parts to this discussion, including ongoing enforcement efforts and applications in the queue that we would need to grapple with. There has been some community outreach about the enforcement efforts, and the initial efforts are envisioned to focus on those not paying transient occupancy tax and having some sort of building health and safety violations. I'd be happy to elaborate on that if the board has any questions, but we are here to seek direction from the board on the interim ordinance, and I'd be happy to answer any questions if you have them.
I believe it's your referral, Supervisor Adams. We'll go with you first. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks very much to the staff for bringing this forward. I know we have a number of people here who wish to make comments as well. So I can hold my remarks until we are able to hear from the public.
Any other questions by other colleagues? So now we go to the public then. There's a time for members of the public to speak on this item. We'll allow 2 minutes, and you could come to the podium. We'll start with those in chambers, and then we'll go to those online. Thank you for waiting patiently and for joining us.
Good afternoon, Chair Alejo and supervisors. Thank you very much for the chance to speak this afternoon. My name's Noelle, and I'm here as president of Carmel Valley Association. Our organization hears a lot of complaints from residents that center on problems with short-term rentals that impact both individual residents as well as our community. Administrative permits for STRs are being approved prior to environmental impact assessment, and this can cause big problems in small neighborhoods, which is what Carmel Valley is mostly composed of. Problems such as traffic safety and parking on curvy, narrow, hilly streets that don't have sidewalks. And this issue can have devastating impacts for the safety during evacuation periods for our residents and visitors in an emergency situation, even when even their safety could be in question when just out taking simple walks. And this is only one example of many troublesome problems. While vacation rental customers are staying in residences, they don't necessarily come with the same schedules, same number of inhabitants, types of entertainment, lighting, interests, or sound conditions. Their use of the property is different. And And we often have seen instances of non-compliance with local regulations, resulting in complaints that need enforcement. CVA urges the county to take a pause on issuing permits and before handing out more, get the permit process synced with the timeline for the CEQA process so that environmental impacts and opportunity for generous public comments and input is available. And then ramp up for enforcing a new ordinance that will be meaningful because it has gone through the complete process. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll go to the next person.
Hello, supervisors. My name is Mibbs McCarthy, and I am treasurer and former president of Carmel Valley Association. A fire hose of short-term rentals are flooding the unincorporated areas of Monterey County, with District 5 being particularly impacted. It is in the best interests of the county and the residents of Carmel Valley and other unincorporated areas, not to mention the safety of our roads, composition of our neighborhoods, and long-term quality of life in the area, to put some guardrails in place that will provide a measure of oversight and accountability during this interim period until the EIR process is completed, when the environmental impacts of short-term rentals are examined and an appropriate new ordinance is in place. During this interim period, we urgently request that the board suspend issuance of any new administrative permits. Carmel Valley Association greatly appreciates the comments and commends staff for the thorough and thoughtful report being presented to the Board of Supervisors regarding the adoption of an interim ordinance. CVA strongly urges the board to follow staff recommendation and to direct staff to return with a draft interim ordinance for consideration regarding referral number 2023.05. Benefits from this, given the current circumstances, will include the opportunity for the county to better identify illegal operators, assess TOT impacts, follow up on complaints from the community due to out of compliance operators, and give more focus to enforcement. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Ellen Korstenji. I and my husband, Robert Korstenji, who is here as well.
If you could speak closer to the mic so that
Sure.
we could hear you closer.
I'm Ellen Korstenji. My husband, Robert, and I live on 341 El Caminito in Carmel Valley. We built our home in 2013. Our expectations of quiet and our love of nature have been altered tremendously by people who don't live in our neighborhood, who come to spend a night or two because the short-term rental issue has completely gone out of bounds. According to county records, there are 600 short-term rentals without a permit, and most of those are in the 5th district. It makes sense to place a moratorium on the issuance of short-term rentals, given this untenable situation. There are 3 main concerns. 1, the loss of affordable housing is a major concern, as the people who work in our areas have to drive an hour to an hour and a half twice a day, morning and afternoon, to get home. I am sure that we have all been caught in heavy traffic, but to ask these people to do this on a daily basis to make a decent living is unconscionable. 1, affordable housing. 2, the trend we are seeing clearly is the commercialization in our residential zone. Big issue. People from out of town, wherever they are, from out of state, they create an LLC, limited liability company. Their online advertisements rave about our setting, the firebox, the nearby winery, the rural atmosphere, the perfect spot for events. These people don't live where we are. They reap the benefits, they have profits at the cost of our chosen lifestyle. And the irony is, we in Carmel Valley have recently developed a dark sky initiative. We don't get clear skies at dark skies. We get noise, we get more light.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate your comments. Next person, please.
Afternoon, board. I'm Scott Hennessy. I live in a rural residential zoning area in Monterey County. And I'm here in support of the interim ordinance to give staff time to prepare and present the STR ordinance. This may permit STRs in appropriate locations with adequate services and facilities and with clear guidelines to establish what's appropriate. A prime purpose of Title 21 is to preserve and enhance the residential character of the residential zoning district in the county. To continue to administratively approve STRs is to change land use without environmental or public review. And it's piecemeal development without concern for the cumulative impacts of that use. In addition, STRs do little to address the county's housing shortage and may, in the end, result in less housing available for long-term county residents to rent and to live and work in our area. And I would suggest staff look at the couple of cities in the peninsula who've banned STRs and understand why they've done so. And I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next person, please.
Hello, my name is Carolyn Stone, and I am a resident of Carmel Valley. My concern is putting in place a very, very large project such as the SDRs without having really thorough, excellent, and enforceable manner is just not the way to manage something. I think everyone is aware of that in many parts of our life, and I think it applies to this as well. I'm particularly concerned in the longer term about the short term, about the housing for our locals. So I would really ask, as far as what we're here for today on the moratorium, that until this is absolutely more or less foolproof, that there be a moratorium while this is thoroughly considered before it is put in place. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next person, please.
Good afternoon. I apologize. I just had this morning eye surgery, so I have to go a little slower. If you can give me half a minute more.
Yes, sir. I'll be flexible.
Thank you very much. I'm a longtime admirer of the Salinas Valley. I was a former director of a large seed company and got exposed to the richness of your area and your territory. Since 2013, I'm a resident of Carmel Valley. And your Carmel Valley is unincorporated and part of Monterey County. To remind you, the current federal financial support to Monterey County Bureau of Tourism is over $10 million per year. It includes 2 unincorporated areas, village of Big Sur, as well as Carmel. It promotes very well the Monterey County worldwide, result in every increasing influx of tourism. Carmel Valley is an incorporated segment of the 5th district and is now getting a huge attention of new owners that are financially investors. Hotels in Monterey may reach $400 per room per day. A 1-day or 2 nights home rental may cost $500 to $800 or even more per night. And that's all in an incorporated area, but we are unincorporated. And that brings the attractive setting that cannot be met by hotels and such as Bernardus, etc. Visitors looking for small groups or visitors or small groups looking for events and ready to pay the price for a home rental just for 1 night or several nights. Yes, now you can have 4, 6, 8 or more friends since I rented a house. Please be my guest. We have barbecue, campfire, and pizzas and delivery. Count the number of times going and down and up to get supply. Or cleaning service are ready and waiting for speedy services. Just visit to the local grocery stores, observe the strangest behaviors. Do not worry about dishes or cleaning. The service will come tomorrow morning. Yes, that adds up at least 10 trips, maybe 15 trips for each house. When adding to the frequency, of car trip per rental per night is at least 15. Running from plannings, supply and cleaning, food service, renting agents, etc., etc. You get the smell. Carmel Valley Road even confirms the density increase of traffic. Last 2 years, it is discussed at the road that there is a significant road erosion.
If you could please wrap up, that's 3 minutes.
Okay. Nevertheless, there is a big concern, as you well have learned. And I hope that you can find the right solution to stop this rental business that really does not make sense.
Thank you, sir.
Because there is a lot of destruction going on.
Thank you for your comments and wish you a speedy recovery on the eye surgery. Next person, please.
My name is Lucy Moore. Don Post and I have been full-time residents at 275 El Caminito Road in Carmel Valley since 2018. We purchased our home in a quiet rural residential neighborhood to enjoy and live in just that, a quiet rural residential neighborhood. We share a narrow one-lane driveway with 4 properties, including our own. 2 of the properties, 295 and 297, have sold relatively recently, with one currently operating as an unpermitted STR and the other with an application awaiting approval to be an STR. We were not alerted to the intent of these 2 neighbors to make their property into STRs, literally on our driveway. As a result, we are now faced with multiple unknowns. We have no idea if we can exit safely on the communal driveway, if a big party coordinating the 2 STRs in tandem or even taking place at one of them happens to land here. We have no idea when a loud late party will take place, including risky behavior of attendees, which has already happened with the unpermitted property at 295. We have no idea when the driveway will be blocked without regard to our access egress, as it has been of late by a pool contractor trucks, while 295 remodeled their pool, presumably without permits. We have no idea if emergency services can get through with these businesses running 24/7 on our narrow driveway. The unknown of the people staying to stay at these STR businesses is threatening to our personal safety and of huge concern to our well-being and the impact to our property values. Can you imagine considering buying a home that's on a shared driveway with 2 STRs? Not good. The quality of our neighborhood is entirely threatened. Our property value is threatened and our safety and privacy is threatened. The threat is immediate. The threat wasn't presented to us for our choice or given our voice. It's imposed on us without our consent. We were entirely blindsided.
Thank you, ma'am.
This threat jeopardizes our way of life here in Carmel Valley.
Thank you, ma'am, for your comments. Next person, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Denise De Leon. My husband and I live at 281 El Caminito. I want to start off by saying this may seem like a really petty issue to all of you, especially after listening to the levee break in Pajaro with displaced residents, but this is a huge issue to us. It might not be to you. It is to us. And I'm glad that we have joined forces to come today to tell you the way we feel about it. I have been negatively impacted by this. I share the same driveway with Lucy, who was just up here. 2 homes have recently sold. One is 2,992 square feet, 5-bedroom, 5-bath for $1.7 million. That can house a lot of people for a weekend, a partying weekend. We live 2 miles above the village, which has over 20 tasting rooms. What do you think these people are doing? They're going down to the tasting rooms. They're driving back up on a narrow road. Part of our road is only 18 feet wide. And if people don't know the road, they can go off or make one of us go off. I feel like you are voted in and paid to represent us. I am asking today for you to look out for us, the little people, and hear our voices. We would like for this to be suspended and hopefully in a permanent suspension and not ruin our neighborhoods, our home values, our safety, and just our lives in general and our home values. Again, thank you for listening to all of us.
Thank you. Perfect on time. Next person, please.
Good afternoon. I'm Denise's husband. I'll make it real short. I've lived in Carmel Valley for 70 years. I have had a few homes there, quite a few. And I have done very well in my life, and I've finally got the home that I've always wanted. And like Denise said, people are invading us. But you guys are in a difficult position. How do you enforce this? I'm a building contractor, and it's hard to enforce just the building. Getting permits, like Denise said, these people never got permits. I've been waiting for permits for buildings for up to 8 months to a year. I'm just asking you guys, let's keep the quality of life in Carmel Valley the way it is. And let's try to all work together to find a solution. And it's like I said, it's not an easy solution. But I'm tired of people buying homes from out of the area and making money and ruining our life. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next person. Yes, please.
I'm last but not least, I guess. My name is Patrick Finney. I live on a little street called Los Robles in Miramani area of Carmel Valley. And I can't say any more about it than it's already been said by all these people. What can I say? I wouldn't call it an invasion, but there's definitely a disrespect for our area that we live in. I'm really talking about my road because I think everyone's really covered everything else. Los Robles Road, if you've ever been on it, we have trees 1 foot from the road, next to the road, and a number of them in the road. When guys are going down the road that live out of our area, which I notice by their license plates and whatever, it's an amazing thing. They're going 40, 45 miles an hour. We're walking our dogs, enjoying our lives there, like they said. Now, I'm not here to complain about development and people and everything else. I'm just here to point out that road wasn't made for 75 cars, trucks, workers, people that maintain the homes and the workers in the area. It really wasn't made that. To get around a car, you have to pull off into the mud, into the dirt, just to get down our street many times. Now, once again, I'm not complaining about it. I'm pointing out what was the infrastructure built for? We might as well put up condos, because if we do, we're just going in the same direction. I could rent my guest house out fully. Of course, I don't want to, and I'm not going to. The point I'm saying is, in the last 2 years, I've noticed the traffic everywhere in Carmel Valley. It's a delicate area, and our street is even more so, and especially with the streams that are running across our street now. Our road, Little Los Robles Road, is being eroded by what's going on right now. So I just want to point out, look at the infrastructure that you're bringing more people into. I think it's damaging. And the last thing I'm going to state is wildlife. I really hate to see my wildlife, and I hate to pick them off the road. The turkeys, those squirrels, et cetera, et cetera. Anyway, I just wanted to make rural areas in California disappearing. We live in this beautiful, great place for all of you.
Thank you. Appreciate it, sir. Anyone else? Okay, I think that's everybody in chambers. Anyone online? Okay.
There are currently 8 hands raised right now.
Okay, we'll go to those.
The first one is Zorka. Zorka,
Yes.
please state your public comment.
Good afternoon. My name is Zorka Aguilar, and I'm a Latino business owner. And I have a company in Monterey and in the village over 10 years. I do property management. And first of all, I have to thank you for everything you're taking on today and your service. It's, you and the staff, I cannot even imagine. I'm here in front of you to please ask you to consider what you're going to decide on the moratorium. A few years ago, we were told by many ways that it would cost, but if we comply and if we put our ducks in a row, we will get permits. So we put at, so far about 500 hours of work and convinced 8 to 10 homeowners to invest between $10,000 and $30,000 to be compliant, and they will do whatever it takes. They will bend backwards to just, be right and do the things that they should be. So I'm speaking today just like Chair Alejo spoke up for his employees. I'm not just here for the homeowners that have done the due diligence to do modification and put the permits on a row, and some of them had been 3 years waiting for the permit, not counting all the workforce that we have to care for. I'm here to also speaking for my employees, being Latino. I just please encourage you to realize, Chair Alejo and Supervisor Lopez, we have 45 families that we provide for. They have to provide for schooling. They live in town and they have kids, and their lives will be, greatly impacted if this moratorium goes in place. We understand you have to put a moratorium, and we agree. We want to keep the fabric of the community, but it's been 23 years. We don't have an ordinance. We need one now. But while we have permits in town that are, legal and they are complying with the ordinance, we ask you to please consider that this permits has been waiting for so long and they've been, diligent. So thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you very much. We'll go to the next person.
Richard Matthews.
Richard?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, I'm with the Monterey County Vacation Rental Alliance, and we support this interim ordinance because we understand the concern about issuing lots of permits that historically have been offered in perpetuity. So we understand that, and we support the interim ordinance. What we would like to see is that people that have already paid money and spent still more money for other things supporting their application for permit, that those permits be granted under the existing code, not put on stay and simply have their money refunded to them, because most of them have spent far more than the $7,000 some odd that the county charges for the permit application. So to be fair, these folks ought to be their permits administered under the current county code. Second, since the interim ordinance would put a moratorium on permits, we ask that the proactive enforcement that has been announced publicly be applied simply to those that have not been paying TOT, but be stayed or paused on anybody that has been paying TOT and is a good operator. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next person.
Richard Rosenthal.
Yes, thank you, board members. Richard Rosenthal. I'm in support of the interim ordinance. I wrote a letter indicating the environmental impacts that have been associated with the last 3 administrative permits and the permit heard by the Planning Commission. The impacts are tremendous. They're not being analyzed at all, and they need to be. And that goes going forward, with or without an ordinance. We have to have environmental impact reviews associated with the permits. Lastly, I would suggest that the planning department be given instructions to consider 2 alternative ordinances. One, an emergency ordinance that would require a 4/5 vote, and another ordinance that would require just a majority vote. Thank you for your consideration of these matters. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person.
Richard Stott.
Can you hear me now? I just unmuted. Okay, thank you. My wife and I live in, I guess, Greater Carmel or Lesser Carmel Valley, depending on your point of view on Real Road. Every Friday we deliver Meals on Wheels up and down Carmel Valley Road. We've got deliver about 20 meals. And for the most part, our clients are renters, and they rent a above a garage or a small room, and we're very concerned that as these kinds of places get converted to vacation rentals, that people like our clients will begin to lose their places to live. We know there's a tremendous shortage of homes in Monterey County, and this STR certainly make that worse. So hopefully you will consider the people that are now permanently living in these guest houses and rooms and adopt this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person.
Priscilla Walton.
Priscilla, you need to unmute yourself, please.
She's unmuted.
If not, we can come back to her. Let's go to the next person.
Larry Bacon.
Larry, unmute yourself, please.
You want to go to
Okay, we'll go to the next person. We'll come back to them.
I'm on. Can you hear me now?
Okay, Larry, go for it.
Oh, thank you. It's Larry Bacon. I'm a 30-year resident in Carmel Valley. I am here to support the concept of a moratorium. I used to like the concept of short-term rentals back when it was a way that a senior citizen on a limited income might be able to rent out a room and generate a little income. I know friend, waitress at the Wagon Wheel, who's been doing that, and it's a very important source of income. But what we have now is a situation out of control. You have an appendix with about 80 applications in your packet here, but that's the tip of the iceberg. We're looking and have detected over 600 active short-term rentals in the Monterey County, primarily in our area, District 5. And what we really have is a snafu, the situation all screwed up. It's going to take probably, and I think staff will support this, until next year before we get through the EIR and a reasonably constructed ordinance. It's a shame. By then it's going to be 10 years that this has been ignored and not dealt with. So we need to stop issuing permits in perpetuity that don't seem to comply with the existing ordinance. We need to finish the EIR, draft a new ordinance, stop converting residences into hotels that are in residential zoning areas, take the staff pressure off of the county, and still, this is to your advantage, engage staff to be able to go on and collect TOT from the delinquents, the people who are illegally renting but owe the county TOT. Those are my remarks. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Perfect on time. Next person.
Sean. Sean.
Or we could go to Priscilla.
Hello?
Sean, go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Oh, hi. Sean Ward. I'm a local property manager in the Carmel Valley Village. And I'm just concerned. I don't think you realize there's like 50 to 100 people that rely on the income to pay their rent or their mortgages and pay for their kids to have food. And I know everybody talks about low-income housing, but there's a lot of service industry people that rely on the money from these homes. And all of our properties have paid their TOT. And we were told 3 years ago, go get a permit. And so we encouraged all of our owners to get permits. And now they've waited up to some of the permits, July of 2020 have been in process. They've met all of the environmental impact. They've done sewer, different checks. They've spent up to 10,000 permit. And then they've also spent more 10 to 20,000 on top of that. So we've had people that have tried to go by the law, the letter of the law. And now I found it disingenuous for some of the board members to say, hey, we want to just shut down this after these people have put in time and money into complying with the current ordinance. And the county has not had an ordinance for 23 years. So I get it that you guys haven't come up with a plan, but these people are meeting the current ordinance. So I support a moratorium after the current applications, which are about 20, not 600, but just 20 that want to be seen and at least have their turn to submit their permit and finalize it. They're all coming to fruition in the next 6 months. And so I think you should honor those people for doing the right thing. And then if you want to do a moratorium after that, that's fine. But we all know EIR studies can take up to 10 years sometimes. So I think it'd be fair to allow the current permits to go through and then create an ordinance for the community. And I appreciate your time with this matter. Take care.
Thank you for your comment, Sean. Let's go back to Priscilla Walton.
There she goes.
Okay. Priscilla, you're up. Still mic is not working. We'll come back to you once. Let's go next person.
DCLL.
DCLL?
Yes.
Hello. Yes, my name is Donna Lawson, and can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm just calling because I have been a resident, my husband and I, for over 20 years in Carmel Valley. We live Upper Circle, and we have had a terrible experience with one of our neighbors who since, thank goodness, moved on, but she was having an illegal Airbnb. She had people up on her hot tub deck looking into our backyard, taking photographs. They were in the hot tub till 10 o'clock or after, making a lot of noise. She was very angry when she called me and said, what can I do so that I can keep my Airbnb? And I said, or my STR, and I said, well, you can keep them out of your backyard. And she said, well, that's where the hot tub is. That's what they come for. And I said, well, you asked me. And so what did she do? She put satanic symbols up in the tree. She was yelling at me, leaving messages on my phone. She was very upset, but it's really disruptive to have the short-term rentals in our residential zoned neighborhood. I'm not sure. Can you hear?
Yes, I can. Keep going.
Okay, I'm sorry. So anyway, I'm really upset about it because I think this has been going on so long. And I do think that there is no enforcement. When we have called in the past and tried to get someone to come out or to figure out what's going on with the enforcement part of what these illegal short-term rentals, nothing happens. So I really think that I support the moratorium on the short-term rentals at this point until the board and whoever is involved really figures out, how they can control this. So those of us that live in a zoned residential area, we bought and we live in that community with neighbors that we know that live there.
Thank you very much.
To figure it out. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Anyone else?
Gwen Diamro.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Thank all of you for this discussion today. And first, I'd like to just give my acknowledgement and appreciation for all of you for what you're doing in your districts right now during these storms. So it is very admirable. Thank you. What I'd like to say is I do wish to see a moratorium placed in this area. I think it's vital that we have those EIRs, especially in the coastal zones. The idea of doing something like STR clustering or even a bed and breakfast along the Highway 1 corridor and Big Sur just seems so reckless and irresponsible when we still haven't resolved the issue of parking along that corridor, especially during the weekends when these people are coming, as well as outside visitors who are just coming to the Big Sur location. I think we really need to look at that. I feel for the applicants that are going through the process right now, but just like other things on the peninsula, you can go through a process and spend the money, but it doesn't necessarily guarantee you at the end that you're going to get your result. So I think we need to be responsible. We need to look at this and take it very seriously by placing the moratorium in there. And also just on the one section under The letter D, I think it's great that we're putting in the contact person with a 25-mile radius of the rental unit available with their phone number. However, I think sometimes those people might not be available. They may even be replaced. I don't know what is in place to have a second person. So I would like to suggest that actually we put the homeowner on there as well and their contact, because that would demonstrate true transparency and accountability. And that is exactly what these individuals are saying they want to have, and they want to be good neighbors. And in doing that information and providing it, I think that's the right step in the right direction. So thank you for taking this under consideration. And again, thank you for all you're doing during this time. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Damrell. Next person.
It looks like there's one last hand up, Tracy Jones.
Tracy, we'll go to you and then we'll try Priscilla one more time.
Hi, thank you for hearing me today. I'm a proud homeowner in Carmel Valley. I'm a proud member of the Monterey County Civil Grand Jury. I believe in supporting my community. I support the moratorium on short-term rentals. Our neighbor is from Silicon Valley, rents out his home for $1,700 a night. I don't want to go into everything and reiterate what everybody else has said, but the one issue that hasn't been raised is when these late night parties are going on, who do we call in unincorporated Carmel Valley? We call the sheriff. Unfortunately, we all know that there's only 3 sheriffs at the most on duty in the evenings. And that's a whole nother topic, but I really firmly support the moratorium. We want quiet. I don't care that my neighbors, they can rent it out, whatever, but we need to follow the ordinances that are in the county, the noise ordinance, and there's no support from the sheriff to shut them down. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jones. Going back to Priscilla one last time.
Okay, can you hear me?
Oh, yeah, you're on. You made it just in time.
Sorry, my second computer at trying this.
All right.
Thank you, Chair Alejo and supervisors. As you know, the issue of the short-term rentals has been discussed since 2015. And I began talking about it as president of the Carmel Valley Association at that time. And that the ordinance has been being developed since then, and the progress has been very slow. And in the meantime, the proliferation of SDRs in the Carmel Valley has dramatically increased. We're now in the 8th year of development and probably still 8 months to a year out before it's completed in the EIR. And an interim moratorium is necessary. There are 82 active permits right now, added to the ones that exist, the ones that are operating illegally. And the most troubling aspect about them being approved at this point is the fact that they're being approved in perpetuity. And that means that the permit is granted to run with the land. So these could be turned into, there are many hotels in perpetuity. And we're losing housing stock. It impacts the availability of housing for people who live here, the children and families of residents. Local rentals have been lost, and the workers who used to be able to rent a room here or and have a long-term resident have been basically pushed out. So I ask you to please approve the staff recommendation for this interim ordinance until the final EIR is completed and a workable ordinance is in place. This is just you're creating a 2-class society of rich people who are buying up the houses, renting them as short-term rentals, and pushing the middle and lower classes outside of the area to come to work. And I don't think you want that kind of community.
Thank you, Ms. Walton. I think that was our last person.
There's one more hands.
Okay, one more. This is the last one.
Desiree.
Desiree, thank you.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
I am an STR person here in Carmel Valley Village, and I've lived in this house for 42 years. I've been running an STR in my home for 12, but it is a homestay. And I often find or think or hear this really broad stroke brush about party houses. And that's not my situation. I'm a homestay. That means that 2 people can stay, 1 or 2 people with only 1 car. And my property is nearly an acre and fully fenced. My neighbors don't know what's going on. Music is not okay. These are quiet people that don't have parties. The party house, on the other hand, is this, it's like a consortium of non-vested buccaneers who are coming into our area to advantage it and all that we love and hold dear. I think that there's 2 issues here. And I'm being penalized for a party house, and it's not what I am. And it's not, I think, what a number of us that do homestays are about. I wish I could hear, when you speak of it, a division, and that you're not grouping us all together. Thank you very much. I'm done.
Thank you very much. Last one. Okay, perfect. All right, and we will end public comment. Now bring it back to the board for a motion for consideration. Supervisor Adams, you want to go first? Is it referral or Supervisor Askew? Okay. Okay.
So again, I want to thank staff for all the work that is continuing to go into this issue and the staff time. And someone acknowledged it, the challenges that this county is facing right now are so tremendous and so significant. When we look at PAHRA, when we look at just on an ongoing basis, besides the storms, we have some of the highest rates of student homelessness in the entire Central Coast. So the challenges facing us as a community are significant and very real and pressing. And so, trying to prioritize these issues, I thank you for acknowledging that reality. A couple of questions that I have just to frame my thinking on this. When we're talking about the ordinance that we're working on, what is our timeline for having like a real long-term ordinance in place?
We've been asking that for many years now.
Right, but we are making progress for the first time, and I know we've expedited the EIR, we've expedited all of the work on this. Where are we at right now?
Yes, we are on track to have a draft EIR released for public review and comment in June, July. It's a 45-day public comment period. We will take all of the comments, we'll analyze them as fast as we can. We need to respond to them, create a final environmental impact report, finalize our ordinance, and have it back to the board. It wouldn't require a review by the Planning Commission, and our goal is to have it before the board before the end of this calendar year.
Before the end of this calendar year. Okay, so when we're talking about this interim ordinance, we're talking about something that would last 9 months?
An interim ordinance initially lasts 45 days and it can be
Potentially
extended.
expanded.
Yes.
Right. Okay. It can be extended a couple of times. I see, for 1 year and then with extension. So, but what we're really talking about is putting a pause on things for 9 months until such time that we have a final ordinance in front of us before year end, where people who are looking to participate as short-term rental operators, if they haven't already come through our current process, they would have that chance to re-engage at that point after we have potentially, depending on what that ordinance looks like, it would be sometime next year.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of factors involved in the review and consideration of the ordinance, and anything beyond our control that happens from there.
Right.
So we're hoping,
in theory,
yes,
in theory, best case scenario, that's what we're looking. Okay, so having said that, I think, can you speak to there were a couple points referenced. One was that last time we talked, we said we have a current system in place, go follow the current system, and I heard people speak to that in public comment today. How many permits is this? The list of it was attachment A, the list of permits that are outstanding or in process currently?
So it is a comprehensive list, and I did a quick count let me find my notes here. It looks like there was about 35 applications up until 2020. Since 2020, there's been 39. Some of them predating 2020 were approved, denied. There's various statuses of those, but this is a printout of a list of permits on file we have that have the words vacation rental or transient use of property for remuneration or bed and breakfast or something similar to that.
Okay. And so if we were to, and there's most of these are District 5. There's some from District 3. I think there were 1 or 2 from District 2. I don't have any from District 4 in here, but it's helpful to see what the total list is. If we were, so the options before us are either to put a moratorium on anything that isn't currently approved. Is there an option to put a moratorium on anything new and allow for anything that's in the queue to be cleared? Is that something that's an option as part of this ordinance?
The interim ordinance language would come back to you if the direction of the board is to consider in some kind of exception. We might discuss that. I'd have to. Okay,
so something to be discussed. And then the other question that I have is what's proposed before us today to give direction to move forward on would require 4/5 vote of this board. What option would there be that would allow us to move forward with something that would require a 3/5 vote? Or what does that scenario look like?
That would be an ordinance amending the existing code that follows the normal process and not an urgency ordinance that would go into effect right away. So a regular ordinance amending the existing code would have to go to the planning commission for review and recommendation, and then to the board for adoption and approval.
And that's effectively what we're doing, creating an ordinance through the EIR
If I could
process.
explain, Chair.
So,
I think.
thank you. So
Just county council.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just explain. So what's before you is a moratorium ordinance that the code specifically applies that puts a stop on things while a longer term ordinance is being analyzed. What doesn't require a 4/5 vote is what we call a due course ordinance, but that in and of itself will require environmental review. So you wouldn't be able to adopt an ordinance amending the code outside of the urgency ordinance without having to do its own environmental review. So the quickest way to put a stop while things are being studied is this urgency ordinance. And on your question about whether you can stop things going forward and process things that have been on file, I think we need to look at that, because if an application has been deemed complete, we can probably let that go. But if the application is not deemed complete, then it probably has to be treated the same as everything else, and a stop needs to be put on it. But we're happy to take a look at that and report back.
It's a question. And, I'm going to look to my colleagues. I think, recognizing that any action that we take on a moratorium would require 4/5. I'm just going to indicate that I'm looking to hear where we can find compromise to get to that 4/5 vote. So to those, we've had multiple conversations about this. I think we all kind of know where each other sit on this issue. And so if there is a path to a 4/5 vote today, I'm interested in hearing how we can get there. So I'll just leave that out on the table as we continue the conversation.
Okay, want to go this side? Supervisor Lopez?
Happy to share. My position hasn't moved from where I've been along the entire process, and that I'm not supportive. I know that the process we've been going through has put an extreme chill. I've had investors reach out to me looking at my district and say, due to the uncertainty of the board, that's not a place that I'm willing to go right now. And I think for some folks, not on this board, but in general in the community, that's part of what they want, right? And that we heard that today is get rid of these rental businesses. And those were clear words that I heard. It was stop the rental businesses. I wrote it down. And I think if we're serious about investing in workforce housing, we can't negotiate it away. We can't. So I don't buy those arguments where we sit today. I just don't. I think it's an attempt to stop what we as a board gave direction on before, and I get that this board's constitution has changed since the last time we took direction, so I understand why we came back on it. But when we gave that direction, we told folks, we're not opening a new door, use the old door. It's there in front of you, walk through it, and it's not cheap. Folks did that. They spent a lot of money going through that process. And now that they're at the doorstep, we're saying, oh, never mind. We moved the door. Thanks for coming. That's not a good government. It's not something I'm supportive when I understand what I think the real goal is for folks. It's not fair. It's not fair to those people who've invested their money to get to that point. And again, long term, we are also talking about my district. We're talking about the inland portions. And for me, this is part of the future of where my community is going. We have folks interested in investing along the wine corridor and bringing that opportunity to us in the Salinas Valley. And I get that some folks don't want it, but we've tried before to split it in other unique ways using planning areas and other things. And we haven't been able to get that to fly. But I can't then take this step and tell those people who've started in the process in my community, sorry, this door's closed now. Just on an urgency attempt when we know the ordinance has to come back. We still have to approve it. We've not agreed, and we don't know what that ordinance is going to say that we agreed to. So this could be another 3, 4, 5 year process if we're honest. And I'm not comfortable saying, oh, it could be as short as 9 months. Yes, but I'm not comfortable saying that that's a realistic timeline for as fast as things have moved and will move here. So I'm not ready to toss it out and say that door's closing when this is the only opportunity for members of my community to effectuate what they want in terms of creating businesses on the Salinas Valley side where we've seen a heavy need along the wine corridor. So for that reason, I can't support this today.
So can I just ask a question of County Council? Could we make it just simply District 5? Could we make the ordinance, the moratorium, just District 5?
I'm going to take a look at that issue right now.
Thank you.
Our county council is pretty good. He moves pretty fast. Let's go to Supervisor Church.
I'm not sure where, on the workforce housing, where this actually has an impact. I'm more afraid this takes away from the workforce housing. But I know going, to Supervisor Adams' reference there, I wonder if perhaps, because this seems to be a really large problem, and in Carmel Valley, is whether or not could put it within the borders of the Carmel Valley Community Plan, for example. If it's got to be narrowed down here somewhat, what are the different options onto there, or if we could carve out some things, and in my view, from looking at this and listening to this, it doesn't seem that it's when you have a person living on site, as one of the commenters made, that doesn't seem to be the problem. It's the problem when you have, what would say, outside investors outside this county, large companies that have no participation, no interest in this county coming in and doing this. So when I look at the long term of this, I like seeing, carving out that as a separate part. I also like to see carving out for agriculture and some kind of an exemption onto there, to whether this could be allowed as we go down. Go down the line, or even into this of I don't want this to hinder any agritourism developments, and what will come through. I think as Supervisor Lopez mentioned there in the wine corridor. I don't know, and the investors you're speaking about, if it's going to be on farms or if it's off of farms. If it's on farms, then I would look at that as to see if we could do that as another carve out. If we're not able to keep it to, for example, Carmel Valley or to District 5. Those are just two thoughts on there. The one thing that does strike me, is that really has to be changed. It's this perpetuity part. It's I think that's putting us up into a real problem long term. Onto there, and I guess when we get down to an eventual ordinance, we can kind of deal with that. But anyway, I want to just, I'm going to throw out those two as two other possible options here to try to find some compromise into here, into that way. This isn't really a big issue in my district at this point. We have some other issues kind of similar to this on noise issues, and along that line, But when I see a problem anywhere in this county where there's really a localized concern, as it seems like with this, I'm seeing a problem. And I think, that we have to find a way to address that along the way, and yet be able to go through and address so the benefits that, for example, in District 3 that can come from this. And I'm hoping, we can do this in a way where we can control this and have both sides of the pie. So that's where my comments for now.
Do you want to go first or me?
You go.
Oh, well, I agree with my colleague Supervisor Lopez. And this is, like you said, we've mentioned this before. I'm concerned about the wine quarter on the Salinas Valley side, but hearing clearly a lot of the nuisance issues that our neighbors in Carmel Valley expressed today. And even among the STR owners, we've heard those who are quiet and follow the rules and are courteous to their neighbors. And then those examples where those STRs are very problematic for the surrounding neighbors and their livelihood in their neighborhood. So if there's a way to limit it to your district, I'd be open to that. I certainly wouldn't want to inhibit the work being done on the Salinas Valley side. It's, I think, total different experiences, two different efforts being done in terms of economic development for the Salinas Valley that is surrounded by disadvantaged communities. And so I want to be very cognizant of those efforts and those investments that have been made there. But I think it is a different situation in Carmel Valley where I think there is a significant number of STRs already and causing certainly headaches for many of the longtime neighbors. So I want to be trying to find a balance here if it is possible. But I don't know if our county council needs some more time. We could go to some of the other items, table this for a bit, and then come back to you if you need some more time, Mr. Gerard.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, members of the board. I have an idea, but I would prefer another week to really do the research on whether it can be limited to a specific planning area. I don't think it can be limited to a specific district, supervisorial district, but it may be it might be applicable to a specific master plan area or something like that.
So how did we do it when we did the outdoor cannabis grow? I was able to get it limited to my district and 3 specific areas within the district.
But I don't think that was an interim ordinance.
No, it wasn't an interim ordinance. Yeah.
County Council,
wait, we'll go to,
I'm
Ms.
sorry.
Donlin,
We
please.
did have an interim ordinance on cannabis regulations very early on, but that applied countywide.
Okay, thanks.
County Council, you done? Okay.
Okay, you were in discussion, so I don't know if you heard some of my comments. The other thing which we want to know if you could explore is whether we could carve out some exemptions, such as something connected like to short-term rentals on agricultural land, or those that have the an owner occupant living on site.
Well,
We'll take a look at that as well. That'll be a little bit harder.
I don't make it easy for you.
But that's what we need the time for. That's why we need to have a moratorium now, so that we've got the time to figure out those very specific things that you're mentioning.
Yeah, I just wanted to remind the board, this is an interim ordinance under Government Code 65858. Under that code section, you can put a ban or moratorium. You can't set new regulations. That needs to be done through a due course ordinance, as discussed earlier. But we can look into pinpointing the ban in certain master plan areas, but I think we, like Les said, could use a week or two to look into that issue.
So if we were to postpone this for a week, is there some way that we could at least stop it now until we come back again? One of the things that I've been hearing from the staff, the HCD staff, is that, they're having so much processing to do that it's stopping them from being able to deal with some of their other priority projects. So the time that's needed to process the permits that could end up in conflict with what we're going to end up with our long-term ordinance just seems like we're wasting a lot of staff time. So if we are going to have to trail this or postpone this for another week or so less, then my hope is that we would at least stop everything for now until we hear back on whether or not we're going to be able to do this just in the Carmel Valley planning area or some other land use area plan, some additional land use area plan that is so impacted. I very much appreciate, for number one, I so appreciate the work that staff has done on this, both HCD, County Council. And I'm also thankful that you understand this is a big issue for the people who live in my district. You know, they have children and grandchildren that come to their homes and they have no idea who's in the house next door. That one woman who was commenting about, I had better warn you that we do not allow applause in the chambers. So you'll have to contain your
Thank you.
exuberance until you get outside.
Thank you,
But,
Supervisor.
but truthfully, I mean, that's really a very serious issue. And this is happening. They do not feel safe in their own homes now. So many of them for these reasons. So while I so understand your position, Chris, and I support it, I really think we could do great with the wine corridor that we can develop. I think that's wonderful. I like Glenn's idea as well I think, farm to table kind of thing and, have a farmhouse where people are staying. But this isn't what we're talking about. These people live on streets. They live in neighborhoods where houses are just right next door to theirs. This is not the kind of thing that I think you are envisioning, which would be wonderful. And I'm supportive of that. But I need to really have you help me with my own folks here. And this is a handful. I mean, we've got all of these letters. I've got Bill Monning, Senator Monning, who's living on a street that was a lot of older people. They've all moved and now he hasn't had a good night's sleep in about a year because they've converted to short-term rentals and they're going all night long. It's just really untenable for people very similar to those that you've had here. This is just a handful of the hundreds of people who are really going through, hell by this proliferation of short-term rentals. It is not an appropriate thing. And I've talked with you about this in the past that, I hope that just on behalf of my constituents, their neighborhoods are being degraded, the traffic issues are sincere. There are so many different things that they have had to put up with, the presence of these unpermitted rogue short-term rentals. So if you need to have an additional week, which I appreciate, to come back with some particular legal language that we can do, that's great, but let's just pause it until you do come back.
Pause is a moratorium and that's not being approved here
I'm
today.
asking
So
for a week.
yeah.
I'm sure that there are enough staff within HCD that would like to be able to work on the housing element for a week instead of, processing short-term rental.
Can we let our county council answer?
I think the only way to put a moratorium in place today is to adopt what's in front of you and then modify it next week if we come back with an appropriate answer. But I think that's the only way. Ms. Donlin may
Ms.
have.
Donlin, then we'll.
Yeah,
ask for a
there's
motion.
no ordinance in front of you today. No interim ordinance has been written yet. We're here today to get direction on if you want us to write that ordinance.
Okay. Thank
So,
you for that clarification.
because a lot of
Thank you for that.
findings need to be made, a lot of work needs to go into writing that ordinance, which isn't written currently.
So will
So-
will that be ready for consideration next week or we have to
Honestly,
consider? a vote
we
next
haven't
week
written
and
the
then a
ordinance
follow-up?
yet.
Yeah.
It takes some time to write an ordinance. I think Craig initially said the end of April we'd return. I think what Les said is we would study the issue on if it can be pinpointed. But you
Correct.
all
That
will
would
need to
be
approve
next
it by 4/5 vote. So I think if you can give us direction today on if there's something you could pass by 4/5 vote, we could work on writing that particular ordinance to bring it back for your consideration. And if not, then maybe the direction is we don't work on the ordinance.
I would like to make a
Supervisor
motion.
Lopez, and then we'll.
So I would
go
say
over
what
the
I
motion.
could support would be it being, given what we're looking at, I think it's Carmel Valley, since we're told we can't do district specific, the Carmel Valley planning area or something similar, depending on what staff thinks is workable, but allowing those already in the pipeline to be completed. Because I don't think it's fair to move the posts on those people who've spent thousands of dollars doing reports and everything else to get
Yeah,
there.
Chris, I'm struggling with that a lot because there are a number of them. And I don't know whether these are the ones that are going to be in perpetuity and I don't know where they are. If it's next door to Kelly's house, You know, truthfully, I mean, that's the kind of thing that I think we have to look at. I would be uncomfortable just saying yes, just because they've spent money doesn't mean that it's an okay thing to do.
Well, it was direction given by this board is the reason they spent money. So I would not feel comfortable without those pieces supporting it. And I'm just being honest with you when it comes back, because that is important to me. I think that's good governance.
Is it all possible if we can address the perpetuity issue as in an interim ordinance? That seems to be part of the problem here, is that if some of these were being approved, as Supervisor Lopez is suggesting, that they had a timeline on them and not forever.
So if I might, we have the capability of addressing that by applying conditions at the moment. That wouldn't be part of the urgency ordinance that stays the issuance of permits. Because as I think Kelly mentioned, that's not where we start to develop the criteria, but where we say, hold on, we're studying it.
And to be clear, at the last planning commission meeting, they considered an administrative permit to allow a transient use, and they approved it with the condition that that permit is only good for 3 years.
Okay, go ahead. We got to keep this moving.
We do have some discretion within our existing regulations and California Environmental Quality Act on how to process and review and consider or applications under our existing regulations that might provide some alternative path to an interim ordinance. And that would be something that we could discuss if there was another week or so to research some of our options and issues.
So where do we go from here?
Okay, do you want to just provide direction for staff to bring back consideration limiting a moratorium only for the Carmel Valley area, or?
I'd like to find out what the limitations are. Carmel Valley is one thing, but there are additional parts of District 5 that are going to be impacted.
We'll go to our county council. Maybe he could clarify some
I
additional
have a
areas.
suggestion that, as Ms. Donlin said, we're not going to be able to return immediately with an interim ordinance.
Right.
So direct staff to continue to work on the interim ordinance and report back as soon as possible, whether it's next week or the week after, on the issue of limiting the applicability of the interim ordinance to a specific master plan or community plan area, and the issue of allowing those that are currently on file to continue to be processed. And then you can give us further direction at that time. But I think in order to make a timeline, staff needs to keep working on a draft interim ordinance that would come back in a month and a half, something like that.
Okay, Supervisor Askew.
Thank you. So just a question to Supervisor Lopez in regards to the District 3 parcels that you were referencing. So when I look at the list that's here, all of the District 3 parcels are either listed as approved or under condition compliance. Are there others that you're saying that are interested in
applying? If they're watching this, they'd heard about this. I've had folks who've had enforcement on them who we said we wouldn't enforce on. So it's just a lack of faith at this point in the process. It's a concern.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. I wanted to make sure that I was clear, because if everyone who was in District 3 was already in the clear, I was hoping that maybe we could agree to include it, just move forward with everyone, but that doesn't sound like the case.
And these are in your district?
District 3, yeah.
The other ones that you want to see process, they're all in your district?
Yes.
Then I'm good with that. I thought you were talking about everyone.
Well, no, I am. I am talking about anybody who's paid in. If I was out of pocket $20,000, $30,000 and I had been going through this process and all of a sudden the county moved the goalposts, I wouldn't feel that was right. Especially when 3 years ago at the end of our deliberation, that was the direction we gave as a board, is that door is open, use that process. I would not feel comfortable doing that to anybody, no matter what district they live in, personally.
So just to finalize I think I hear support, 4/5 support, maybe, to say that if we could get an ordinance drafted that identifies a geographic specific plan area of some kind that includes the permits that are already in process, allowing those to complete, but puts a moratorium on any additional new projects, applications coming in, we could have support to move forward with that. So I think that's the direction that we'd be looking to give today. The other question that I have, and it points to, your comments, Chris, as well as what I think some of the comments from the public would be, I would like to get an update on where we're at with enforcement of short-term rentals that have not engaged with the process. I know we had hired additional staff, and maybe that doesn't happen today, but that happens later. And for anyone who is approved, if there's serious neighbor complaints, there has to be a mechanism by which we're enforcing on those. If there's illegal short-term rentals that are occurring without having an application that's been approved, we have to be able to enforce on those as well. So I think it would help me to get an update, and I think it would be appropriate for District 5 residents who are concerned about what's happening in their neighborhood, that we're very clear about who they call, who responds, what the next steps are to either revoke an application if it's, the conditions are being violated, or to, shut something down if they don't have a permit. So regardless of whatever we do, we need to make sure that we have clear enforcement occurring. So,
Okay, so that you made that the motion?
Yes, so that would be my motion, that we give that direction around where I think I don't know where you're at, Supervisor Alejo, but where I think I hear 4/5 support to move forward. So I'll make that as a motion.
Is there a second?
I'll second it with one question, and I've probably seen this number, but how many are pending?
I think it's a little over 60. Or pending, there's 60 applications on the list that we've provided. Some of them have been decided, so I don't have the exact number for you, but there's about 60 some applications on that list.
And County Council, do you see any legal issues that may exist? I think Supervisor Lopez does raise a point. If we gave an open door, people pursued that, got the application, spent money, and all of a sudden the door is closed, would they have a basis, legal basis to try to challenge a future action taken by this board on?
I see some issues that we need to look at. I'm not prepared to give you a definitive
Perfect.
answer
Okay.
today. And I do think that we can come back with some options for the board with alternative ordinances, depending on what you want to do. So we'll do our best to work with staff and provide some options and do our legal analysis as quickly as we can on some of these issues.
So for today, I could support the motion, knowing that we still need to get some major questions answered. Supervisor Lopez brings some good points that ultimately, if not carefully evaluated and considered by this board, it may end up be another matter ending up in court. So with that, figuring that we're just going to get information and come back, certainly want that work to be done to help pinpoint some direction where we might find some consensus. If there's no other comments, there's been a motion by Askew. Second was that by Mr. Church. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against? Okay, motion carries unanimously. Neighbors, we'll see you next time at when this comes back. Thank you. Okay, we're going to keep this meeting moving now. We're going to receive an oral report regarding the planning and potential implementation of a storm recovery rent subsidy program for farm workers negatively impacted by the recent weather disaster events. And we're going to provide some direction on implementing the potential program. We have Roderick Franks again, Assistant Director of Social Services, and Angela Dean Novella, Executive Director of Catholic Charities. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Chair Leo, Supervisors, County Administrator, County Council, members of the public. Good afternoon. As indicated, with me today is Angela Di Novella from Catholic Charities, Diocese of Monterey, the Executive Director there. We're here today to provide an update on the referral that was provided regarding the rent assistance program for farm workers affected by the recent storm events. It's hard for me to imagine that it was just 2 weeks ago that I sat before you and presented the preliminary analysis on this referral. When I think of all that has happened since that time, it seems like a much longer period than 2 weeks. So I appreciate all of the support that we've received from your leadership in negotiating this current weather event and as we continue to move through it. I want to bring that up because what we presented as far as the preliminary analysis really did not take into account the most recent storm event that we are currently dealing with, the number of fields that may have been impacted, as well as the number of farm workers that have now most recently been impacted. However, I think I'd still like to move forward with the report on this referral and discuss with you the pilot program that we are looking at putting forward. So this referral does seek to establish the rent subsidy program for agricultural workers who have been adversely impacted. And what our response currently now is to move forward with a pilot program to provide assistance to 400 qualifying farm workers in assistance designed to help them maintain their housing stability. So we are proposing a two-tiered approach, very similar to what we talked about in the preliminary analysis. The first tier would be to provide a more traditional rental assistance program of $800 to up to 100 affected farm workers. The second tier would be to provide a slightly lesser cash assistance amount of $600 via gift card to another 300 affected farm workers who may be unable to document their rental situation or have economic need due to the storms, certainly other than rent. From the preliminary analysis of the farm workers that were affected by the prior event earlier in the year, we were able to determine that other than rental assistance and housing assistance, food security and food assistance was the number 2 identified need. Assistance funds would be provided on a priority basis based on those most in need. And I would like to invite Director DiNovella to discuss Catholic Charities' approach to how to determine a priority basis.
Right. Ms. DiNovella, thank you for being with us again.
Hi, thank you for the invitation. I'm super grateful to be here and speak about our work. And I apologize, I'm in the parking lot in the middle of the storm, and I agree this series of storm has really affected our community, and we know now about the compound effect of the 2 storms on our community, especially on the farm worker community. The way that we have been approaching our assistance has been through an assessment of needs, and we prioritize people who have different level of needs, and using a score point system where we prioritize people who have been evacuated, or people who have lost their jobs, or both, people who have reduced their income, and people who have other vulnerabilities, such as being single parents or people with disabilities, etc. So we perform an assessment on every client that comes to our doors, and with that, then we select a level of priority based on their highest need.
Thank you very much. So in considering this to be a pilot program as opposed to a full-blown assistance approach, we're really looking at serving about 400 affected farm workers. And you can see the breakdown of the budget there. So $800 for up to 100 farm workers for traditional rental assistance for $80,000, and another 300 farm workers being provided a cash assistance via gift card for $600, $180,000. And then we're estimating administrative expenses of about $80,000 to administer this program, for a total amount to administer the pilot program of $340,000. We're also recommending that this be operated as a pilot program due to the current weather disaster, while we still conduct further analysis to determine the appropriate scope and scale of such an assistance program to farm workers. So we really feel that certainly with the most recent storm event that's been happening, there's a lot more impact that we have yet to assess. There's a lot more need that we have yet to determine. And we'd really like to wrap this all up before we would move into a full-scale production of a program. Yet, without moving forward with the pilot, it's difficult for us to know the efficacy of the program and benefits that we're providing and the actual need of those that may come forward for this program. There has been some questions brought up about, why it would cost potentially $80,000 to administer this pilot program. I'm referring to a slide provided to us by Catholic Charities about what their personnel costs would be estimated to administer a program like this. And you can see it's about $53,000. We're also estimating another 10% of the total benefit amount for administrative expenses. And you might think, well, it's only about $260,000 of benefit, but writing a check, the process of writing and distributing a check for $5 is exactly the same amount of time as doing one for $100. And so while we might scale up the program later on, we would see a greater efficiency in these administrative costs versus the pilot program. So in discussion with the Budget Office, we've identified 2 funding sources for the program. The first is our recommendation to you to authorize the use of cannabis assignment to fund the storm recovery rent subsidy program for farm workers. In the event that those funds are not available, an alternative funding source, if desired, is the contingency funds to be made available for this program. There are some considerations. One is to continue the assessment of needs of those recently impacted by the current atmospheric weather event. It's a little difficult as we are still in the response mode, moving into the recovery phase. We hope that we will be able to do the assessment of that recovery and what is necessary during that time. Also, the consideration of assisting those impacted by the prior event. And so those needs for those impacted by the storm event earlier this year are still existing. And we must consider whether to prioritize those already in recovery phase from the storm event as we look to serve those entering into the recovery phase of the storm event. And then also assessing the efficacy of the benefit amount. Is it the proper amount? Is it helpful? Did it serve its purpose? And then also assessing the timing of the assistance. Is it necessary for this to be short-term? We had originally estimated prior to this current event that fields may become back in production within 30 to 60 days. We have to question that assumption now. And so the timing could be much different. So really just the direction and next steps we're looking for is based on your direction today and funding for the pilot program. If you decide to move forward with it, we would certainly negotiate with one of our nonprofits and bring back an agreement to the board for your approval and a recommendation to increase the Department of Social Services appropriations and release the cannabis assignment if you decided to utilize that funding option. And I would like to then go back to Ms. DiNovella to see if she has any further comment.
Thank you, Roderick. I would really advocate for the support of our community because it's been impacted again with these new series of storms, and we understand now that yes, that our assumptions that we had 2 weeks ago about people being able to go back to work might not be that true anymore, and it's too soon to really assess the situation. But we do know that our ag worker community has been severely impacted by both storms. And I would like for the Board of Supervisors to really consider the support of this pilot project, and then moving forward to really consider even an opportunity to have this pilot project be an opportunity to test the efficacy and whether this could be an ongoing program that the Board of Supervisors could implement. So I'm open to any questions as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Just one final comment, if I may, Chair Alejo, is that we would prioritize those who are not eligible for any other form of federal or state assistance.
Great. Thank you. Yes, that was the intent. Thank you, Mr. Franks. Thank you, Ms. Angelina DiNovella. Just in terms of a question first, if this board were to support making the allocation and supporting the approval to get this program started. Could this come back to us next week for approval, as I know the need is urgent to get these resources out there?
The
In terms
need
of
is
an-
certainly urgent.
In terms of agreement.
The process would be to negotiate with a community-based organization and create a contract to bring back for your approval. It might be difficult to do in a week.
But maybe 2 weeks at the latest?
I think 2 weeks is
More realistic.
quite possible to
Okay.
do. Especially considering our relationship currently with Catholic Charities
Great.
and the work that they've done in concert with us on this pilot program to this date.
Great. I just want to give us a time frame, and then just thank Catholic Charities for really facilitating the process, willing to be a partner in this as they raise this issue with us. First of all, I think this is a very critical time to send a message to our farm workers who are suffering and are really having a hard time. They're worrying, they're having a lot of anxiety, there's a lot of stress. And I'm talking about the farm workers even before this last round of storms were already in a very tough predicament. They came to us asking for help. They came to our nonprofit partners and community organizations asking for some relief because they were out of work and having an inability to pay their rent. So for me, it is important that this board, considering that we made a plea to our governor, we made a plea to our state legislators, our state leaders, to create a program to help those storm victims whose homes were devastated, don't qualify for FEMA. And we also made a second request for those farm workers who are also storm victims because they're out of work because of the flooded fields. We need to show our state leaders and our federal leaders that Monterey County, even despite our limited resources, we are trying to do a program with the limited resources to at least help 400 families. And we know the need is much greater, but this is a time where we need to try to give some hope, show our farm workers that we're doing what we can to support them. And we're hoping to set the example that the state will come through on its commitment and its promise to help these residents. And if the state could channel more money through our county directly and can keep this program going, or if it makes a decision to fund our nonprofit partners in the community, however it may go, we just know the need is out there and we need to put the resources out there as soon as possible. There is a lot of farm workers that have been hit twice by the storm. They've been hit because their homes have been flooded and has lost their cars. And on top of that, they're also out of work because there's no work out in the fields that they used to labor in. If you're at the shelter, you're able to hear the stories of these farm workers that are stressed, worrying about what's going to happen to their families, what's going to happen how they're going to pay to make any repairs on their homes. How are they going to get to work because their car was flooded out, left behind during the evacuation at the middle of the night? There's a lot of worries. And I want to have our board say, we're trying to be a leader, set the example for the state and our nation, that we're trying to do something to alleviate the pain of at least a few hundred families, but we hope that our state and federal leaders will help us with a lot more. I can't help but think of these workers and their families that during the pandemic, when they were laboring out in the fields and the rest of us were sheltering in place and protecting ourselves, they kept America going. They kept putting food on the table. And now that they're hurting, they're only asking, be there for us, help us when we have a need too. So I hope our board will do everything possible to approve this program. But I think it's more important that we set the example to our state leaders that this need is real, the suffering is real, and it's getting worse by the day. Thank you. And I'll go to any other colleagues who like to speak on this. Yes, Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. Ms. Novella, are you still here so we can ask questions?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you very much for your presentation today. I really appreciate it. And I especially appreciated the approach of a checklist to ensure that people qualify, as you had indicated. One of the things that I'm conscious of, particularly with the folks who live over in the Pajaro area, is that many of them are hospitality workers rather than farm workers. So I wanted to find out whether or not if a person who was displaced and had all of the right boxes checked to qualify for funding, but they weren't a farm worker, they were instead a hospitality worker, if they would qualify for the program as well.
Thank you for your question. Yes, the answer will be yes. I would like to have a little bit more direction from the board of supervisors on the level of priorities for this program. Originally, when we presented this program 2 weeks ago, we really wanted to focus our effort on South Monterey County because it's the area who has been under-resourced and with highest need. And we had that list of about 3,000 people who have come to Catholic Charities, either through the local assistance center in Spreckles and afterwards via phone, that have reached out for help. And we saw that the majority of the people requesting for help at that point were coming from South County. Of course, now with the new event of the storms, I would like to suggest and bring it to the board for consideration to continue focus for purposes of this pilot project in South Monterey County and the people who have the least resources. So I would like, and for that purpose, yes, hospitality workers or farm worker will be considered based on the parity, but of course the farm worker and the ag worker community, who is that support the #1 industry of our Monterey County, would get the highest priority.
But you said, did I hear you say correctly that it's going to focus more on South County?
If I may, Supervisor, I just wanted to let you know that part of the priority is that we are dealing with multiple emergencies. And what we want to do is to try to give relief to the people who have been most impacted for the longest period of time. And what I will say is that our South County constituents, because of the January storms, were the most impacted. It's not that we're to the exclusion of everybody else, but we want to respond to the people who have been impacted for the longest period of time. So that's what I would say to that.
Chair Leo, Supervisor Adams, you're bringing up and hitting on the reality of the situation we're currently facing. When this referral was originally introduced, we were really looking at farm workers being those that were affected. Now with this latest storm, the landscape literally has changed somewhat. Yet we still, as Director Medina has indicated, have a responsibility to help those who have been impacted for the longest period of time as we learn how to roll out an assistance program and then potentially scale it up to assist those in this changed landscape as well.
Okay, thank you for explaining that. I appreciate it. So a couple of other questions. So is this just one-time funding to assist those people who are in need in South County right now? Or is this like looking to be a long-term project?
Yeah. To answer your questions, the program isn't only limited to those in South County, but the expectation that those most impacted by the previous storm in January most likely would be from that area.
Okay.
Currently, the program is designed as a one-time cash assistance benefit or one-time rental assistance benefit to assist with housing stability to get beyond the impacts, economic impacts of fields being out of production. So that was the original intent behind the program. However, I think we do need to spend some time as we're engaged in the pilot, assessing need for those that are impacted now and what the needs are now to see how that might change things if we were to have a recommendation about going forward with the program.
Right. And I would think too, when will there be some lessening of need in South County when the folks up in the north will have a long-term need, so that, you know, that they may end up, you know, struggling for a lot longer since their homes have been totally wiped out. But so then, okay, sorry, but thank you for all of this. It's really good information. So is this a program Catholic Charities already has going? So we're just adding to it so they can continue? Or is this a new program for Catholic Charities? And if it is it something that we would be looking to continue to fund in perpetuity?
So a complex answer to what seems like a simple question, but Catholic Charities, and Director Di Novello could certainly speak to this as well, is currently engaged in providing certain types of assistance, including cash assistance, to those that have been impacted by the storms. This program would be a new program, but based on their experience and an ability to administer these types of programs.
I guess what I'm trying to figure out, to think about how we can stretch the money as far as we possibly can, is if they have to hire and bring on new staff, or if they will be able to roll this into an existing program, but just be able to help more people.
I would like to invite Ms. Di Novello to address that if she's able.
Thank you.
Thank you. So currently we have the capacity to absorb this pilot project. So we will be supporting the current infrastructure and absorb this. And this is very similar to the system that we're currently providing. It will be a matter of scaling it up a little bit just to meet the urgency of the program. And in the future, I'm hoping that as we learn more about the needs of the community, that we could come back with results and additional information for the board to consider this as a long-term program, because we know that $600 for a family who hasn't been working for 3 or 4 months at this point is going to be of great support. But I'm imagining, and we understand that they will be needing also additional support as depending on what the situation with the fields are going to be. I hope that answered the question.
Yes,
Sorry,
thank you.
A little bit on a tangent. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, and I appreciate that emphasis that what we are talking about right now, I mean, we can't solve the full need. This is a step in that direction. And so Angela, when she talked about, the $600 program, that's a step in the right direction. We also think that there may be some other resources coming down from the state. That's what we know today. There may be others. We just don't know yet, but that is what we know today.
Right. And I would just reemphasize that when I made the referral, it had to do specifically with farm workers. It came out of our tour with our state and federal legislators, and the referral specifically states that it's targeted in response to the most vulnerable and those in need who are negatively impacted by the storms, who do not have access to other forms of state and federal disaster recovery assistance programs. And that was because if you qualify and you were a storm victim, then you could get the FEMA unemployment insurance program, the rental assistance program, the damage recovery program. And if you were a worker impacted by storms in any other profession and you qualify for unemployment insurance, and when you're laid off and not working, at least you have that program to turn to offset some of your loss. But when you're undocumented, and you don't have any U.S. citizen children, you don't qualify for any FEMA assistance. And if you're a farm worker and don't qualify for unemployment insurance and there is no work, you have nowhere else to turn to. And that is why it was a significant population, people falling through the cracks who don't qualify for any other types of federal or state unemployment insurance that are in this situation. And it was intended to help those kind of people. And that's why it was specifically to that targeted, because that concern was brought up by the community. And we've talked to so many workers directly who are in that exact predicament of hardship.
Thank you. I had a few more questions.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you. So for Lori, then this is going to be like a contract that Department of Social Services would have with Catholic Charities to have an ongoing program? Or is this something that you would have nested within DSS?
No, I mean, DSS does not have the capacity to do this. We would definitely contract.
And but you would expect that would come out of your budget?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Anyone else? Supervisor Church.
Yeah,
can I just clarify something?
Please.
So
Medina, I called on Supervisor Church. Could you wait? And
yeah.
We can answer it back afterwards. Okay. He's deferring to you, so go ahead.
Well, one of the things I will say when you ask is if it's coming out of our budget, there were some options about how we would fund this. Some of those options were with existing resources that are a feeder through us. Some of them are other options that would be reliant on county resources. So I wanted to clarify that is not all dependent upon social services budget.
Okay, Supervisor Church, go ahead.
Right. I have a number of questions here, but the first thing I want to do is take exception to the idea that and all due respect to my colleague Supervisor Lopez, that South County has experienced a more pain, more displacement out of this.
No,
Pajaro,
for the January storms they were talking about.
well, Pajaro, yes, was evacuated for a week in January. There were people that weren't able to go in their homes and get to work, and now they're going on 2 weeks. So this is a serious problem here, and now there's some fields flooded. They won't be back, as I'm sure many fields are in South County too, to be worked on this year. It's going to be in the fall before they can really get back into some of these. And in the community of Pajaro, it basically, for those that are working there and many of those fields, they're out of work for this year. They're going to have to find other work to go around. So I do want to point this out. We reached out about this on a number of things, wanting to get the criteria. Never heard back from the office on this. So, that was a question we wanted to get answered, was how are you really going to pick out the most needy?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not sure, Supervisor Alejo, are we talking about this purely for undocumented? Is that what the intent of it is?
It is for those who do not qualify for any other forms of federal or state programs that provide relief.
So, and I saw one sentence in here that I was a little unclear on, referred to include people who are unable to document their rental situation. Could you explain that a little bit more?
Certainly, Chair Leo, Supervisor Church. There are members of our community who are engaged in other than traditional rental arrangements or agreements. They may be paying rent to a relative and not necessarily having a defined lease. They may be engaged in pooling their funding together to engage in securing a rental facility, but not everyone may be named on the lease. And so it is very difficult to utilize their traditional rental assistance program for those that fall outside of those categories, but certainly could use some help in maintaining their housing stability.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. I just wanted a little explanation onto there. And as we look at this, again, I completely understand the emphasis on farm workers. They're going to be heavily displaced. Obviously, other people will be too, that might be in similar situations where they're not able to get aid. So I like to look at that broad range. I mean, what we're looking at this program is about helping one out of every 150 farm workers in this county. And figuring how that one's going to be when somebody else on a small program like this, I understand is a real challenge. And, if this is something that could be put in place and we can, work all the bugs out and get it going in the right way, I look at it as something that is positive. So, the question is getting all the bugs out at this point. I am uncomfortable, even though you brought this up and gave some justification on the numbers of the 80,000. I don't know if the program's got to be bigger or what, but it seems like a lot of money that could be going to help people that we're spending on administration that is a little bit out of proportion. So I mean, I like this idea. I like what we can do with it. I don't have a picture yet. With the criteria, with we're talking about focusing on South County. I don't know what, the pilot program, I haven't seen quite what, it's actually supposed to mean and where it's going to go. Whether it's San Ardo or Pajaro or wherever it may be, of communities that are particularly hit that could have this. This is really a small portion of whatever it's going to be in a community. So there's a lot of questions in my mind still, right, quite at this point to try to get over.
I can offer something and then I'll let Roderick speak. But Supervisor Church, I understand the sensitivity to that about administration. But, if we are going to administer it ourselves, it's going to cost us a whole lot more. If we administer or if we contract with a community-based organization, we get a lot more mileage for our dollar for the administration, but we do have to pay organizations administration to execute these services. I don't see a way around it. I think if we use a nonprofit, it's probably more efficient for us than if you have the county administer it. And by the way, I will also say we just don't have the capacity to do it internally. So, and if we had to build it, it would cost us a whole lot more in the county, as opposed to dealing with a nonprofit. So that's what I would say to that. And I will let Roderick speak to any other specifics around what we are thinking about in the administration of the program.
Yeah, I'm not really referring to that we do it, but
okay.
I understand though, and I'm glad for you to point that out. I'm wondering about, and all due respect to Catholic Charities, I think they do good work. Have we, did we look out with other organizations about they're giving us the best, the best deal out of this? Or could we focus on a certain area if you want to do a pilot project into a community, again, whether it's Pajaro or San Ardo, where there might be or some other place on around, maybe in King City or somewhere where there's a local group that's right there, that is based right there, that they could handle it less expensively. I mean, what was done to choose Catholic Charities, I guess. And again, I'm not trying to pick on Catholic Charities. They're just the one that's come forward to offer this, and I commend them for their work.
Thank you, Supervisor. Catholic Charities was one of the community-based organizations that was very involved in providing assistance in the last weather disaster event at our local assistance center. And it was through their outreach and connection to us that we really became aware of this need, and they had already been engaged with this farm worker population that was being negatively impacted by the prior storm. They are also currently engaged in providing certain types of assistance, as Ms. DiNovella already indicated, to this population, and has a lot of experience in working with them and how to administer these types of programs to those that the referral indicated to be impacted.
And then the other thing I will just add on top of what Roderick said was that when we think about contracting, we think about several things, like if we will do an RFP or if we will sole source. And one of the things that we consider when we sole source is if an organization has a unique ability to deal with the issue that we are trying to solve. And I think in this sense, we felt that Catholic Charities had a unique ability to deal with the issue that we were trying to penetrate to, because otherwise, if we had to do an RFP, it might take us much longer to get to the population we were trying to reach.
Thank you. We're going to go to Supervisor Lopez, and then we'll go to Supervisor Askew.
Yeah,
we'll go to round two.
Want to state my support, obviously, for the program, and I know that I hear from Roderick, I hear from Ms. DiNovella. When we started this program, we were really focused in a different area and it's difficult for the county to turn on a dime. I get that. So we're not saying that this thing is baked. There's an opportunity today to make some of those changes if we want to change focus and amounts. It's a commitment from this board to our community and those people who make up the very fabric of what makes our community special. And what we do for the rest of the world and the country is important. And most people aren't going to realize how bad we've been hurt until the middle of this summer. And I say that because that's when supply chain issues will come up in terms of a lot of these crops not coming online when they should be coming online. And the pain is going to continue that long for these residents of Monterey County who've made their living here, whose children are in school here. And so I appreciate the concern and share some of that questioning about how we expand to really be effective in our goal. I look at Catholic Charities, and I think for me, the reason I'm comfortable going with them is the fact that that's where I send people when I know they don't qualify for anything else, for not just for this, but for so many years. It's where we've sent people when they've said, I don't meet any of these needs. And because of that, they have relationships in the community with these individuals. And the most important piece of comfort in walking into an organization and sharing your information is history, in my opinion. And so I think that's where they're uniquely positioned, as Lori said, to be a partner in this situation. I share the concern. 80 seems like a lot. I don't deny that that's a cause, a concern for me, but I raised that during COVID when we were looking at some of the other agencies that were assisting us in those processes. And I wonder if this is even a program that, say, the Community Foundation would want to invest in, given the way that we're arranging it now, that we've got it fleshed out a little more, and that might offset. They may be a partner in covering some of the administrative costs and help us get even more dollars into the community. I want to leave that door open as we roll forward and welcoming in partners and funders who see what we're doing. But I think it sends the right signal to start, to set something up, to begin investing in our communities in this way, because again, we're looking at least a year's worth of pain, and we're talking about a fraction of what that might feel like for a month, given what rent prices are in our community. So I'm supportive, and I'm thankful that we've done the work to get to this point. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Askew.
Thank you. And supportive of the proposal as it's outlined. The administration, it costs money to administer programs, and I get that. I think that the challenge that we're going to have to face as a board is the number of needs that are going to come at us to ensure that that as the safety net and as the safety net of the safety nets, right? I mean, we're recognizing that the safety nets that exist are not comprehensive enough to meet the needs of our residents. And as one of the counties with the highest percentage of residents who don't qualify for FEMA support or other state supports, that really, we are the backdrop for our residents. And the needs that are going to be laid out in front of us in the coming months are going to only increase. And the resources that we have available as a county to meet those needs are limited. And so how we go about prioritizing, how we go about taking in all of the big picture of, we haven't had yet the presentation that from Public Works who show up and say, we need another $10 million to backfill critical road and bridge infrastructure. We haven't yet heard from a water resource agency that's going to show up and ask for another $7 million, cash flow advance. We expect that there's other costs that are coming at us. This, like taking care of the people of our community, this is what I think we need to be prioritizing as we make as we balance the needs that are going to be in front of us. So I guess the question that I would have is, I think the staff report referenced the cannabis assignment as a potential source of funds. I think there's some other projects that are competing for those cannabis dollars. So I'd be interested in having, I think we're going to need to have and we do have a workshop coming up in April, but I think we're really going to, as a board, have to take a real hard look at where do we have resources available? What are all the asks that are going to be coming at us this and take a broad view of the needs so that we can make sure that we're prioritizing the programs and services that are going to fundamentally help the people who keep our county going. And this would be one of those programs. So I'm fully supportive. Thank you.
Thank you. So then I'd like to make a motion that we approve staff's recommendation to bring this back. But the issue is on April 4th, we have a budget town hall. So that means we're going to delay this for 3 weeks rather than 2 weeks, because we don't have a regular scheduled board meeting unless we could put it.
If you would allow the 3 weeks, it would allow us some time to put additional detail to address some of the questions that have come up today through the contracting process.
Okay. I just want to have a firm date because the need is out there. We needed this money out there yesterday. But I appreciate the comments of my colleagues. I think we all recognize the need is there, especially on farm workers. Unlike hospitality that might have had a downturn because of the pandemic and storms, but certainly not the same impact when there's just no work out in the fields at all. And there is a difference what happened in January versus today, because I think some of the news outlets had said the average travel for residents in Pajaro, because they were focused, is about 25 minutes. But in January, the 20,000 flooded fields were in South Monterey County. This time, we haven't got the new numbers of flooded fields from our ag commissioner because that survey hasn't been sent out yet. I know Juan Hidalgo has to do that, but I know it'd probably be double, maybe. It's going to be a significant large number because now it will now include the Pajaro Valley and more acreage in the Salinas Valley. And I wouldn't, even though it's in South County, a lot of constituents in Salinas travel and farm all the way down the 101 corridor as well. So I think, and that doesn't exclude the Pajaro resident. There might be some Pajaro farm workers that travel to Gonzales and down towards Greenfield area. So I think we're going to get a mix. But the truth is, Catholic Charities, when they did have, we had the local assistance center in Spreckles, their booth was inundated more, I think, than any others, with 2,000 to 3,000 requests asking for rental assistance. So we know the need is great there, but I don't think we should just assume we're all going to get Osceola County. I think we're going to get a mix. It should be open. It is very limited. The 400 is only going to go so far. It's going to go very quickly. And certainly, I think any efforts to talk to the community foundation, perhaps help chip in on the administrative side so we could get more of the assistance. I think those are all good things we could see, if possible, and flesh out before this comes back to us on April 11th. But I just want to see this move forward with support of the Board of Supervisors and letting the communities know that we gave this first approval. It's going to come back back for a ratification agreement with Catholic Charities. But after that, that money would be hopefully deployed soon. But we should also convey, we know that it's just a beginning, that the need is even greater now with Pajaro being in the situation that it is and many more agricultural families being impacted with additional flooded acres throughout the Salinas Valley. So I think that our message should be clear that it's only a start, that the need is much greater, but this is what we could do at this time. But we hope that with the pleas that we put to our state and state leaders, that more research will be deployed to us very soon.
So I know the motion was in there somewhere, so I'll second it. I think you were trying to go to a date certain, but you didn't leave that.
Okay, so I'd move staff's recommendation to bring this back with this agreement with Catholic Charities for April 11th for the amount stated.
Second.
And it will be specific to X amount of time. Then this is not something that we will be paying for on and on and on and on.
This is a one time unless we decide after the program, the pilot program has been completed. If we have funding or if more funding arrives from the state, we could always keep it going.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Chair Leo, Supervisor Adams, in the board report, it indicates 90 days or until the funds are expended.
Supervisor Church.
Microphone on. Just briefly, we'll come back with some more information onto this too. I mean, it's, we did have some questions. We didn't get a response out of them. So I'm hoping maybe during this process, we can get some of that answered and be in a little better situation. It's a good program. It's a good idea. I just like to have all the data and a better understanding of things.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And
thank you.
Mr. Franks, I just want to let you know that also just on the larger ask from the state, it was made, we were the first to send it to the governor. Then it was the California Latino Legislative Caucus that sent a letter to the governor asking for the same. Then our local state legislators, 2 days ago, that included Senator Laird, Robert Rios, Ana Caballero, Don Addis, Gail Pellerin, who represents North Santa Cruz County, all made that same request. They had a broader list of asks, helping our flood victims. And then today, the Latino Supervisors Associations at that, and I heard the Watsonville nonprofits, so they're going to send a united letter to the governor also asking. So I think we created momentum here in getting a lot of attention on behalf of this constituents. I hope it goes somewhere that the action will actually happen in Sacramento sometime soon. Thank you very much. I think, is there any comments from the public on this item? I don't see any in chambers, none online. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those against, motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Franks. And thank you, Angela Di Novella. We look forward to seeing you in 3
Thank
weeks.
you. Thank you so much.
All right, we're gonna go to board comments first. We want to start on Supervisor. Ask, you want to start first, or okay.
All right. Let's see here. So I just wanted to, last week I had the pleasure of attending the Civic Well Annual Policymakers Conference, which was hosted here in Monterey County at Asilomar. As a board member of Civic Well, I was able to had the honor to host a conversation on decarbonization efforts. We were able to invite Bill Hayward to present on some of the work that he's doing locally, as well as include Santa Clara County Supervisor Cindy Chavez and Santa Barbara County Sustainability Director Garrett Wong. A lot of really great conversations. There were about 100 mayors, city council members, and county elected officials who spent the weekend talking about climate action, energy goals, and policy. I do want to announce that we unfortunately had to cancel our town hall that had been scheduled for last Wednesday with Seaside Mayor Ian Oglesby. We will be postponing that to a later date, but I would like to let everyone know that we will be hosting our Salinas Town Hall with Mayor Kimberly Craig on Monday, April 3rd from 5:30 to 7 p.m. at Digital Nest here in Salinas. That's open to the public, and we look forward to just listening and taking your questions and comments and letting you know what we're up to. And then finally, tomorrow night from 5:30 to 6:30, sorry, not tomorrow, April 5th from 5:30 to 6:30, April 5th, Wednesday, we'll be having our next Wednesdays with Wendy online virtual town hall meeting where we'll be hosting Hillary Thayer and talking about the Monterey County Free Libraries and some of the work that they're doing to serve the community. But I really want to give a huge shout out to all of the disaster service workers from our county who have stepped aside from their day-to-day work to really dive in and be fully responsive to the needs of the larger community. The photos that are coming out of the Emergency Operations Center are just heartwarming, and the feedback and conversations that I've had with people, the work is rewarding. I had a chance to take a quick tour of the Seaside Shelter location, and the team is reporting that they're getting everything that they need, that they're honored to be able to serve their neighbors in this way. And I just want to say a really big thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. I really echo that. Just having had the opportunity in January to have one of my staff people nested in there was just it was a tremendous effort, but such a great experience for her as well. But what we're seeing from people, just the amount of time that people are putting in and the work that's being done is just really it's really wonderful. It's heartrending, and I think people are very happy to be able to help others in a different way than they do every day. Had the opportunity to go to a mass, Catholic mass on Sunday at the Watsonville shelter, and it was a really good opportunity to see far more reality about what it is that people are facing, and all of the people who are having to remain living in shelters at this point because their homes remain uninhabitable. My hope is that we're going to be able to continue working to be able to get people rehoused, but it's going to be tough. It's going to be really tough. With that in mind, I had an opportunity to attend a very enlightening housing presentation this past week at a place I'd not visited except once before that's called the Sandbox, located in Sand City. It was a fascinating presentation by a group of architects who've been focusing primarily in cities. Most of them are in the Bay Area, of really doing creative workforce low-income housing, and the 9 principles that they have when they're building these, of what it is that draws people together so that there is a community involved, was a wonderful experience. I was very thankful to attend and to be given a book about what it is that they do. So that was wonderful. Also wanted to say that there was an event honoring many local businesses and community leaders last weekend that through the Monterey Peninsula Chamber of Commerce. And this weekend, the Monterey County Hospitality Association is honoring one of our own locals, Bert Catino, as the Person of the Year, which will be an exciting and big honor for him. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Supervisor Lopez.
Thank you. First, I want to thank our Assembly member, Robert Rivas, the speaker delegate who brought down at the end of last week to visit Freddie Rodriguez, who's the chair of the Assembly Committee on Emergency Management, as well as Marie Waldron. We had the opportunity to spend time with them in Spreckles and at the EOC before they went off to see firsthand what was happening in Pájaro. And with us that day were also representatives from the office of Ana Caballero and Don Addis, as well as John Laird himself, and Congresswoman Zoe Lofgren. I'm tired of visiting with them. They're great people, but the conversations we have when we're together are extremely difficult, and people bare their souls on all scales and show what's really happening on the ground to them and their families, and it's devastating. And so I really appreciate them taking the time, but I hope that we're turning the page here and heading towards recovery. Who knows, with what still looks like a few systems out there targeting us, but big picture, the fact that they came to see us in person, our local, as well as some from throughout the state, including Los Angeles and San Diego, to witness firsthand that impact really meant a lot to me. And I know that it resulted in a great letter that went out that talked about immediate and long run fixes that our community needs. And so I'm appreciative of Robert Rivas for his leadership in bringing those folks here to have those conversations on the ground with us and bringing us together. I also just want to acknowledge every single member of the county family who continues to show up. The EOC feels like a wave every time I'm in there. It's high and everybody's doing everything that they can do to move the pieces into place, and then things simmer for a little while. And I'm hoping that we're done with the highs and we're down in the lows for a little while in terms of the needed energy in that facility. But a huge shout out to Tracy Molfino and Sonia De La Rosa, who have really taken the lead there and made sure that at some point there's always somebody at the helm and directing us in the right to the right direction, making sure that we're dotting every I, crossing every T, and putting communities and families and life first. So I just want to give them both a shout out, considering what's happening. And lastly, it's hard. I explained to somebody that it feels like a rolling freight train that moves slowly through your community when these things happen, because we've been through them before in January, but the last storm hurt worse than the first ones. And it's hard to explain that to folks. But I know that seeing homes fall off their foundations and into the river, know that they'll never be habitable again, is something that I had never seen in certain stretches of this river. And now, having witnessed that while turning to the left in that moment and seeing Chular River Road crumble into the water, it's just devastating to think about what it's going to take to get our communities back. And as I've promised to the community of Arroyo Seco, you're still in my mind. Until we get that road reopened, I'm not going to stop pushing to get you guys prioritized and make sure that that road is reopened. We're targeting to do that by the end of the week. But with that, I'll wrap my comments. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. And just to end, I also want to thank all our staff that are working hard. Oh, sorry. Sorry, the church skipping over. My bad.
That's okay, Supervisor. It seems whenever we have a disaster, it always seems to affect the people who have the least. And, we can go from one end of this county, as from San Ardo up to Pájaro. And a crisis comes and then it's gone. And I know we don't forget, but we don't do enough afterwards. I look here at Pajaro. That levee was built in 1949. And my parents were teachers at Pajaro School. My two older sisters were going to school there in the 50s, and it flooded there for the first time on that levee. And my oldest sister called me up, last week and explained how she experienced that when she was a young girl. And I look at that, and we've had floods since then. And then here I am at the other end, a lifetime later, almost, it seems, hopefully not at the end of that lifetime, but getting near there. And it's it's kind of booked in here where it's happened again. It's it's a situation that this time I'm hope we have the steps forward to deal with PERPMA, to deal with maintenance on the levees and trying to put something in so that there isn't that long neglect that has gone on for this community. That doesn't help them now for the people who were out of their homes and getting on close to 2 weeks, and those that have been in shelters. And after we get them back, though, it's again, whether it's here or in these other communities, we just can't forget them. We have to continue to see what we can do to try to make the life better for these people, and not just forget them. And I'm, that's something I'm committed
Because
to.
the board meeting's still going on.
Lori, Lori, your mic is on. Lori, your mic is on. Thank you.
Lori, turn off your mic.
I think I was about at the end. Wasn't quite expecting to end with that bang, but
And Mr. Chair, if I could, one thing I forgot, just want to give a shout out to our public health crew, Supervisor Church and I, as the Triple H committee yesterday heard that the 24th is World TB Day. It's International Awareness Day for TB. And we know we've had an uptick in cases in the recent past. So I want to encourage folks to get tested if you're at risk. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Jen, just to end this time, I also want to thank all our county staff that is working hard on the reopening of Pajaro. I know that's an imperative for the residents of that community to go back home as soon as possible. We know it's an important process to pursue, but we also know that even when people could re-enter, it's going to take some time looking at house by house, whether those homes will be habitable. And I'm glad our team is working on that public education and outreach materials to inform our residents what's going to be the process of whether they can actually go back and live in their homes, because we know every house would be in its own situation. But I did also want to thank the Santa Cruz County staff that have been volunteering at our shelters, the Red Cross, and certainly our Monterey County staff. I know there's a lot of them, but especially Lori Medina's crew in social services, probation has stepped up to really help us with security, the health department, behavioral health. There's been cases where our youth and our parents have been really stressed out because of the displacement, and behavioral health really has done some heroic work talking to those residents. And I wanted to also give a shout out to John Gill, an IT in social services. He's one of our managers at the fairgrounds. He's done an amazing job considering how, when he came in, not having done this before, to now really has done a really professional and respectful job with our evacuees. And then Gabe Moreno, he's also in services, social services, having the night shift. And I want to thank those two gentlemen, along with my staff, Javier Gomez, who has been there for over 14 hours a day, volunteering, helping out at the shelter. But I did want to just share a story, because one of our probation officers, Aileen Bravo, she was a flood victim in 1995 and was actually rescued when they were trying to take her out, almost being swept away by some of the waters. Her parents still live next to Pajaro Middle School on Fremont Street, and they're evacuated, but they're staying with relatives. And I just want to say that it's nice to have people who have lived through that are now helping out the shelter, because they help that shelter run better. Because they know they've been through it themselves. Their parents are still going through it, and they're there to help out make the experience as best as possible for our evacuees. I did want to commend Supervisor Adams for coming from Carmel to join us on Sunday for Mass. That meant a lot to the residents. We had several other elected officials from Watsonville, the mayor, Maria, Councilmember Roscoe, the Hartnell trustees, Rio College trustees and other elected officials. It meant a lot having those elected officials there present. And I appreciate Father Victor Prado for holding that Mass. It was very much needed to have that spiritual uplifting for our residents. Just today, the Bishop of the Monterey Diocese, Bishop Daniel Garcia, is touring the fairgrounds there, along with, again, Father Victor Prado. So we appreciate having that, the leadership there touring the grounds and visiting with their members. So with that, I want to thank you, everybody, for the hard work that has happened. And last, I want to thank CAO De La Rosa for holding that town hall, answering questions in English and Spanish directly for the residents. So I want to commend you. I hadn't seen that from a CAO in my political career. So I just want to thank you for doing that direct service to the residents of Pajaro. Yes. Oh,
Brain behind that.
lastly, Nick Pasculi has done, him and all the comms team, Maya Carroll, have done a tremendous job getting out critical information, press releases, press conferences. And it was his idea to have a Mass there at the church. And we all just helped put the puzzle pieces together to make it turn out really nice. But I appreciate staff having that, they're doing those little extra things that really mean a lot for the residents. And Nick and your team, thank you for the tremendous work on the communications, because these last few days really, I think more than any other time in my political career, showed how critical good information and communication is for our families and our businesses and communities throughout Monterey County, but especially for the folks in Pajaro. With that, we'll do a readout. County Council.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, members of the board. There was no reportable action today in closed session.
Okay, with that, everybody, we have a town hall tonight at the fairgrounds. It'll be streamed live on YouTube and on Facebook on our county page. Thank you very much. We look forward to seeing folks join us at 6:30 to 8 o'clock.
Santa Cruz County Fairgrounds.
Santa Cruz County Fairgrounds. Thank you very much in Watsonville. All right. Good luck and good night, everyone.